241, the picture scroll lit up again. It was a rainy morning. Huizue sat in the meditation room, holding the star and moon body beads in his hand and muttering Buddhist scriptures. Suddenly, there was a flash of light at the door. He didn't look back. He just put down a wooden fish and sighed. "You're awake?" Mo Ran looked back and saw Chu Wanning standing outside the door. His handsome figure seemed to blend into the thin sky. "Master, why did you save me? Wubei Temple can't see blood. Since you've proven yourself, I understand what you mean. You can go down the mountain by yourself. From now on, don't come back." Chu Wanning didn't take any luggage. He looked at the familiar figure in the Buddhist chanting and said after a while, "Master. Master." Then what did he say? "Farewell," just like that. "Thank you for your kindness." The gauze on his chest was still bleeding. The knife was pulled out, but his heart was still throbbing in pain. After nearly 15 years of trust, all he got was Huizue's, "I want your spiritual nucleus." For 15 years, he had always thought that Huizue was benevolent and kind, caring for plants and ants. He always thought that the world was as peaceful and stable as Linten and the upper cultivation world. But it was all fake. Huizue lied to him. This was a tribulation thousands of times more painful than the spiritual nucleus breaking. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. In the end, he said to him, "Farewell, Master." He had left his gentleness, trust, and innocence behind in this solemn temple. These were the things that Huaixin had once given him. Later on, they had all been taken away along with the broken spirit core and the gushing blood. He turned and walked away. I knew he would hate me. Even if I went down the mountain with him, he would never be able to get over this hurdle in his heart. Huizue said softly, "I let him go." From then on, I left an unjust, selfish, and heartless image in his mind. He didn't recognize me, and I didn't have the face to call myself his master. At that time, not long after his birthday, he was 15 years old. 15 years of drifting duckweed fate, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. From that day on, I never looked back. Huizue swept the steps in the courtyard. The leaves turned from green to yellow, and in the end, there was no longer a trace of life on the branches. Another year of winter snow fell. The monk was wrapped in a thick monk robe and stood under the eaves. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the snow on the ground. His face was still young, but his eyes revealed a sense of age. He was like all the ordinary people who were old, and he liked to stare blankly. As long as he sat there for a while, he would unconsciously fall into a light sleep. I'm already very old, 200 years old. The things of my youth have slowly faded from my mind, but I remember more and more clearly the years when Chu Wanning was by my side. Sometimes I wonder if this is how an elder feels when they are worried about their children. But what kind of elder am I? I'm just a butcher without courage. Huizue said, "The yin qi in my body is getting thinner and thinner. There's probably no hope of atonement in this life. I don't want to go anywhere else. I always practice in Wubei Temple and don't come out. Only when the begonia flowers bloom, I pick the most beautiful one and bring it to the ghost world. As usual, I ask someone to pass it to Shizun. I've never been a broad-minded person, so the things I can do are only a few. If I do too much, I won't be able to do it well. When I encounter a choice, I don't know right or wrong. I planned to live like this for the rest of my life. Until one day, a person suddenly came to my courtyard. It was late at night, and there was a hurried knock on the door. Huizue got up to open the door, and was stunned. "It's you?" Mo Ran followed behind and immediately saw the person's face. It was Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning looked very anxious and his face was pale. The strangest thing was that he was only wearing a thin summer shirt in the middle of winter. Mo Ran's first reaction was that Chu Wanning gave his jacket to some refugee who was about to freeze to death. But then he realized that was not the case. Chu Wanning was dressed properly. He entered the bedroom with Huizue's permission. His expression was like a cornered beast. Without saying anything, he handed a spell incense burner to Huizue. Huizue's words were stuck in his throat. In the end, he only asked, "You. What's wrong?" "My mana can't last long. I can't explain to you one by one." Chu Wanning spoke very quickly. "This incense burner is very important. I really don't know who to give it to. There are too many unknowns in this world. I don't know what he will become next, and I don't know who will be lucky enough to protect this secret. So I can only come and disturb you." "What are you talking about? Are you sick?" Huizue did not react, but Mo Ran, who was standing next to him, felt his head buzzing. His vision suddenly turned black. He suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Chu Wanning. Ear hole. This Chu Wanning had an ear hole in his left ear. He was wearing a small scarlet earring, like a small cinnabar. It was a very small detail, but it made Mo Ran feel like he was struck by lightning. He could no longer speak. This was not Chu Wanning at all. Or it could be said that this was not the Chu Wanning of this world at all. He came from his previous life, from the time of the Emperor Ta. Otherwise, he would not have this mark. Mo Ran clearly remembered that this earring was made from his own blood. It had an emotion curse attached to it, which made Chu Wanning more sensitive to his touch and invasion. There was no mistake. He could even clearly remember how he had been filled with indecent thoughts when he had made this needle. Then, when he had made Chu Wanning absent-minded, he had fiercely licked his left ear. While he felt the person beneath him tremble and release, he had taken advantage of Chu Wanning's convulsions to pierce his earlobe without any explanation. Chu Wanning was groaning. He frowned and grabbed the bedding, but he could not get rid of the man lying on top of him. "Does it hurt?" He licked the thin blood dripping from the tip of his ear. His eyes flashed with light. "Is it painful or exciting?" The piercing of the earring needle, breaking through the soft flesh, was like another kind of conquest. It was always painful when a foreign object pierced the flesh, no matter what it was. Seeing Chu Wanning sobbing and shivering in pain, Mo Ran felt more and more excited. He rubbed Chu Wanning's chin, turned it over, and kissed him passionately while panting. "It's just an earring, why are you shivering?" he asked while knowing the answer. He used force in his hand and violently pierced the earlobe with the needle. He showed no mercy, fierce and rough. "Look, it pierced through you." He stroked Chu Wanning's new earring and said hoarsely, "It pierced in. It's in your flesh. From now on, you're mine." The Chu Wanning of his previous life had come to this world. This knowledge made Mo Ran's heart jump. His scalp was numb, his eyes were blurred, and he felt that he could not breathe. He looked at everything in front of him numbly. What was going on? He tried to concentrate and listen to the conversation between Chu Wanning and Huizue, but this stimulation was too great. He could not immediately return to his senses. He only vaguely knew what Chu Wanning said to Huizue, and from time to time, words like "door of life and death," "destructive forbidden technique," and "can't be stopped" floated into his ears. He saw Huizue suddenly sit down on the chair, his face was sallow, and his eyes narrowed. "How can you prove that what you said is true?" "I can't prove it." In the end, Mo Ran heard Chu Wanning say, "I can only ask the master to believe me. This is ridiculous. You said that you came from another world through the door of life and death. In that world, there is a person called Ta. Ta. Emperor Ta. There is an Emperor Ta, who is destroying the world and almost overturning the whole world of cultivation. You found out his secret, so you tried to open the door of life and death to come to this world. To rewrite everything? It's not rewriting, it's stopping. If this continues, they will sooner or later grasp the spell of the door of life and death. When that time comes, it won't just be our world that ends. Chu Wanning paused, his eyes reflecting the hazy candlelight. No one will be able to escape. That's ridiculous. Huizue murmured, how is that possible? This is simply nonsense. Chu Wanning looked at the water hourglass in front of Huizue's door from time to time. He was counting the time, and his eyes gradually gathered anxiety. Even if the master doesn't believe it now, he will understand later. Before that, please only seal this incense burner in the cave of Dragon Blood Mountain. I have set up the most crucial spell in the incense burner, and let it slowly evaporate inside. The master doesn't need to care about it. The only thing to do is... Huizue raised his head. He looked at Chu Wanning with an expression like he was looking at a madman. The only thing to do is to not let anyone near the cave of Dragon Blood Mountain. Until the master believes what I say, then think of a way to bring the me of this world and that person called Mo Ran to Dragon Blood Mountain together. The spell in the incense burner has already been set up, so there's no need to worry about the rest. Huizue weakly moved his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But at this time, a mournful whistle suddenly came from outside the window. This kind of whistle was exactly the same as the sound of the Emperor Ta's disappearance. Chu Wanning heard this sound, and his face grew paler. He stared into Huizue's eyes, almost impatiently. I beg you, other than you, no one in this world can help me. There's no one else I can entrust this to. Hearing the word entrust, Huizue suddenly froze. In his eyes, there seemed to be the turbidity and vicissitudes of an old man. In the end, he took the incense burner and slightly nodded his head. The whistle became even sharper. Chu Wanning turned his head to look at the night outside the window, and then said to Huizue, Master, please guard the cave of Dragon Blood Mountain well. Also, if the Emperor Ta appears in this world, or, as I said, if the Great Sky Fisher appears in the world of ghosts, then the situation is bound to change. At that time, the master should be sure that what I said today is not false. The whistle was mournful, almost tearing the eardrums. Chu Wanning turned and ran into the night. In the end, he only had time to look deeply at Huizue. He originally wanted to perform a master-disciple ceremony, but his hand stopped halfway. He closed his eyes, bowed deeply, and bid farewell. In that instant, Huizue suddenly stood up with courage from who knows where. He shouted at Chu Wanning, do you know what I did? Didn't the other me do the same thing to you? You won't believe me again. Chu Wanning only shook his head. His face was blurred in the night. Master. His figure was getting farther and farther away. I don't have time. I beg you, think of a way, no matter what method you use, this matter is too important. Please persuade me to listen to you and let me come to Dragon Blood Mountain with him. He finally disappeared. The curtain of night was dim, and the stars were shining through the water. Huizue chased out of the courtyard, only to see a flash of light far away that was heavier than the night. Chu Wanning had disappeared without a trace. Only the incense burner in his hand was still there, full of spiritual energy. It was firmly held in his palm, proving that all this was not a dream. The scene in front of Mo Ran shook violently. Everything he saw before fell down like an avalanche. Broken bricks and tiles were everywhere. He said, no matter what method you use, but what method do you have? Huizue sighed. He already doesn't trust me anymore, and avoids me like the plague. What's more, I still have some reservations in my heart. I don't dare to confirm whether or not all this is a conspiracy. Only when the rainbow butterfly split the sky and Wanning passed away did I finally decide to write a letter to him after reviving him. I deliberated over that letter several times. Because I didn't know how powerful the person behind the scenes was, I didn't dare to state the truth in the letter. I also really didn't have any other excuse to find him. What's more, his magic power is strong, and he also holds the important position of Elder Yuheng, the pinnacle of life and death. I couldn't force him to leave. In the end, I thought that it would be very inconvenient for him since his spirit core hadn't been completely restored these past few years. So I used this as a reason to invite him to Dragonblood Mountain. But I lied to him for 14 years. So no matter how sincere my words were, he was still unwilling to believe me in the end. A long sigh, his voice almost frustrated. I've always been waiting. Just like nearly 20 years ago, when I imprisoned him on the mountain, I came to find him every day, hoping that he would change. After that, I also went to Dragonblood Mountain every day to find him, hoping that he would come back. If only he could give me another chance, that would be great. The old monk's old voice was like a kite with a broken string, drifting far away. My days are really running out. I know that I can't wait for too long. So in the end, I made this scroll. In it, I thought in every possible way, changed it several times, and put in bits and pieces of memories that I didn't want to put in. But in the end, I'm a coward. I actually didn't want him to see this scroll while I was still alive. I couldn't stand his sad eyes. When he was 14 years old, I've seen enough of that kind of gaze. So, warning. He sighed softly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. By the time you read this, I should have already passed away. I'm still a very selfish person. In order to not see you hate me, I only dared to tell you the whole truth before I left, to that child you called Moran. I'm sorry. That year, it was Master's fault. You're a living person. You've always been. Huizue paused for a long time. Suddenly, his voice became hoarse. He said the last words he left in the world. Master Chu, can you forgive me? It was unknown whether the words, Master Chu, were meant for Chu Wanning 100 years later or for Chu Zun 100 years ago. After the voice, the wind suddenly blew. Countless memory fragments were like snow, like floating cotton, brushing past one's face. The 200 years of crime and punishment, the 14 years of joy and sorrow, all intersected at this moment. The child was laughing. You're one, I'm one. What flowers in the water? Lotus flowers in the water. The youth was arguing. If you don't know how to judge others, how to judge yourself? This immortal, it's fine if you don't cultivate. In the end, his phoenix-like eyes fell. Farewell, Master. All of this alternated with each other like a lantern. When the light was at its brightest, Huizue's hunched back appeared in front of Mo Rant's eyes again. He leaned in front of the table and carved the last stroke for the sacred wood. The evening bell rang. I'll call you Chu Wanning. At the end of the voice, the flood surged. Mo Ran floated in this crazy flow of memories. Then, he was suddenly pushed out of the memory scroll and fell on the sandstone ground in front of the Dragonblood Mountain cave. The passage of time inside and outside the scroll was different. At this moment, it was dusk in the human world. The world was a magnificent red glow, and the setting sun was peaceful. Mo Ran lay down. It was as if he had returned to that night many years ago, when Huizue dripped blood on the wood. From then on, there was a child named Chu Wanning in the human world. He lay on the ground, his eyes out of focus. Master Wanning, he finally understood why such a strong person like Chu Wanning would cry in his arms. He finally understood why she was crying so bitterly. He finally understood. He only knew that the price was too high. It was like being cut into 1,000 pieces. Was it all his fault? It was the fault of the Emperor Ta in his previous life. Chu Wanning had tried his best to prevent him from causing chaos in the world. Chu Wanning's spiritual core had been dug out. His benefactor brother who saved his life in front of Wu Bei Temple. Not a person, but the spirit of the sacred wood. Every blow was like a falling brick. Just one truth was enough to shatter a person's bones and make him a bloody mess, not to mention so many of them piled together. For a moment, Mo Ran felt as if he was lying on the ground. All the bones in his body seemed to be shattered, and he couldn't do anything anymore. Everything was in chaos. He looked around and saw Chu Wanning sitting on the side with his eyes closed. Suddenly, regret gathered into bones, love gathered into flesh, and pain turned into blood. The desire to protect this person made him struggle out of the extreme drowsiness and confusion, and escape from the quagmire. He slowly stood up and walked in front of Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning opened his eyes and looked at him. The two of them, neither of them spoke first. In the end, Mo Ran leaned over and hugged him. Master, whether it's the sacred wood or the person, as long as you're still willing to have me. He held back, but still choked up. I've always what? Standing by his side. He didn't deserve it. So in the end, he said with low self-esteem and pain, I'll always stand in front of you. I can't accompany you, I'm not worthy of you. I'm so lowly and dirty, destroying heaven and earth, but you're pure. I can't stand by your side, Wanning. Let me stand in front of you, and block the blood and sharp knives for you. Until the day of death. 242, Chu Wanning didn't confirm anything about the Emperor Ta, nor did he say anything else. In fact, the uneasy expression on Mo Ran's face was the best answer. He didn't need to ask anything else. Not to mention that he was extremely tired at the moment. A person's mind was numb after being hit so many times. After a long time, he broke free from Mo Ran's embrace and slowly got up. He didn't look at Mo Ran directly. He closed his eyes and then opened his mouth. His voice was terrifyingly calm. He said, I want to go to the cave. Since the other me set up this trap, I want to go and see. If you know the truth, will you hate me? It was almost a childish question, but Mo Ran still asked. After asking, he muttered, you will hate me. Chu Wanning's eyes moved slightly. He finally turned around and looked at him. Emperor Ta, what did you do? He didn't ask, you. He used, Emperor Ta. Mo Ran felt a glimmer of hope because of this title, but this glimmer of hope was too faint. On one hand, he wanted to hold on to it, but on the other hand, he was scared witless. Chu Wanning's lips moved slightly and his eyes narrowed slightly. Kill people. Mo Ran didn't answer. Massacre the city. Mo Ran closed his eyes and still didn't say anything. Chu Wanning thought of the dreams he had before. Those dreams that he thought were ridiculous and ambiguous. He thought of the man from the Dragon's Soul Palace talking to him. He faintly understood the whole story, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't ask. In the end, he only said, what about me? What am I by his side? His Adam's apple moved. He wanted to answer, but couldn't. Mo Ran had been running for so long. He felt that he was standing on the execution platform waiting for death. He knelt on the ground and could see the executioner's shadow. When will his head fall? When will his head fall? He suddenly did not want to wait any longer, nor did he want to escape. The process of waiting for the blade to fall was too long. He would rather hit the wall and die, his blood splattering everywhere. Mo Ran opened his eyes and said, let's go into the cave. His fingertips twitched, as if he wanted to hold Chu Wanning's hand, but in the end, he lowered his hand and only rubbed the corner of his clothes as he walked in front. Before stepping into the cave, he hesitated for a moment, then turned his head and grinned at Chu Wanning. Master. Chu Wanning looked at him. That person suddenly smiled so brightly, so warmly. It was as if he wanted to squander all his hopes and happiness at this moment. He would never use it again for the rest of his life. Chu Wanning was suddenly jolted awake by this smile. He walked over, but he didn't know what to say. His heart was in a mess, so he raised his cold hand and touched the other's equally cold face. Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment, then slowly widened his eyes. Chu Wanning closed his eyes and sighed. He pulled on Mo Ran, no longer daring to take the initiative to hold his hand. It was as if he was saying to Mo Ran, but also as if he was saying to himself, I saw you grow into what you are today. So you are not him. You are not the same as the Emperor Tar. Mo Ran's eyes were still curved. He froze for a long time, then laughed, his throat choked. Yes. His eyes were wet. How could they not be the same? He was the evilest person in the world, a ghost who had escaped from his previous life. But to be able to receive such acknowledgement before everything ended, Mo Ran thought that the heavens really treated him well. No matter what Chu Wanning would do after he recovered his memories, he would have no more resentment. He closed his eyes, holding Chu Wanning's hand. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards the cave on Dragon Blood Mountain. After they stepped in, they couldn't see the outside scene. The two of them looked around the cave and found that it was very narrow, about the same size as the disciples' bedrooms on the peak of life and death. In this empty cave, there was only a small table with a rusty incense burner on it. It was the same one that had appeared in Huizue's painting. The incense burner was emitting smoke. Mo Ran didn't like the smell of incense, but the smell in this burner wasn't pungent. It only had a faint smell of begonia flowers in the West Prefecture. What kind of spell is this? Chu Wanning shook his head. His voice was low and slow. I don't know. This me is not the current me. He may have learned some spells by chance, but I may not know. Just like you, the Emperor Tar may not use willow vines as a weapon. His gaze turned to the incense burner. Maybe we need to touch it to see who is coming. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and lightly touched the body of the incense burner with his fingertip, but there was still no movement. Ever since Mo Ran entered the cave, he had been looking at Chu Wanning tenderly and sorrowfully. Although he didn't want Chu Wanning to recover his memories, he still said, since this is an illusion that Shizun left for the two of us, maybe it's useless for one of us to touch it. We need to tell it that the two of us are already here. Okay. Let's try. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, touched their fingers on the incense burner's intricate patterns. The fragrance of flowers in the cave suddenly became strong, and the smoke rushed out like a wave, filling the entire cave in an instant. It was so dark that one couldn't see their own fingers. Mo Ran didn't expect the change to happen so quickly. He was about to grab Chu Wanning's hand, but the rolling clouds immediately swallowed him. Mo Ran was shocked. Shizun. But it was too late. There was a kind of spiritual power in the clouds. It was different from the power of the normal spiritual nucleus, but it was unusually pure and powerful. He felt as if he was floating in the sky, and then his limbs and bones were frozen, no longer under his control. Before even his voice left his body, he used all his strength to call out, Shizun, how are you? But what came out of his mouth was only a vague sentence, and then he couldn't move anymore. Chu Wanning's situation was actually not much different from his. He called out Mo Ran's name in the fog. At first, he heard some response, but soon it became a dead silence. Mo Ran? Chu Wanning rubbed the smoke, trying to find the edge, but there seemed to be some kind of spell in the incense burner, making the space here infinitely large, and he couldn't find the end. Mo, suddenly, his throat choked. Chu Wanning was like Mo Ran, shocked to find that he couldn't make a sound. And soon he found that it wasn't just his voice that was restricted, but also his movements. He couldn't even control his own body. This feeling was like a dream. In the dream, he was still him, but he couldn't move or speak freely. He could only watch everything in front of him, unable to change anything. His originally chaotic mind couldn't help but become more and more confused. If there was something to say, why didn't he just set up a scroll of memories? Why did he have to go to this extent? After a long time, the smoke gradually dispersed. He opened his eyes and found that the original scene had disappeared. Reflected in his eyes were the flickering red candles, leisurely candlelight. He sat in front of a familiar yellow sandalwood table. The table was very clean, and there weren't too many things on it. There was a deep mark on the table. It was from when he had carelessly cut it with a saw when he was making the God of Night. The cave had unexpectedly become the Red Lotus Pavilion. Chu Wanning sat stiffly. His body was still out of his control. It seemed that this was very much like the illusion of the peach blossom spring. The only difference was that he couldn't control the development of things. He could only place himself in it and replay some of the past events that had already happened. Why did he set up this kind of spell? What did he want him to see in his previous life, and what did he want him to replay? It was already late outside. Two servants that he had never seen before were standing behind him, helping him comb his hair. He was controlled by the illusion. He raised his hand and stopped their actions, saying, "Don't comb my hair, I'll do it myself." As soon as he said this, there was a bang sound, and the door was suddenly violently pushed open. Chu Wanning could feel that he was very unwilling to see the person who pushed the door open, so he just sat in front of the table with his back ramrod straight. He didn't even turn his head, and even closed his eyes. "Both of you can leave." A familiar voice came from behind him. The two servants immediately put down the comb and basin in their hands. With respectful expressions, they lowered their heads and bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two servants left. Chu Wanning still didn't turn his head, nor did he open his eyes. However, he naturally knew who had come. How could he have misheard that voice? Chu Wanning had the alertness of a wild beast. He felt that person walking closer to him, 1 step, 2 steps. Suddenly, he breathed into his ear, carrying a strong smell of alcohol. It was boiling hot. "Why haven't you slept yet?" Mo Ran asked in a low voice behind him. Chu Wanning heard himself coldly reply, "I was just about to sleep." "Oh? I can see." Mo Ran chuckled in his ear, "You've already taken off your outer robe and removed your crown. Do you dislike this outfit that much? I ordered people to sew this outfit with the best golden silk and embedded with the best quality jade. The things I gave you are even better than the ones I gave the Empress. Why don't you like them?" "Fine." Without waiting for Chu Wanning to speak, Mo Ran continued, "In any case, you don't like anything I give you. You look down on me from the bottom of your heart." When he said this, he sneered, "But so what? You see, you're still going to be my man in the end." As Mo Ran spoke, he intimately reached out his hand and pulled Chu Wanning into his embrace from behind. Chu Wanning's body couldn't bear such stimulation and anger. He finally opened his eyes. Thus, he could continue to see everything in front of him clearly. In front of him was a bronze mirror. In the bronze mirror, he and Mo Ran's figures were reflected. Mo Ran was wearing a golden red robe and a crown with 9 pearls on his head. It was actually a wedding outfit. This man was hugging him from behind. His face leaned down and began to kiss his earlobes and neck. Chu Wanning trembled slightly. It was because of anger, but also because of something else. "Don't act rashly." "Ah, it's fine if I don't act rashly." "Then what does Shizun want me to do?" Threats were useless and he was ridiculed instead. Chu Wanning could only grit his teeth and say fiercely, "Evil creature." Mo Ran laughed lightly. His expression was very infatuated. His handsome face had a half-sober and half-drunk sexiness. His lips constantly rubbed against Chu Waning's face. He muttered, "So what if he's an evil creature? Look at you now. Aren't you completely mine?" Not knowing where the killing intent came from, Chu Waning felt his body pick up something from the table. He turned around and fiercely stabbed at the back of Mo Ran's hand. Mo Ran felt pain and groaned. He took this opportunity to break free. He angrily glared at the man in the light. "Get out." Chu Waning, who was under the shell, saw clearly that what she had used to tie him was a golden hairpin. It was a wedding accessory for a man. TSK. Mo Ran raised his hand and looked at his bleeding wound. He first sneered, then stuck out his tongue. Like a poisonous snake, he licked the blood and rolled it into his mouth. His eyes flashed with a crazy light. That kind of light was full of bestiality. For a moment, his face was no longer handsome. Instead, it looked a bit sinister. "I didn't think that you could still hurt me when your spirit core was destroyed." Mo Ran's lips were stained with blood. He laughed out loud. "Chu Waning, your fingers and claws are sharp. I really underestimated you. Get out." "Rolling around, is that the only thing you know how to say?" Mo Ran let go of the back of his hand. He was not in a hurry to bandage it. He seemed to enjoy this kind of pain. His expression was a bit perverted. "You like to spurn me so much. Today, in front of all the guests, why didn't you say anything? I sealed your movements, but I didn't seal your voice. You could have shouted at me and told me not to touch you." Mo Ran walked towards him again. He stood a foot away and grabbed Chu Waning's wrist that was holding the hairpin. The force was so strong that it was shocking. He grinned. There were still traces of blood between his teeth. "But what you did was to wet half of my sleeve with the toilet water when the binding curse on my hands was undone." Mo Ran paused for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Master, since you are so angry, why didn't you shout at that time? You? Shameless." "I am shameless, but who is a gentleman?" "Shui Meng. I did send him an invitation to today's banquet, but he didn't want to come. If he came, what would you do?" Mo Ran laughed lightly. "Would you ask him to take you away during the ceremony?" Although the Chu Waning who was trapped in this restored scene was still confused, this body of his clearly understood Mo Ran's words. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and didn't want to say anything. Mo Ran looked at him angrily. He suddenly stuck out the tip of his blood-stained tongue and turned his face to the side. He lightly licked his ear. "Chu Waning, do you know when you need to be fucked the most? It's when you use this kind of resentful and angry eyes to glare at me." He pulled his hand down. "If you don't believe me, feel it. Isn't it very big and very hot?" Master, Elder Yuheng, Grandmaster Chu, each title was more respectful than the last. In the end, it was full of tears. "Look, it wants you so much. Get out. This is the third time you've said this." When Mo Ran saw him like this, the malice in his eyes deepened. "In any case, today is this lord's big day. I'll reach the peak and marry a beautiful wife and concubine. This lord even left the empress to accompany you. Why are you still so fierce?" He paused. Soaked in obvious malice, he finally squeezed out two words. "Consort Chu." Chu Waning in the body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His own body wasn't much better. He seemed to be disgusted by these two words. His whole body couldn't stop trembling. However, Mo Ran was laughing loudly. His eyes flashed. "What's wrong? Are you so happy that you can't speak when this lord calls you like this? In any case, I slept with you for so long. If you were a woman and I played with you endlessly every night, I'm afraid you would have gotten pregnant before marriage and given birth to my child. If this lord doesn't give you a status, how can I have the face to let you serve me in bed in the future?" This lord isn't an unreasonable person. Ha 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 ha. Chu Wanning was so angry that he couldn't say a word. His vision turned black. How could this anger and disgust come from this body? The controlled body and the free spirit were both strongly disgusted. Chu Wanning was so disgusted that he almost vomited. He was also terrified and didn't dare to believe it. Emperor Ta, Mo Ran in his previous life. What on earth had they done? Madmen! Madmen! When Mo Ran had enough of laughing, he suddenly grabbed Chu Waning's chin and fiercely kissed him. His mouth was full of the taste of blood. He violently held Chu Waning's wrists with one hand and pushed Chu Waning to the side of the bed. Then, he leaned over. Chu Wanning closed his eyes and trembled. That hot and strong male body was like a mountain pressing down on him, firmly pressing down on him. Do your duty to serve the emperor. Mo Ran said, you and I are married now. You are mine. You can't escape. 243, the reddish gold pillow shimmered under his body, and his nose was filled with the smell of lust. Chu Wanning looked at Mo Ran's face, and the dreams he had before finally overlapped with reality at this moment. It turned out that these were not dreams, but reality. He and Mo Ran had already been intimate, and they were already married. He was imprisoned by Mo Ran, and he knelt in the ice and snow, begging to see Mo Ran. It was all real. At this moment, Chu Wanning did not know what he was feeling, or maybe under the influence of the fragrance, his consciousness gradually overlapped with the Chu Wanning of the other world. Feeling what he felt. Knowing what he knew. When his clothes were torn off, and the heavy kiss fell, Chu Wanning closed his eyes. He felt very painful. Who was he? Was it the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable who wielded his sword in the secular world, or was it that ridiculous consort Chu who was subdued by the Emperor? Was it Chu Wanning who obtained Grandmaster Mo's heart, or was it the honored master who was hated by the Emperor Ta? Everything gradually became unclear, and the past floated in front of his eyes, like falling flowers in a stream. He tried to catch those memories, but he could not see clearly. In the end, only the matters between the bed could be seen clearly. In this illusory world, his waist was violently clamped by Mo Ran, and his underwear was impatiently and cruelly removed. There was no familiar lingering foreplay, only violent invasion. Although the scene was fake, he and the similarly controlled Mo Ran were reenacting the actions of their previous lives. He was pressed down on the bed by Mo Ran, and there was not even any caressing or kissing. He only heard the rustling of clothes behind him, and then a burning hot sex organ pressed against his back. Honored master, feel it carefully, can you feel its desire? I'm going to visit you. You evil creature. The response was a cold laugh. Aren't you going to open your legs wide for the evil creature to f*ck? Then there was a tearing sensation, and the never-before invaded acupoints were opened, and the ferocious sex organ violently stabbed in. Pain. It was really painful. He vaguely remembered Mo Ran's gentle eyes. In the dark night, in the torrent of the hot spring, he kissed him and said, if I come in, you won't be able to stand it. Listen to me, we'll do it next time. But the Emperor Ta would not show mercy to him. Its shocking size seemed to be about to burst through the walls of his intestines. It was thick and scorching hot, so tyrannical, so thick and long. Its rhythmic movement almost made him feel that this thing would directly poke out of his abdomen, split open his abdomen, and pierce through him. Chu Wanning struggled like a fish on land, but the Emperor Ta raised his hand and slapped him hard in the face. He gritted his teeth and said, it's not like I haven't f*k'd you before. I've f*k'd you so many times, why are you still pretending to be virtuous? With a single slap, her cheeks reddened. He turned his face away. His hair was messy, and his eyes were red. He did not say anything and did not shed tears. Tonight was more humiliating than ever, but he was more arrogant than ever. Mo Ran hugged his waist, and his crotch kept hitting his buttocks. The place where the two were joined was terrifyingly hot. Mo Ran tried to look at his face, wanting to see his humiliated expression. The thrusting stopped, and the handsome man on top gasped for breath. His eyes were dark, and he forced himself to look at his chin. He seemed to want to say something insulting, but in the candlelight, the pair of eyes that were obviously in extreme pain looked so beautiful. Mo Ran stared at him for a moment, then suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the lips. His wet, sticky, and hot tongue invaded, the surface of his tongue was rough, and it moved around in his mouth. The kissing above was intense, and the thrusting below was even more ferocious. It was fast and ruthless, and every thrust went to the deepest part of Chu Wan Ning's body. His hard, hot, and thick genitals pulsed distinctly inside her body. The saliva produced by the intercourse seeped out from the sides of the sex organ and the acupuncture point. After the kiss, Mo Ran's movements became more frenzied and passionate. His eyes were filled with lust, and it was unclear whether it was lust or love, but it seemed to be somewhat blurred. "Don't grab the quilt, you're my person, you can hug me." This was the only sentence that was similar to love in the whole sexual intercourse. Chu Wanning did not listen, and did not hug him as he wished to and indulge in sexual intercourse with him. As a result, Mo Ran's expression gradually darkened, and his thrusting movements became wilder. Chu Wanning gripped the mattress tightly, and the veins on his wrist bulged. He could not bear this kind of abuse, but Mo Ran did not let him go. His rough palms rubbed his waist and buttocks. Chu Wanning did not know how long this kind of thrusting went on, but that man suddenly became irritable and pulled out from his body. Chu Wanning heard himself groan hoarsely and was flipped over. His acupuncture point was sticky and obscene, and it was contracting spasmodically. There seemed to be a sticky substance that was produced during sexual intercourse hanging in the air, but before it could flow out, the man's ferocious and burning head pressed against his groin again, and the huge penis slightly pushed against the outside. He heard Mo Ran say, "Is it big? Did your husband make you feel good?" Chu Wanning heard his own voice that was on the verge of breaking down. Get lost, get lost." Mo Ran cursed, and seemed to have found something from the side. Chu Wanning only felt his legs being parted even more, and there was a tube of ice-cold paste squeezing into his body. Chu Wanning heard himself choking, heard himself scolding, "Mo Ran. Mo Ran, you bastard, starburn, Mo Ran." It was not. Mo Ran was the person who smiled brightly and gazed at him under the flowering tree. Mo Ran said, "Shizun, I want to hold the umbrella for you for a lifetime." Mo Ran rubbed his hair, and said gently, "You will be in pain." Mo Ran was the person who curled his lips and opened his arms to him under the waves of golden wheat. He would give him softened lactose to eat, and because of a sentence, he would lower his eyes and smile, and his face would blush slightly. That shy and inexperienced. It was not. He was suddenly startled. The scene after that seemed to be because the incense had been there for too long, and the effect was not as good as the first inch, so it slowly turned dark. Chu Wanning's mind was also drowsy. He could not see anything, and still could not speak. The only thing he could feel was that he was still imprisoned, and Mo Ran's sex organ was still buried in his body. That kind of heat, size, and hardness made his scalp tingle. It was dark for a long time, and then it slowly lit up. After Chu Wanning regained his senses, the first thing he heard was Mo Ran's almost twisted curses. The slap on the face burned with pain, and there seemed to be a hard and cold object stuck in his lower body, relieving the almost crazy lust in his body. This was still the sex between the newlyweds, and Chu Wanning could clearly recall the details of what had happened. He kept thinking about the events of his previous life. He knew that later on, he was forced into the aphrodisiac paste, and the Emperor Ta, who drank too much, became more and more irritable, more and more bloodthirsty, and more gloomy in the intense sex. Alcohol and desire burned the corners of Mo Ran's eyes red, and hatred and pleasure controlled this young emperor. Chu Waning's throat was strangled, and Mo Ran was angrily shouting, "Chu Waning, you'd rather do this? You're stubborn. Huh? How long are you going to be stubborn for? Are you going to play yourself to death before you're satisfied?" Chu Waning heard himself say. "I don't want you." His voice was almost broken, and if he did not feel his lips moving, he would not even believe that this was his own voice. Chu Waning felt tears rolling down his cheeks. "Mo Ran, spare me." The man in front of him was almost crazy, and he shouted at him. He said, "Then who will spare me?" "Huh? Chu Waning, have you ever thought about who will spare me? Who can spare me?" The man pressed him on the bed, and pulled out the hard object in his body and threw it aside. From the sound of it, it seemed to be a jiao or a candlestick. Just now, he was actually using the jiao or the candlestick to comfort himself. The man touched his face, and his voice was urgent and crazy, but he did not know if it was an illusion, but he heard a trace of sadness. "Chu Waning, I hate you. You killed the person I love the most in my life. What should I do? What should I do? I can only let you pay me back, and let your life be ruined by my hands. Chu Waning." The man held his weapon, and because he was too crazy and too eager, he could not resist the first time, and the smooth and hot head of his penis hit the inside of his buttocks, and he passed over. The man gasped for breath, straightened up, and held Chu Waning's waist, and thrust in again. Ah! Chu Waning heard his own hoarse moans, and it seemed that he was finally stretched to the limit. There was also the man's heavy breathing, and the wall of his intestines that was smeared with aphrodisiac was finally pushed open by the hot sex organ, and Chu Waning could not stop trembling, and his whole body was covered in sweat, and his eyes were unfocused. Desire finally swallowed him. His vision turned black again. When it lit up again, he could feel endless bliss. It seemed that the body in the illusion and the body in reality could no longer be separated. He was entangled with the strong man, and Mo Ran pressed him on the bed, and fiercely ked him. He was sobbing under the man's body, and lying on the bed, his fingers deep in the beast's fur. The man wanted to press him to death on the bed every time, so fierce and so strong. He could feel the man's sweat gathering in his abdomen, dripping to his waist, and flowing into his waist. "Say. Do you want me to ck you? You're sucking so lewdly, what position do you have to be stubborn? Mother *k, ck you." At this time, Chu Waning seemed to have finally been defeated, and the crazy overflowing lust had already killed his soul. He was only left with a body that was played with by the man, lewd and sensitive, and did not know when to stop. "Say." The man behind him was intoxicated, and looked at him while panting roughly. Wu, Mo Ran penetrated deeply, and his huge sex organ pulsed in the moist intestines. He gasped for breath, and with red eyes, he hugged Chu Waning's buttocks even more, and then penetrated deeply, slightly twitching and turning, to stimulate the man who had been smeared with aphrodisiac. In fact, Mo Ran knew that he had lost. He had used the strongest drug in the world, and had squeezed in almost half of the tube, to the point that the intestines were sticky, before Chu Waning was willing to submit to him. He had lost. But so what? He had already gotten what he wanted. His noble and virtuous master had finally become Consort Chu, who was gasping for breath under his body and in a daze of lust. There was nothing more exciting than this. As he thought of this, his rough and hard genitals actually swelled up a notch. Say you want to be ked by me, say you're my man." Under this kind of repeated torture and humiliation, Chu Waning finally heard himself mutter hoarsely, and it was completely chaotic, "Yes. I'm your." His consciousness was already fragmented, his expression was already shattered, and his lofty and unyielding character was left. All that was left was the endless and terrifying desire in his body. "You don't want me, what you should say is, you want me to f***ck you. Although Mo Ran said this without any malice, he had also endured to the limit. His Adam's apple moved, and he could not help but fiercely push Chu Waning's buttocks, fiercely and fiercely, full of animalistic force. Chu Waning was f***ked until his entire body went soft, and he did not even have the strength to kneel and watch. His body was soft like mud, and his phoenix eyes were slightly closed, as he continuously groaned and gasped for breath. Eternal love poison, this drug, as long as it was just a little bit, even a saint would become a beast. Mo Ran squeezed in more than half of the tube. Does it feel good? Did I f***ck you to your heart's content? Mo Ran supported himself with one hand on the bedpost, while the other hand reached over and continuously stroked Chu Waning's chest and waist. The bed shook intensely, Mo Ran's eyes were crazy and burning, and his expression was sexy and intoxicated. Say, you want me to f***ck you. Mo Ran f***ked quickly and fiercely, and the surging pleasure made people tremble, lose control, and fear. Chu Waning finally collapsed. He gasped for breath, and in the end, he was almost crying out in a hoarse voice, "Ah! Ah, say it." Mo Ran closed his eyes and raised his head, his Adam's apple moving, and fiercely slapped Chu Waning's buttocks. "You say it, I'll make you feel even better." "Ah. Ah. What do you want?" Chu Waning was tortured to the point of almost losing his mind. He whimpered and trembled in despair. "F***ck me." Mo Ran's eyes suddenly surged, and his lower body was burning with excitement. Several times, the width of his thrusting was too large, and when he pulled away, the wet and sticky head slid out, but he hurriedly held it back, and once again thrust in hot and sticky. He pressed Chu Waning under his body and looked at him closely, muttering, "Shizun, you're so hot inside, so wet and so hot, your disciple is almost addicted to sucking. Ah. Yen. Don't stop. Ah, use more. More. Ah." He gasped in shock. "Faster. Deeper. Ah." His trembling arms were caught, and the man hugged him from behind, seemingly infinitely gentle. He suddenly called out to him by his ear, "Waning, today is our wedding day. I f***ck you, I want to shoot you, and leave my seed in your stomach." "Shizun. You're really tight. Ah. Why do you have to force me to use medicine before you're willing to do this?" The man said, licking his earlobe, "You obviously like it when I treat you like this, right?" "I. Ah." The man's penis was so thick and long, and when it reached the depths, it almost pierced through his intestines and stomach. Chu Waning couldn't speak, and could only shake his head, tears in the corners of his eyes. "Do you like it? Don't you like it?" He suddenly stopped the intense invasion, and buried himself in his body. Chu Waning could feel the penis inside throbbing angrily, pulsing angrily with the violent heartbeat of the two people. This subtle feeling made him more and more tormented. His throat was dry, and his soul had long been thoroughly cold. He gently twitched a few more times inside his wet and slippery body, and these few times were like the roots of a giant tree poking out of the soil, and a tender springtide breaking out of the soil. Chu Waning spasmed violently, and softly fell on the bed. The man said by his ear, "If you don't like it, then forget it." He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his heart was very painful, but he almost gave up and said, "No. Don't." His eyes trembled again, and slowly closed. "I can't take it anymore." That was, after all, an aphrodisiac that was thousands of times more than a normal person. Mo Ran murmured, and his voice was so low that it was hard to hear, "Then what do you want me to do?" "Come in. I can't take it anymore, save me." The person behind seemed to sigh, and was finally satisfied. He pulled him up and put him on his crotch, and fiercely thrusted from the bottom up. He had never penetrated so deep before, and every time he penetrated, half of the sack was almost squeezed in, and their flesh couldn't be more close together. Chu Wanning couldn't stop moaning and panting, and in Mo Ran's arms, his body softened into mud, and the man who couldn't stop fucking him turned his face, and his moist lips covered his, and there seemed to be vague panting between his lips and teeth. Mo Ran's Adam's apple moved, and he said in a low voice, "So good," he muttered absent-mindedly, and his soul was no longer there, only a body that was drowned in desire. Ah. Don't stop. Ah. It's so hot. Faster, don't stop, I'll satisfy you. Chu Wanning. Wanning, he thrust for a long time, so long that Chu Wanning felt like he was going to die in that person's arms like this. His body fluids and melted paste flowed out, and white foam flowed to the base of his legs. Suddenly, the man hugged him tightly, and then pressed him on the bed, lifted his legs, and started thrusting. That speed and strength were both shocking and terrifying. Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes wide, and kept calling out, "Ah! Ah!" The man was impatient, and he lost his mind and kept thrusting. The whole thing was pulled out, leaving only the head above the mouth, and then he thrust it in again, so fast, and his voice was also trembling. Wanning. Wanning, he wasn't calling anyone else, but he suddenly held his face, and pressed his forehead against his. "Baby, I'm going to come. Let me inside you." Chu Wanning opened his mouth like a dying fish, and he didn't even know what he was calling out. He was only moaning in his desire and pleasure. The tip of his nose was filled with the man's heavy animal desire, and he said intermittently, "Shoot for me. Ah. Ah. Ah." Thick and smelly semen spurted out in large amounts, and Mo Ran closed his eyes and growled. His crotch kept thrusting forward, until the bedding slipped off. Chu Wanning's head kept hitting the bedpost, and the person controlling him still didn't know what was good for him, and kept thrusting inside, shooting all the sticky semen that spurted out, and thrusting it in. Chu Wanning was convulsing from the strong sting, and his beautiful white toes were all tensed up. His hands finally couldn't help but hug the neck of the man on top of him. Their heavy breaths intertwined, and he was moaning when he climaxed, and he was crying out hoarsely under him. That kind of intense passion, he didn't know if it was because of the world's most aphrodisiac, or because of the hidden desire in the depths of their hearts that even they didn't notice. After a long time, Chu Wanning's divine sense slowly returned. For some reason, it wasn't just his senses that returned, but also his memories from his previous life that surged like a river. After he and Mo Ran joined, they all came one after another. He remembered when the sky split, Shamai died, and Mo Ran knelt in the snow, heartbroken. He remembered when the Confucian wind sect flowed with rivers of blood, and when the sky changed color, and when Mo Ran laughed heartily, and when he pierced Yi Wangshi's shoulder blade. He remembered when he was made into a blood hourglass, and remembered when Mo Ran saved him in the Red Lotus Pavilion, but put him under house arrest in the palace, and he could no longer do anything. One by one, he remembered everything. The stone cave had already returned to its original appearance. He could feel that he was lying on the cold ground, his clothes gone, and his entire body naked. Mo Ran was hugging him tightly from behind, and that youth's arms were trembling. Both of them were covered in sticky sweat, and the air was filled with the scent of lust. He remembered everything. Chu Wanning didn't move, didn't speak, and didn't get angry. His head hurt so much that it felt like it was splitting apart. He felt that when the two of them joined together, there was some kind of invisible thing that was transferred from Mo Ran's body to his own. It was that thing that allowed him to recover the memories of his previous life. But what exactly was it? There were too many memories to take in at once. Chu Wanning's head hurt so much that it swelled up. He felt that he definitely knew what that thing was, but he couldn't figure it out right now. Shizun. Mo Ran's voice sounded by his ear. It was so careful, like the bud on a branch at the beginning of spring. There was no trace of the tyrannical appearance from before. I'm sorry, he was held in Mo Ran's arms. He didn't turn his head, but he could imagine Mo Ran's teary red eyes, and his pained and apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I still hurt you. Just now, under the control of the incense burner, Mo Ran was like Chu Wanning. Although his consciousness was clear, his every action was completely out of his control. When he roughly clamped down on Chu Wanning's waist, and impatiently and cruelly invaded this man, he was in pain. He didn't want to do this at all. He looked at Chu Wanning under his body, and the corners of his eyes were red. He only wanted to lean over and kiss him gently, comfort him, and accept him. But the words he said were so harsh, and the actions of his hands were so fierce. His heart was filled with pain. But what could he do? He couldn't control himself at all. Chu Wanning leaned against the cold stone surface. His head felt like it was going to split open, and he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. He listened to Mo Ran's apology, but he only felt his ears buzzing. His vision was dizzy, and he could lose consciousness at any time. He opened his mouth. Because he had cried out so miserably, his voice was very hoarse. You first go out. Mo Ran pursed his lips, and didn't make a sound. He regained consciousness a bit earlier than Chu Wanning. In fact, when he could control his body, he had already left. But Chu Wanning had been so miserably torn apart that he still felt that the weapon forged from flesh and blood was in his body. Mo Ran's heart was even more uncomfortable. Before he stepped into the cave, he thought he would see a spell similar to the memory scroll. He didn't expect that he would return to the peak of life and death, the night of his wedding. He was wearing a golden red dress, and pushed open the door to the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. Mo Ran of course knew what he had done, but he didn't think that in this way, he would be able to recreate the situation at that time. He didn't want to do anything to hurt Chu Wanning, and he didn't want to become the Emperor Ta, but he had no choice. What was worse was that he could clearly feel that he was doing such a violent thing, and his heart was throbbing with excitement. Whether it was the Emperor Ta or him, they were all eager to bite and conquer Chu Wanning. No matter how much he endured, he was still that Mo Weiyu. He couldn't change. He couldn't escape. When he had violently invaded her, Mo Ran heard the painful groans of the person beneath him. His mind was filled with the pleasure of being overwhelmed. That overwhelming pleasure collided with a strong sense of guilt, splashing water everywhere. He suddenly couldn't tell who he was, whether he was the Emperor Ta or Master Mo, whether he was good or evil, loyal or treacherous. On the bed, he stroked Chu Wanning's cheek, and said those disgraceful words that he had said with his own mouth. Consort Chu. Yes, in his previous life, he had done 3 terrible things to Chu Wanning. The first was to kill him, which was to use a killing move on him. The second was to humiliate him, which was to force him to have sex with him. The third was to marry him. That was to take away his identity, to bind him for life, and to make him belong to him. Because of this selfish desire, he made that proud and unyielding venerable immortal his rightful concubine. Although there weren't many people in this world who knew what Consort Chu looked like, forcing him to cover her face with a red veil, and marrying him in front of everyone, was an indisputable fact. He didn't know what the meaning of his actions was. In fact, if he really wanted to make Chu Wanning suffer, he could have made a big deal out of it, and let the world know that he, Mo Ran, married his master, and let everyone know that the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable was now one of the Emperor Ta's people. Why didn't he do that? Instead, he carefully kept the secret. For a long time, even the Empress, Song Chiotong, didn't know who the mysterious Consort Chu was. He wanted to take revenge, and in the end, he only played a show with no spectators. But he sang it with gusto. Why? He even remembered that after Chu Wanning died, he wanted to set up a tombstone for him, but he was afraid that the world would see through him and laugh at him, so he could only take a pick and dig a grave in front of the Tower of Babel. he buried the wedding dress that Chu Wanning wore when he married him. The Emperor Ta sat in front of the tombstone, and thought for a long time. He really wanted to write, "The tomb of my late master Chu Wanning," but he felt that if he wrote like this, he would be a complete failure, like a resentful woman who regretted her past. That scene was really ridiculous. He held the knife and dawdled for a long time. Finally, his eyes lit up as he thought of a narrow and intimate way. He laughed foolishly, and used the knife as a pen. He wrote stroke by stroke, "The tomb of Chu Ji." After writing these 4 words, he felt that the rampaging anger in his chest seemed to have been vented, but he still felt that it was not enough. He thought of Chu Wanning's cold and aloof face, who always didn't want to look at him, and his heart was full of resentment and affection. He would never see such an expression again. So the Emperor Ta still couldn't be saved from being a resentful woman, he thought viciously. Chu Wanning abandoned him and left, leaving him to live alone. Chu Wanning was so cruel that he used death to take revenge on him. Too much. He glared resentfully at his bloodshot eyes. Yes, it was too much. So he wanted to humiliate Chu Wanning, bully Chu Wanning, make Chu Wanning die with grievance in the underworld. When he went to hell 100 years later, he could laugh to his heart's content and mock that guy, and say to that person whose white clothes were whiter than snow, who had lived a life of innocence, "You didn't win, I won. You see, you're dead, but I can still humiliate you." The Emperor Ta hugged his knife and thought for a long time in front of the tomb. He thought of the setting sun, of dusk, of the coming of night, of the silver light. Under the moonlight, like water, like frost, like white clothes, Mo Ran finally picked up the knife and added 4 more words on the tombstone, stroke by stroke. Consort Qingzhen dust rustled. He finished carving. He rested his chin on his hand and laughed out loud, thinking that this was the best posthumous title. It confirmed that Chu Wanning was his person, and whether he was willing or not, he had to be loyal to him. It was perfect. If Chu Wanning could be revived by his anger, that would be even better. With this kind of expectation, his eyes lit up and he happily ran to the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. Chu Wanning's temper was the worst. How could he be willing to accept this kind of humiliation? So hurry up and wake up. Then we can have a showdown. This time, seeing that he has not yet recovered from his injuries, I can also let him have 1 move. If it really doesn't work, 10 moves is not impossible. Wake up. He stood in front of the lotus pond, looking at the undamaged corpse. I've already let you have 10 moves. You have to be tactful. Look at the tombstone I made for you. Aren't you angry? Don't you want to grab my collar and roar at me? Are you willing to live a life of innocence, and in the end become 8 absurd words, Consort Qingzhen, Tomb of Chu Ji? Wake up. Wake up. His expressionless face turned ferocious. But Chu Wanning lay there, not speaking, not moving. After a long time, Mo Ran finally understood that he had gotten what he wanted. He had won the taming he had always wanted. His Shizun, his enemy, his partner in bed, his Chu Wanning. He had finally obeyed. In the silent and cold grotto of Dragon Blood Mountain, Mo Ran hugged his scarred lover. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then, he suddenly thought of that rainy night in the inn in Wuchang town. The person in his arms had been so young and yet so passionate, rolling and entangling with him. The tips of her ears were red as she asked him in a low voice if he was comfortable. At that time, he had sworn in his heart that he would never hurt Chu Wanning in the slightest in this life. He wanted to do it step by step, simmer slowly. He wanted to let Chu Wanning get used to it bit by bit. Finally, he wanted to give Chu Wanning the trembling of soul and flesh. He had made many plans, had many ideas. He had even imagined countless times when and where their first true union would be. Would it be the sun or the stars on the horizon? Would it be the begonia or apricot flowers on the window lattice? But he had never expected it to be like this. Their first union in this life was actually so absurd, painful, and crazy. The two of them were extremely tired. Moran lay by his side, an extremely special feeling gradually growing in his chest. It was as if there was a pure white thing in his heart that was fiercely trembling. Then, the earth cracked and the sky collapsed. It was as if a 100-year-old tree had been uprooted, breaking through the earth with a rustling sound. That pure thing seemed to wrap around some filthy and terrifying thing in his heart. It frantically struggled outwards. Two things, one black and one white, struggled out of his body with extreme speed. He didn't know what these two things were that escaped from his heart, but he didn't have the leisure to think about it, because Chu Wanning said, "You leave first." Moran didn't say anything. He also didn't know what to say. He silently endured the intense pain in his chest. Slowly, he picked up the clothes scattered on the ground and silently helped Chu Wanning put them back on. He wore these clothes for a long time because he almost didn't dare to touch the area below Chu Wanning's waist. The bruises on his thighs clearly showed what he had just done, and also showed how much pain Chu Wanning was in right now. He also didn't dare to look at Chu Wanning's face. What would be in those eyes right now? Disappointment, resentment, emptiness. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Moran spent a long time putting on Chu Wanning's clothes. By this time, his head was already very painful and his entire body was soaked in cold sweat. He didn't know where this pain came from, but it was probably related to those two things that were missing from his heart just now. He endured the pain and grasped Chu Wanning's ice-cold hand. He really didn't have the courage to look at Chu Wanning's face, so he just stared at that hand. After hesitating for a long time, he softly asked, "Shizun remembers everything?" Moran stared blankly for a while. There was a kind of blankness on his face. That blankness was very much like a homeless dog that had been abandoned. He stared blankly for a while, then closed his eyes. Countless times in the past, he had feared that this would happen, but when the trial really came, he was surprised to find that he was actually so calm and peaceful. It was like a fearful fugitive who had finally been escorted into prison. He stood in that bleak prison and looked around. The nightmare that he had feared and escaped from had finally become reality. It was like a stone had fallen to the ground in his heart. There was never a peaceful night when escaping. But after falling into the net, he finally had a good night's sleep. He didn't need to escape anymore. There was no hope, and there was no anxiety. It was actually relief. I'm very confused right now. There are many things that I still don't understand. Perhaps it was because he had cried out too fiercely just now, or perhaps it was because he was exhausted from the past, but Chu Wanning's voice was hoarse, and his expression was even worse than Moran's. It's too messy. Moran gathered his courage and raised a hand to stroke his pale cheeks. Even though his own hand was trembling badly. Moran. He muttered in a somewhat hollow voice, "Celestial Trampling Emperor." He suddenly closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling, and his brow furrowed. "Then don't think about it for now, sleep for a while." Moran's eyes were red, and his fingers slid across his face and hair. "I'll stay with you." Chu Wanning seemed to tremble slightly. Moran only felt like his heart was being twisted. "Shizun, don't be afraid. It's me, not the Emperor Tar. I won't hurt you anymore, never again." Chu Wanning lifted his eyelashes slightly, and under those dark eyelashes, there was a moist light shining. For a moment, Moran felt that he seemed to want to say something to him. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Chu Wanning closed his eyes, and at the last moment, turned his face away, and subconsciously curled up his body. "Shizun, I have something to ask you. If you had known earlier that the person who gave you a pot of rice milk outside Wubei Temple was me." Chu Wanning's voice was extremely tired. "Those years in Wu Mountain Palace, would you have let me go?" This question was like a sharp knife that pierced the heart of the listener. Mo Ran's whole body trembled. He choked, and didn't know how to answer. He just reached out his hand, wanting to hug the person in front of him. But when his hand touched Chu Waning's shoulder, he felt that it was trembling slightly. He was crying. But Mo Ran knew that he didn't want him to see it anymore. After a while, Mo Ran really couldn't hold on anymore. Although he didn't know why Chu Waning in his previous life had set up such a maze, the strange feeling in his heart was becoming more and more obvious. At this time, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a thin wisp of smoke floating in his chest, floating directly to Chu Waning's back. That thin wisp of smoke was so thin that he didn't notice it before. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the smoke was sometimes black and sometimes white like jade. It flowed continuously from his heart to Chu Waning's heart. What is this? He noticed that the black substance was constantly blocked by Chu Waning's body, and gradually gathered into a black mass, and was absorbed into the incense burner next to him. What is this? He wanted to remind Chu Waning, but found that Chu Waning had unknowingly fainted again. The enormous amount of memories from his previous life was too heavy to bear. Furthermore, these memories were still in disarray, and had to be rearranged in Chu Waning's mind. Shizun. Pain, why is it so painful? It was like there were two forces in his heart that were fighting a tug of war. Black and white, pure and dirty. Mo Ran's black brows were tightly knitted. He struggled to stand up, walked to the incense burner, and trembled as he opened the lid. Before he lost consciousness, the last thing he saw was the black gas flowing out. In the incense burner, it gradually condensed into the shape of a double-petal black flower. 244, Lonesome Moon Night. The cultivators who escaped from Jiao Mountain were all treated by the disciples of the medicine sect. They pulled out the heart-drilling worms and bandaged their wounds. However, the dejected aura was hard to suppress, and the air was filled with the smell of death. Xue Meng sat on the beach of Lin Ling Island. He put the Dragon City scimitar on his leg and watched the tide rise and fall. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around, his eyes wide and full of hope. But when he saw who it was, he was immediately disappointed. He turned his gaze back to the vast sea. My Hanshue sat down beside him. Your father received a message and went back to the peak of life and death. He left in a hurry and told me to come tell you. Your father and you don't seem to be in a good mood. If you know, then get lost. My Hanshue didn't get lost. He threw him a sheepskin bottle. Want to drink? Xue Meng turned around angrily like a hedgehog. Drink my ass. I'm not that depraved. My Hanshue smiled. His golden hair was especially gentle in the sea breeze. His eyes were like pale jade, but also like two pools of green water with fallen flowers. It's just drinking. How is that depraved? My Hanshue raised his hand and stroked his hair. He tied a silver bell on his wrist. I heard that the peak of life and death doesn't allow people to drink, but it's okay to get drunk. I heard that Chu Zianjun loved Li Huabai. You're his disciple. How can you not learn half of his tolerance? Xue Meng glared at him. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to curse, but in the end, he didn't. He grabbed the wine bottle and took a big gulp. How heroic. This is the wine from Treading in Snow Palace. The taste is the most, pu. Young Master Xue spat out half a mouthful of wine. His face turned green. Cough 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 cough. My Hanshue pursed his lips. He seemed a little surprised. You can't drink. Xue Meng didn't want to lose face, so he pushed away the hand that was trying to take back the wineskin. He raised his head and took another big gulp. This time, it was even bigger. After swallowing, he turned his head and spat it out with a what sound. My Hanshue was at a loss. I don't know, You forget it, don't drink. Scram. Give me the wine jug. Scram. Xue Meng anxiously bit whoever provoked him. He angrily glared at my Hanshue. If you tell me to drink, I'll drink. If you tell me to stop, I'll stop. Where's my face? Am I shameless? As he spoke, he forcefully slapped his own cheeks. He was already a little drunk. There was a rumor at the peak of life and death. Grandmaster Chu would not get drunk even after 1,000 cups, but young Master Xue would be knocked out with 1 cup. My Hanshue was not a person at the pinnacle of life and death. Naturally, she did not know this sentence. Even if she knew, she would not have drunk him with strong wine. After Xue Meng finished vomiting, he held the wineskin and drank again. This time, he gulped down 4 or 5 mouthfuls before gasping for breath. Then, his expression became even more unsightly. My Hanshue immediately took back the wineskin and frowned. Don't drink anymore. Go back and rest. You've been blowing the sea breeze alone for a long time. But Xue Meng stubbornly said, I want to wait for someone to come back. I. Xue Meng stared straight at him. After staring for a while, he suddenly burst into tears. You don't understand, I'm waiting for my brother, I'm waiting for my master, I'm waiting for Shamai. Do you know? For people, 1 less is not right, 1 less is not the same. My Hanshue knew how to comfort women. It was nothing more than taking over and saying a few personal words. Under the moonlight, Xu Zhihai swore an oath of allegiance. But he had never comforted a man. Xue Meng did not need to be comforted. He had just held it in for a long time. When the alcohol came up, it finally broke the dam. He just wanted to vent. For people, I'm the only one left. Now, I'm the only one left, I feel terrible. Damn, do you understand? My Hanshue sighed and said, I understand. You're a liar. You understand ghosts. Xue Meng cried. Suddenly, he buried his head and howled. He tightly hugged the Dragon City saber, as if he was hugging the last piece of dead wood, a piece of floating grass. The liar did not know how to persuade him, so he said, well, I don't understand. Heartless dog, why don't you understand? There was no reason to talk to a drunkard. Xue Meng fiercely raised his face and fiercely glared at him. His eyes were full of tears, but his anger was overflowing. What don't you understand? Isn't it easy to understand? He stretched out his fingers. 4. He removed one, then another. When he removed the 3rd finger, he broke down again. It was as if the 3rd finger was his tear gland. Xue Meng said, there's only one left. I'm the only one left. Do you understand? My Hanshue, he did not want to be a liar, nor did he want to be a heartless dog. So, whether he understood or not, he could not answer. He simply did not speak. Xue Meng stared at him for a long time, then turned his head. Wretch! He was the most romantic young Master Mai. In the past, other people would stare at his face and become infatuated. This was the first person who stared at him for a while and actually vomited. My Hanshue had a slight headache. What's wrong with you? When you were young, I gave you hautuinia cordata to eat, and you vomited. When you grew up, I gave you Kunlun wine to drink, and you vomited. You're really harder to please than girls. He looked at the person who was leaning over and vomiting until the sky was dark and he couldn't even breathe. His light blue eyes were full of helplessness. Well, you're done scolding. You're done vomiting. Go back and rest. Your brother, your master, and your friends won't like to see you like this. As he spoke, he got up to support Xue Meng. Xue Meng was probably a little weak after vomiting. His footsteps were wobbly, and he no longer tried to break free from the arms that were supporting him. My Hanshua took him across the long coast, through the back door of Lone Moon's night, ready to send him into the house to rest. But before he entered the hall, my Hanshua instantly felt a strong killing intent in the air. He suddenly reined in Shuemeng, and the two immediately hid behind the corridor. Shuemeng was caught off guard. Oh, but my Hanshua tightly covered his mouth. Don't say anything. Hand away. I want to vomit. He could barely hear the humming. My Hanshua said, swallow it. Shuemeng. Afraid that this drunkard would stir up some trouble, my Hanshua raised her hand and tapped Shuemeng's lips, casting a spell of silence. Then, she turned her face, her eyes turning, looking into the flower pavilion. The scene in front of him shocked him. Mo ran. At this time, most of the sect masters and elders had already returned to their respective sects. Jiao Mountain had a shocking change, and they urgently needed to strengthen the boundaries of their territories. But Lone Moon's night still left many injured cultivators. At this time, they were all gathered in the hall, staring at the man standing in the middle of the hall in horror. TSK. Mo Ran was wearing a black and gold cloak that reached the ground. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. Look at these familiar faces. I didn't expect to see you all standing here alive after so many years. Someone mustered up the courage to shout at him, Mo Weiyu. Why did you suddenly go crazy? Have you been possessed by a nightmare? Crazy. Mo Ran's thin lips moved slightly, and he laughed coldly. Speaking to this seat like this, the one who has gone crazy is you. After he finished speaking, everyone saw a flash of black light. That person stood in place, and blood spurted out from his chest, straight to the top of the sky. Kill. Mo Ran, what did you do? Someone shouted at the top of his lungs, quick, go find Sect Master Jiang. Go find Sect Master Jiang. Oh. Mo Ran slowly raised his eyes. Sect Master Jiang 11. This person's skills are not bad. Among the people this seat has killed, there's no problem in ranking in the top 10. What nonsense are you talking about? My Hanshua also felt that something was wrong. This was not the Grandmaster Mo she had seen before. This man was full of resentment, and there was a murderous aura all over his body. But no matter how she looked at him, he looked exactly like Mo Ran, and his voice was exactly the same. Who could completely replicate another person's appearance and voice in such a short time? In the parlor, there was an elder who said, Grandmaster Mo, I'm afraid you have been cursed by the demon dragon of Jiao Mountain. Sit down first, this old man will take your pulse. He was interrupted before he could finish. What do you mean? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. Old man, are you beating around the bush, calling this seat sick? The elder, since you want to treat the illness so much, this seat will help you. There are no patients in the world, and a doctor will starve to death. This seat understands this principle. As he spoke, a black shadow plundered the parlor, and in an instant, there were screams and blood splattered everywhere. When Mo Ran brushed his black robe and calmly returned to the center of the hall, standing on the dark red Duruan carpet, the entire hall was full of people who were missing arms and legs. Some people were even more miserable, having their hearts, livers, spleens, and stomachs pulled out and died suddenly. Mo Ran looked at the elder who had fallen to the ground and said, How is it? I sent so many patients to you for treatment, are you happy? Mo Weiyu, congratulations on the opening of your business, and may you make a fortune. Mo Ran smiled, and then walked out of the group of corpses who were either rolling on the ground or dying with grievances. Oh, right. When he was in front of the hall, he turned his face and said to those people, I almost forgot to say, the upper cultivation world has been waiting for death for hundreds of years. Remember to tell your sect masters, sooner or later, this seat will raise all the sects in the upper cultivation world to the ground. A stubborn person said hoarsely, "Mo Ran, you have no guts. You only dare to come to the parlor to treat seriously injured cultivators. You're simply afraid of meeting the other sect masters." Afraid of them? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. Even if you join hands again and put pressure on the border with an army. As long as this seat doesn't want to die, which one of you can hurt this seat? Mo Ran, are you crazy? Are you and Hua Bainan in cahoots? What do you want to do? Mo Ran's dimples were deep, and his eyes were shining. After a while, he said slowly, "You're asking me what I want?" A strange light seemed to flash across his handsome face, and then he closed his eyes. "Even I don't know what I want. In short, no one in this world can give it to me, and no one can make this seat happy." He said indifferently, "This seat has been walking the dead for so many years, I have no desires. But, if you have to ask one," a smile suddenly appeared on his face. When he opened his eyes, his black pupils seemed to flash with a scarlet luster. "I want to see you die." Everyone was stunned. Mo Ran's eyes swept across those pale faces, and he couldn't help but laugh. "I haven't seen such an interesting scene in a long time. It's quite lively." "Mo Ran, you're really crazy, this is the second time you've said that." Suddenly, his smile tightened, and they heard an explosion. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ran had swept behind that person like lightning. He slammed his hand down, and in a split second, brain matter splattered everywhere. "Ah!" Amidst the screams, Mo Ran faintly raised his handsome face that was splashed with blood, revealing a pair of extremely strange and beastly eyes. He swept through the scattered crowd like a sparrow. "If this seat doesn't go crazy, I'm afraid I'll ruin your good intentions." The skull of the person he called, "Your Excellency," was shattered, and blood flowed all over his face. Mo Ran was too lazy to even look at him, as if he was eating an ordinary meal. He calmly and coldly looked at the crowd. "All right, I've killed enough idiots today." The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a smile, and he casually pushed the corpse aside. "People, it's boring to kill all at once. When the time comes, this seat will feel lonely. I'll let you live for a few days." After a pause, he continued, "When my hands are itchy, I'll crush your head and play with it." Amidst the bloodstains, he leisurely strolled out of the hall. When he reached the door, he glanced sideways. "Before that, remember to keep your heads." Finished speaking, he laughed heartily, wrapped himself in a cloak, and suddenly swept over the eaves. His figure quickly disappeared behind the arch. 3 days later. In the stone room of Dragon Blood Mountain, Mo Ran and Chu Warning were still unconscious due to the effects of the spell. But that incense burner suddenly crackled, and black smoke and blood gushed out from within. Immediately after, an ear-piercing scream rang out, echoing in the cave. Mo Ran abruptly opened his eyes, waking up with a start. His heart no longer hurt, and there were no injuries. The mysterious thin smoke that connected him and Chu Warning had also dissipated. "Master." He immediately got up, but suddenly saw that a third person had entered the stone cave at some point. That person stood in front of the stone table with his back to him, carefully examining the incense burner that was emitting a burnt smell. His figure was slender and handsome, indescribably good-looking. He opened the lid of the burner, and a slender white hand took out a 1,000-petal flower, holding it in the palm of his hand to examine it. "It's really completely destroyed," he said softly, and then used 2 fingers to crush the black flower into powder. Immediately, a ray of white light rose from the ashes. That person looked at the white light with his hands behind his back, somewhat rejoicing. "Oh, fortunately, when I refined this flower, I also melted a piece of my own soul inside. If it wasn't for that piece of soul guiding me, it really wouldn't have been easy to find this cave in this vast world." That white light seemed to understand his words, and slowly coiled around that person, but its color became fainter and fainter, finally disappearing completely. Mo Ran said hoarsely, "You are." Hearing the movement, that person put down the burner and sighed. "Awake. Who are you?" That person said lightly, "Who else do you think I am?" His voice sounded very familiar, but Mo Ran had just woken up, and his consciousness was still a little groggy, as if he had a 1,000-year-old dream, and actually didn't react for a while. Who could this person be? Hearing what he said just now, it seemed to be related to that mysterious black flower. Refining flowers and Gu was what Lone Moon was best at. Was it Hua Bainan? Thinking of Hua Bainan, he immediately thought of Shamai. Mo Ran suddenly felt a surge of hatred, but before he could speak, that person turned around. The light in the stone cave was dim, but as that person turned around, the entire room was instantly filled with light. He was really very beautiful. This person's long hair, which she was used to letting down, was tied up high at this moment. A fine embroidered scarf was placed neatly in front of her forehead. Her entire spirit and appearance were very different. Unexpectedly, there was not the slightest bit of delicate temperament. A pair of peach blossom eyes were flowing with emotions, bright and clear. It was such a beauty, but Mo Ran was shocked as if thunder had struck him. Two words came out of his mouth, like a sharp arrow piercing through the dead silence. Shamai. The person who came was indeed Shamai, the person who came was actually Shamai. This pillously beautiful man stroked the stray hair on his temples and said lightly, "Mo Ran, why are you so surprised to see me?" His blood rushed to his periosteum and his skull buzzed. Mo Ran's brain could not function at all. He could not guess why Shamai would suddenly appear here and why he had such a strange expression. His whole body was frozen, and all kinds of words were stuck in his throat. In the end, he hesitated and said, "Your eyes. They're not injured." Shamai smiled and walked towards Mo Ran. "I came here to see the person I admire. If I were blind, and ugly, who would like me?" Mo Ran slowly regained his senses from his joking manner, and for a while, he couldn't say anything. His shock was like a black cloud pressing down on a city, and his mind went blank. "You, how could it be you? Where's Han Lin Divine Hand?" The anger in his heart suddenly surged like a flood. At this moment, Mo Ran finally understood how Shui Meng felt in his previous life. There was nothing more painful than being betrayed and schemed against by an old friend. "Where's Han Lin Divine Hand?" "Oh, him." Shamai smiled. "The future is long, so there's no rush to explain." As he said this, he walked forward step by step until he was right next to Mo Ran. Shamai smiled. "Compared to Han Lin Divine Hand, after going through so many twists and turns, I'd rather have a heart-to-heart talk with the person I admire first." Mo Ran was extremely angry and his heart was cold. His face became more and more ashen. "Between you and me, what else is there to talk about?" That handsome and refined man lightly laughed. "Hem." The corners of his eyes were soft like the clouds as he stared at Mo Ran's face. "Our temperaments are at odds with each other, so there really is nothing to talk about." As he said this, he walked past Mo Ran until he was in front of Chu Warning. Before Mo Ran could react, Shamai had already gently extended a slender hand and lowered his head to stroke Chu Warning's cheek. Mo Ran's mind was blank, and he still didn't understand the meaning of this action. Shamai gazed at Chu Warning and spoke softly as if there was no one else present. "Shizun, that brute hurt you, right? How pitiful. But speaking of which, are you going to recover your memories?" Shamai's scalp-like fingertips tapped the sleeping person's lower lip. He narrowed his eyes. His beauty was still there, but it was like he had drunk wine. "It's good that you've recovered your memories. Even now, I still can't figure out why you did those things to me. Now that you're awake, we can exchange pointers." He paused for a moment, then smiled. "In my past life, You used all sorts of tricks to bully this disciple so miserably. If it were anyone else tormenting me like this, it wouldn't be enough even if they died 100 times. But you went against me, so I still love you." As he spoke, he glanced at Mo Ran, then leaned over to kiss Chu Waning's cheek. He lowered his eyes and sighed. "Who told me to like you? My good Shizun." 245, as if struck by lightning, he froze in place. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What is Shamai saying? What is Shamai doing? What is going on? Mo Ran couldn't swallow this shocking turn of events. He didn't even think that Shamai was kissing Chu Waning. This scene was too shocking. Seeing it with his own eyes, he thought he was hallucinating. He covered his forehead with his hand, his temples throbbing. In his mind, Shamai's warm smile flashed as he called out softly, "Mo Ran." But this person in front of him. He actually, his hair stood on end. Shamai likes Shizun? How is that possible? Shamai had never shown any affection for Shizun. It was more believable that Xue Meng liked Chu Waning than that Shamai liked Chu Waning. How could Shamai like her? He had always been cautious and respectful. He didn't speak much and didn't even stick to Shizun. After class and work were done, they left in a well-behaved manner. How is that possible? Shamai straightened up and looked at Mo Ran from the corner of his eyes. He chuckled, "It seems like someone here was scared by me." "You are ridiculous." Shamai was calm and unruffled. "My little junior brother, who is the ridiculous one? Am I the one who bullied Shizun so badly?" Mo Ran's face suddenly turned red. His eyes were angry and confused. If it was anyone else, he would have fiercely rebuked them. But the person standing there was none other than Shimingjing, whom he mistakenly thought he loved for 2 lifetimes. He choked and couldn't say anything for a while. Shamai was much more thick-skinned. He said lightly, "But it's not like I haven't done ridiculous things. For example, I pretended to like you and treated you well for so many years. Even when I was interrogated by ghosts, I endured the pain and lied to you and said, 'I like you.'" Pausing for a moment, a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. "Stop fooling around. If I would fall in love with someone like you who has nothing but a face, I would really stab myself in the eyes and die." "Mo Ran, why aren't you saying anything? Are you not convinced?" Shamai's face was beautiful even when he was sneering. He glanced at Mo Ran and touched Chu Waning's chin. Mo Ran was so angry that he was about to summon a ghost. However, there was only a flash of scarlet in his palm, and the spirit flow immediately disappeared. Shamai was too lazy to lift his eyelids and said, "Don't waste your energy. In the previous life, Wan Ning set up this trap and used half of his earth soul to finally pull out the Gu flower for you. Now, you will no longer be controlled, but your body will need more than 10 days to recover its spiritual power. If you want to fight with me now, it's like hitting a rock with an egg. Who are you calling Wan Ning? You're so unreasonable. Are you the only one allowed to bully your master and destroy your ancestors, but I'm not allowed to love my master? You've already done it and tasted it countless times." Shamai chuckled. "It's my turn now, right? Actually, I feel a bit wronged for King someone you cared. But seeing that it's him, I'll bear with it." Mo Ran was furious. He didn't have spirit martial arts, so he fought in close quarters. Sigh. "That's why I said that I hate people like you who don't know how to be civilized." Shamai suddenly let go of Chu Waning and began to fight with Mo Ran in the stone room. The stone room was dark and gloomy. The 2 tall men's figures were projected on the wall as they fought. They were like 2 dragons entangled in the clouds, flames and lightning surging. Shamai wasn't good at attacking, so he wasn't a match for Mo Ran in close quarters. Seeing that the situation was bad, he waved his sleeve. Rolling spirit snakes surged out and locked onto Mo Ran. He took the opportunity to dash to the side, picked up Chu Warning, and flew out of the stone room. Shizun. Mo Ran struggled to shake off the cold and sticky snakes and chased after him. He saw Shamai standing on top of a tree, a bright moon shining behind him. Shamai laughed. Don't chase. You've just recovered. Even if you risk your life, you won't be able to catch up to me. Shimingjing, why are you like this? Mo Ran. Shamai smiled. Martial brother, have I ever told you that I hate the names Shamai and Shimingjing? So if you don't mind, you can call me by my real name from now on. What? My surname is Hua, and my name is Bai Nan. Hua Bai Nan. Seeing that Mo Ran's eyes suddenly widened, Shamai smiled even more brightly. Oh right, since we're martial brothers, I'll tell you a very important piece of news. Don't go to the Lone Moon's night. If you go there now, Jiang 11 will tear you to pieces. Don't try to follow me. Be good and return to the peak of life and death as soon as possible. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment, then his face turned pale. What do you want to do to the peak of life and death? You're not stupid in this life. Shamai laughed. Martial brother gave you a little surprise. You'll know when you get there. Mo Ran tasted blood in his throat. His eyes were burning. He didn't know if he was more sad or angry. He shouted, Shamai, what do you want to do? What are you scheming? Didn't you tell me that the peak of life and death was your home? Didn't you tell me that uncle saved you in exile? Didn't you tell me that we were the most important people to you? His voice was trembling in the end. His fingers were clenched into fists. Could it be that you're lying to me? Are you saying that after so many years, 2 lifetimes, Mo Ran suddenly stopped? A piercing chill, are you saying that in both lifetimes, you've been plotting against me? Shamai didn't say anything. He floated on the treetops in his loose robe and looked at him with a smile. His peach blossom eyes were curved, and his chin was sharp. In this misty mountain, he looked like a fox in the night. You? Every word was trembling between his teeth. Mo Ran's mind was in a mess, and his eyes were filled with madness. Shamai, say something, from that year when he gently persuaded her by the candlestick, to now when they traveled together and were inseparable. Say something. He had once been a slender and elegant youth. Later on, he had been lying in her arms in the snow, telling her not to hold grudges and not to blame her master. Mo Ran almost broke into pieces. You're clearly dead. I saw it with my own eyes. I brought your body back to the peak of life and death. You can't be Shamai. You? How is it possible? Because you're stupid. A clear voice sounded. Shamai finally opened his mouth, but it was not without sarcasm. You boorish people only know how to cultivate spirit cores. You look down on the medicine sect. It doesn't matter if it's you, the High Lord, or even our wise master. He chuckled at this point. My words are wrong, but master isn't a reckless man. However, people like you don't care about the Tao of medicine GU. Mo Ran muttered, medicine GU, it's difficult to revive a dead person. Shamai said slowly, but I have many ways to make a living person fake their death. If Mo Ran's mind was clear, he would have heard the flaw in Shamai's words. Even if medicine could make a living person fake their death, in his previous life, he had guarded the Frost Heaven Hall for 7 days. After that, he saw Shamai being buried with his own eyes. At that time, the coffin had 3 layers. Each layer was sealed with a longevity nail, and the soil was even thicker. Without alerting the mausoleum keeper, which living person could crawl out of such a grave by themselves? Thus, there were only 2 possibilities. First, Shamai was lying. Second, in his previous life, there was someone who had infiltrated the peak of life and death, opened the soil and coffin from the outside, and released Shamai, who had come back to life. However, Mo Ran was currently in a mess. It was as if an invisible hand had misplaced his internal organs. He did not have the heart to think carefully. When he heard Shamai's words, the pale face in his memory immediately appeared before his eyes. In the heavy snow, Shimingjing died. From then on, Mo Ran hated himself for being powerless. He hated Chu Wanning for watching with folded arms. From then on, he stepped into the abyss and fell into darkness, but who knew? It was fake, it was fake. He had actually gone crazy for half his life for a person who had faked her death. He had been obsessed with her for half his life. He had killed everyone in the world, and in the end, he had killed the man who loved him the most in this world. Absurd. Absurd. The anger and pain made his scalp numb. His pupils constricted. He was almost tyrannical. You can actually be at ease. I am very at ease. Shamai smiled. But you, Emperor Tar. When these 4 words came out, it was as if someone had pinched his weak point. No matter what the reason is for holding the butcher's knife. Whether it is because of resentment or because of unwillingness, your hands are now stained with blood. As he spoke, he deliberately hugged the unconscious Chu Wanning tighter in his arms. It was almost as if he was showing off his spoils of war. How can an Emperor Tar whose hands are stained with blood be together with a flawless Northern Dipper celestial venerable? The last bit of color on Mo Ran's face faded away. Shamai was very clear about his weakness. Thus, he waved his scorpion pincers and continuously pierced the venom into his body. He narrowed his eyes and stepped closer. Are you worthy? Don't you think you are dirty? You are stealing. The wind rose and the fog dispersed. A bright moon peeked out from behind the clouds. Shamai smiled, but every word was sharper than a sharp knife. Emperor Tar, all the days you spent with him were stolen. You know best what kind of person you are. I don't need to say more. Mo Ran's lips were pale. He was angry, sad, afraid, regretful, and heartbroken. No one could accept so many emotions. They would go crazy. Don't talk about me. Shamai sighed. What about me? Do you think that you have been Master Mo for half your life and saved a few lives, that it is enough to write off your sins? He looked at Mo Ran's face and smiled. You think too much. Mo Ran was at a loss for words. Now, Master already has the memories of his past life. The absurd things you have done, the people you killed, the cities you destroyed, the teachers you bullied and the ancestors you destroyed. He will remember all the hurt you have done to his heart. He will remember all of it. He paused, as if he was looking at the expression on Mo Ran's face with interest. Then he smiled with satisfaction. Master Mo, it is time to lower your head. Admit your guilt. Lower his head. Admit his guilt, a life of absurdity, of extreme evil, was all wrong. Mo Ran's throat rolled. His eyes were red as he stared at the person on the treetop. But when he saw Chu Wanning in his arms, he couldn't help but feel pain. His eyes withered like cattail leaves. He turned his head away. Think about it. When he wakes up and finds out that you have lied to him for so long, how angry will he be? Shamai gently stroked Chu Wanning's cheek. His slender fingers slid past his lips. Master has a strong temper. You know this, do you think he will forgive you? The words pierced the heart, and the listener felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Forgive, he had never asked for it. But he didn't want the trial to come. He didn't dare to imagine that this day would come. Mo Ran suddenly closed his eyes. His eyelashes trembled slightly. Shamai's voice sounded so ethereal in the fog, like a Buddha advising people to turn back. Don't chase. Go back to the peak of life and death. When you get there, you'll naturally know what the surprise I'm talking about is. His voice echoed. Accept the surprise well. Don't resist. After a pause, he seemed to think of something. His eyes turned, and his peach blossom eyes stared at the person under the tree. Also, Aran, the two of us are completely different people. You won't be able to understand what I want. He said gently, as if he had asked his disciple in the past if the meat was delicious, and if he had added enough spicy oil. I am not as crazy as you. I won't easily frame my friends and family. But, he changed the topic, but didn't say much. Moran jerked his head back. What do you want? Shamai saw his gaze sweep over Chu Warning. He couldn't help but smile. You don't have to worry. Shizun is here with me. I will only love him. I won't hurt him. He is as pure as jade. I know how to take care of him better than you. Every intonation was soaked between his lips and teeth until it was tender, and then he spat it out lightly. Moran was so excited that his whole body was trembling. If he still had his spiritual power, Shamai would have been torn to pieces. But he didn't have any spiritual power. Shamai knew that he didn't have any spiritual power at the moment, so he did whatever he wanted. Shamai chuckled. But those martial brothers at the peak of life and death, and even uncle, auntie, and young master. His eyes moved, and he slowly finished his words. If you don't handle the surprise well, you will kill them a second time. You see, if Shizun wakes up and knows that you have harmed everyone again, and that you are selfish and want to live an ignoble life, will he still look at you, even if it is the last time? 246, Moran gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shamingjing. Shamai flicked his sleeve. Under the moonlight, the hem of his robe fluttered. He stood on the treetops and turned his head. His handsome face was flowing with splendor. Let's go. If we don't go now, Shizun will wake up soon. If he wakes up and sees us standing here arguing, I'm afraid he won't be happy. After a pause, he smiled and added, That's right, Moran. Next time we meet, remember to call me Hua by Nan. You can also call me Grandmaster, if there's a next time. This time, after he finished speaking, he soared into the air. His feet were light and graceful, and in a split second, he disappeared into the dense forest of Dragon Blood Mountain. His figure could no longer be seen. The only thing that remained was that pleasant yet cold laughter. Like a spider web falling down, it glowed with a cold light and lingered for a long time. Shamai. Shamingjing. Amidst the mountain fog, Shamai no longer turned his head to look at Moran. Instead, he held the person in his arms and quickly swept past the uneven cliffs. His cloak and robe fluttered in the wind. He felt an indescribable carefreeness in his heart. His eyes were shining. He was like a hunter returning from a rewarding journey, waiting to feast on the fruits of his victory. But as he flew low, he suddenly heard the person in his arms call out in a hoarse voice due to her nightmares from her past life. Moran, Shamai's happy expression slightly stiffened. He then narrowed his eyes. His gaze was 30% cold and 70% hot. What's so good about him that you're willing to do this for him? But Chu Warning couldn't hear it. He was emitting a high fever. His handsome face was now as white as an ice lake. One could even see some of the light blue veins underneath. Chu Warning said softly, Moran. Shamai suddenly stopped. It seemed that he was a little impatient and frustrated because he had endured for too long. However, he hesitated for a moment and restrained himself. In front of the unconscious Chu Warning, he was not as calm and at ease as he was in front of Moran. After staring at Chu Warning's face for a while, he said, Don't think about it. Soon, Moran will no longer exist. You can follow me from now on. Pausing for a moment, he continued, But I know that you owe him a lot. If you can't forget him for a while, it's fine. After I succeed, I will have enough energy to slowly wear you down. After saying this, he once again swept the ground, summoned his sword in midair, and flew straight towards the direction of Jia Mountain, Hero's Mound. It was very late at night, and the burial ground of the Confucian Wind sect was very quiet. The moonlight sprinkled over the graves one after another. Those people who had been made into precious chess pieces by Xu Shuanglin could no longer move because they had lost the flow of their spiritual power. They could only stiffly stand in their original positions, motionless. Shimai used the stored blood of the Nangong clan to open the gate to Jia Mountain. He turned his eyes and saw Nangong Lu standing blankly at the foot of the mountain. Nangong Lu could not be considered a complete chess piece. He was only a half-finished product, so he still had a trace of vitality left. However, this person had completely lost his mind. His mind was only that of a 5-year-old child. Shimai did not have the leisure to kill him, not to mention that he could be of some use to him. Big brother, close friend, you're back. When Nangong Lu saw him, he smiled. His slightly chubby face had a sincere smile. Xu Shuanglin had considered Shiming Jing as his close friend, so Nangong Lu also followed suit and called him Big brother, close friend. This name made Shimai pause for a moment. He then narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't call me that." "Ah." Nangong Liu looked at him blankly. "You don't like me calling you that?" "I don't like it. Just call me Hua Bai Nan." Shimai's face was gloomy. Go ahead. Open the way for me. Where is Big brother, close friend going?" There was no need to argue with this 5-year-old child. Shimai impatiently said, "Take me to the secret room where Xu Shuanglin used to live." Nangong Liu took him away. In fact, that secret room was not a secret to Shimai. It was just that there were too many places along the way where he needed to spill the blood of the Nangong family. Although he had some, he had to carry Chu Warning in his arms. It was really troublesome to free his hands. It was better to use Nangong Liu. After walking for a while, Nangong Liu suddenly turned around. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Big brother, close friend, are you bringing a friend back to spend the night?" "Spend the night?" Shimai seemed to be pleased by these 2 words. His eyebrows relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, "More or less, it's just spending the night. But in the future, he'll be spending many, many nights here. It should be said that he's staying here permanently." Nangong Liu became more and more curious. "Who is he?" Shimai thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. "You really want to know? I'm afraid it's not suitable for a child." Nangong Liu's eyes widened. A middle-aged man with such a childlike expression was really disgusting and comical. They walked all the way to the door of the secret room. The door opened, and a lamp was burning inside. The room was quiet and simple. There was only a bed, covered with a thick saber-toothed tiger skin, and a snow-white gauze curtain. Beside the bed, there was a small table and a konghu. Other than that, the 4 walls were empty and there was nothing else. Shimai helped Chu Warning settle on the bed. He flicked his sleeves and sat on the side of the bed. He lowered his eyes and stared at Chu Warning's face. The candlelight was very bright, illuminating this familiar face. When he was awake, his sword-like eyebrows reached his temples and his phoenix-like eyes were full of power. But at this moment, his face was haggard. The lines that were drawn to his chin were like the remnants of smoke. Shimai didn't care about this. He only felt that after 2 lifetimes, Chu Warning and Mo Ran had finally been defeated by his hands. At this moment, Chu Warning was lying next to him. Mo Ran had temporarily lost his spiritual power, but soon he would obediently walk into his trap. His plan was finally about to come to fruition. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Nangong Liu come over and say, "Huh. This person looks very familiar." Shamai looked at him. Can you remember who he is? I can't remember. Shamai reminded him. In the past, this big brother scolded you and embarrassed you. Huh? Where? In the main hall of the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Lu said blankly, Ah, really? 246, Moran gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shimingjing. Shamai flicked his sleeve. Under the moonlight, the hem of his robe fluttered. He stood on the treetops and turned his head. His handsome face was flowing with splendor. Let's go. If we don't go now, Shizun will wake up soon. If he wakes up and sees us standing here arguing, I'm afraid he won't be happy. After a pause, he smiled and added, That's right, Mo Ran. Next time we meet, remember to call me Hua Bai Nan. You can also call me Grandmaster, if there's a next time. This time, after he finished speaking, he soared into the air. His feet were light and graceful, and in a split second, he disappeared into the dense forest of Dragon Blood Mountain. His figure could no longer be seen. The only thing that remained was that pleasant yet cold laughter. Like a spider web falling down, it glowed with a cold light and lingered for a long time. Shamai. Shimingjing. Amidst the mountain fog, Shamai no longer turned his head to look at Moran. Instead, he held the person in his arms and quickly swept past the uneven cliffs. His cloak and robe fluttered in the wind. He felt an indescribable carefreeness in his heart. His eyes were shining. He was like a hunter returning from a rewarding journey, waiting to feast on the fruits of his victory. But as he flew low, he suddenly heard the person in his arms call out in a hoarse voice due to her nightmares from her past life. Mo Ran. Shamai's happy expression slightly stiffened. He then narrowed his eyes. His gaze was 30% cold and 70% hot. What's so good about him that you're willing to do this for him? But Chu Wanning couldn't hear it. He was emitting a high fever. His handsome face was now as white as an ice lake. One could even see some of the light blue veins underneath. Chu Wanning said softly, Mo Ran. Shamai suddenly stopped. It seemed that he was a little impatient and frustrated because he had endured for too long. However, he hesitated for a moment and restrained himself. In front of the unconscious Chu Wanning, he was not as calm and at ease as he was in front of Mo Ran. After staring at Chu Wanning's face for a while, he said, Don't think about it. Soon, Mo Ran will no longer exist. You can follow me from now on. Pausing for a moment, he continued, But I know that you owe him a lot. If you can't forget him for a while, it's fine. After I succeed, I will have enough energy to slowly wear you down. After saying this, he once again swept the ground, summoned his sword in midair, and flew straight towards the direction of Jia Mountain, Hero's Mound. It was very late at night, and the burial ground of the Confucian Wind sect was very quiet. The moonlight sprinkled over the graves one after another. Those people who had been made into precious chess pieces by Xu Shuanglin could no longer move because they had lost the flow of their spiritual power. They could only stiffly stand in their original positions, motionless. Shamai used the stored blood of the Nangong clan to open the gate to Jia Mountain. He turned his eyes and saw Nangong Lu standing blankly at the foot of the mountain. Nangong Lu could not be considered a complete chess piece. He was only a half-finished product, so he still had a trace of vitality left. However, this person had completely lost his mind. His mind was only that of a 5-year-old child. Shamai did not have the leisure to kill him, not to mention that he could be of some use to him. Big brother close friend, you're back. When Nangong Lu saw him, he smiled. His slightly chubby face had a sincere smile. Xu Shuanglin had considered Shimingjing as his close friend, so Nangong Lu also followed suit and called him Big Brother Close Friend. This name made Shamai pause for a moment. He then narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't call me that." "Ah." Nangong Liu looked at him blankly. "You don't like me calling you that?" "I don't like it. Just call me Hua Bai Nan." Shamai's face was gloomy. Go ahead. Open the way for me. Where is big brother close friend going?" There was no need to argue with this 5-year-old child. Shamai impatiently said, "Take me to the secret room where Xu Shuanglin used to live." Nangong Liu took him away. In fact, that secret room was not a secret to Shamai. It was just that there were too many places along the way where he needed to spill the blood of the Nangong family. Although he had some, he had to carry Chu Wanning in his arms. It was really troublesome to free his hands. It was better to use Nangong Liu. After walking for a while, Nangong Liu suddenly turned around. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Big brother close friend, are you bringing a friend back to spend the night?" "Spend the night?" Shamai seemed to be pleased by these 2 words. His eyebrows relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, "More or less, it's just spending the night. But in the future, he'll be spending many, many nights here. It should be said that he's staying here permanently." Nangong Liu became more and more curious. "Who is he?" Shamai thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. "You really want to know?" "I'm afraid it's not suitable for a child." Nangong Liu's eyes widened. A middle-aged man with such a childlike expression was really disgusting and comical. They walked all the way to the door of the secret room. The door opened, and a lamp was burning inside. The room was quiet and simple. There was only a bed, covered with a thick saber-toothed tiger skin, and a snow-white gauze curtain. Beside the bed, there was a small table and a konghu. Other than that, the 4 walls were empty and there was nothing else. Shamai helped Chu Wanning settle on the bed. He flicked his sleeves and sat on the side of the bed. He lowered his eyes and stared at Chu Wanning's face. The candlelight was very bright, illuminating this familiar face. When he was awake, his sword-like eyebrows reached his temples and his phoenix-like eyes were full of power. But at this moment, his face was haggard. The lines that were drawn to his chin were like the remnants of smoke. Shamai didn't care about this. He only felt that after 2 lifetimes, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran had finally been defeated by his hands. At this moment, Chu Wanning was lying next to him. Mo Ran had temporarily lost his spiritual power, but soon he would obediently walk into his trap. His plan was finally about to come to fruition. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Nangong Liu come over and say, "Huh. This person looks very familiar." Shamai looked at him. "Can you remember who he is?" "I can't remember." Shamai reminded him. "In the past, this big brother scolded you and embarrassed you." "Huh? Where?" "In the main hall of the Confucian Wind sect." Nangong Liu said blankly, "Ah, really? But how come I don't remember at all?" Shamai was silent for a while. Then he smiled gently. "It's good that you don't remember." Nangong Liu didn't know the meaning behind his words. He tilted his head and looked at Chu Wanning for a while. Then he suddenly said, "But he's really good looking. He looks good with his eyes closed and not smiling." Shamai smiled. "He's the Emperor Ta's favorite concubine. How can he not be good looking?" "Favorite concubine? What does that mean?" Shamai's smile deepened. "You'll know when you grow up. Now, go and help me pick some oranges and boil some water. He has such a bad temper. If he doesn't have something good to eat when he wakes up, I'm afraid he'll be even angrier." Nangong Liu prepared to go. But when he reached the door, he hesitated. Shamai saw this and asked him, "What's wrong?" "Juzi." Nangong Liu hesitated and bit his finger. "Does my brother know when His Majesty will come back?" The His Majesty he was talking about was Xu Shuanglin. Shamai naturally wouldn't tell Nangong Liu that Xu Shuanglin was dead. He smiled and said, "Be good and do your job well. His Majesty will come back soon." Nangong Liu's eyes lit up. He immediately carried the small bamboo basket next to the door of the secret room and went out to pick oranges. Shamai looked at the place where he left. After a while, he said with a smile, "Interesting. When they were conscious, they fought against each other. When they lost their consciousness, they became brothers. Sure enough, there are many things in this world that are the cleanest when they're young. Once they grow up and get involved in politics and disputes, they become dirty." As he said this, he turned around and stroked Chu Waning's cheek. "You see, most of the people in the cultivation world are like him. They're not worth your protection." Shamai traced the handsome face with his fingertips and sighed. "Why do you have to rack your brains for these people? You cut off your soul, tear apart time and space, and endure humiliation, and fight with me for 2 lifetimes." Chu Waning, who was in deep sleep, naturally wouldn't answer him. The pain and nightmares of his previous life tormented him, making his cheeks burn and his brows knit together. Shamai looked at him for a while with his chin in his hand. He then took out a silver bottle of Xianxiangju from his Qiankuan bag. "Drink some of this." Shamai opened the bottle of Xianxiangju. "I know you'll definitely dream of your previous life. I knew you would come to the Xianyuan pavilion, so I asked them to take the Xianxiangju to sell. I wanted to make you feel better, but I didn't want to make people suspicious. So you see, it's better to follow me than Mo Ran, right? As long as you make me happy, I can give you a taste of this worthless thing every day." "But what can he give you? He only knows how to fight." He poured the fragrant dew into a small white porcelain cup and brought it to Chu Waning's lips. After feeding him the medicine, Shamai stared blankly at his hard-won victory for a while. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He rummaged through his Qiankuan bag and finally found a pitch-black ribbon. He put this ribbon on Chu Waning's eyelids and cast a concentration spell, completely covering his eyes. After doing all this, he slowly got up. He pinched Chu Waning's chin and looked at him from left to right. He was very satisfied. "Yes, it's really good looking. No wonder Mo Ran liked to tie you up and F***K you like this in your previous life. It's not bad to learn from him once in a while. At least he has some interest in this aspect." His junior sister's smile was very gentle, very different from before. His fingertips slowly brushed Chu Waning's chin, lips, nose, and finally fell on the black ribbon covering his eyes. He then used that kind of gentle voice that made people shudder and said, "Shizun, wake up quickly. I just thought of a very interesting trick. When you wake up, why don't we play together, okay?" 247, Chu Waning lay on the bed. His head was heavy, and his consciousness was sometimes clear and sometimes fuzzy. In a daze, he seemed to hear 2 people arguing. It seemed to be Shamai and Mo Ran. Later, the sound of arguing disappeared, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. Later, he seemed to be lying on a warm bed, and someone was talking to him. The broken voice seemed to come from the ocean, and he couldn't hear it clearly. Occasionally, he heard a few words, something about his past life, something about his master. He vaguely felt that it was Shamai's voice, but he didn't have much energy to digest it. These words quickly dispersed like the morning fog. His memories became complete little by little, and became clearer little by little. The memories of his past life were like rainwater flowing into a river, and finally rushing to the sea. The first thing he dreamed of was a deep cloister. The cloister was built at the peak of life and death, and the Red Lotus waterside pavilion. The cloister was covered with vines, and when the wind blew, fragrant snow fell, and the paper was full of youth. He sat under the cloister, and was writing a letter in front of a stone table. The letter couldn't be sent out. The Emperor Ta didn't allow him to have contact with outsiders, nor did he allow him to raise pigeons or any other animals. Even outside the Red Lotus waterside pavilion, there were countless layers of whistling forbidden spells. But Chu Wanning still wrote. It was too lonely. One person, one side of the world. He would probably spend the rest of his life like this. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't bored. The letter to Xue Meng didn't contain much. It was nothing more than asking about his recent situation, whether he was well, how the sun and the moon were outside, and how his old friends were. But, in fact, there weren't any old friends. So, he slowly wrote the letter for an entire afternoon. There wasn't much content. At the end of the letter, he was a little lost in thought. He vaguely remembered the days when his 3 little disciples were by his side. He had taught them how to write poems and paint. Xue Meng and Shimai learned very quickly. Only Mo Ran wrote a word wrong 3 or 4 times, so he had to teach him step by step. What did he write at that time? In a daze, Chu Wanning slowly unfurled the brush and ink on the rice paper. He first wrote, "The body is a body tree, the heart is like a mirror." Then, he wrote, "Life has no roots, drifting like dust on the streets." Every stroke was neat and tidy. Whether it was writing a book or writing a letter, his handwriting had always been clear and proper. He was afraid that those who read it would not be able to understand it, and he was also afraid that his disciples would follow him and go astray. His words were like his person, and his backbone was extremely proud. He wrote, "Where are my old friends?" and, "The sea is vast and the mountains are far away." Later on, the wind blew the Chinese wisteria flowers to the ground, resting on the flower washing paper. He couldn't bear to brush them away. Looking at the faint yet magnificent purple, the tip of his pen gradually changed as he wrote, "Waking up from a dream to see Weiyu, the mountains and rivers are still as gentle as before. Flat and narrow. I wish that I am like the stars and you are like the moon. Every night the light is bright and clear." As he wrote, his eyes couldn't help but soften, as if he had returned to the peaceful days of the past. The wind blew, causing the paper to flutter. Some of the paperweights that were not properly pressed were blown up and scattered all over the ground in the mottled fragrant afternoon Sunday. Chu Wanning put down the brush, sighed, and went to pick up the letters and poems on the ground. One by one, they fell on the grass, by the stone steps, among the fallen flowers, and among the withered leaves. He was just about to pick up a piece of paper floating in the fragrance of fallen flowers. Suddenly, a slender, well-proportioned, well-defined hand appeared in his field of vision. Before he could, that person had picked up that piece of paper. "What are you writing?" Chu Wanning was startled. He straightened up and saw a tall and handsome man standing in front of him. It was the Emperor Ta, Mo Weiyu, who had arrived at the waterside pavilion at some unknown time. Chu Wanning said, "Nothing." Mo Ran was dressed in a black and gold robe, wearing a 9-patterned crown, and wearing a dragon scale thumb ring on his thin and pale fingers. It was obvious that he had just returned from the imperial court. He first glanced coldly at Chu Wanning, and then flattened the paper in his hand. After reading 2 paragraphs, his eyes narrowed. "Seeing the letter is like seeing Wu, spreading the letter is like seeing Shu Yang." After a moment of silence, he looked up. "What does this mean?" "Nothing." Chu Wanning wanted to take the letter back, but Mo Ran simply raised his hand to stop him. "Don't," he said. "Why are you so nervous?" After saying this, he carefully read the letter again. His gaze swept across several lines, and he said calmly, "Oh. You wrote this for Xue Meng?" "I wrote it casually." Chu Wanning didn't want to involve others, so he said, "I didn't intend to send it." Mo Ran sneered, "You don't have the ability to send it." Chu Wanning had nothing to say to him, so he turned around and went back to the table to tidy up the ink, paper, and inkstone. Unexpectedly, the Emperor Ta followed him, opened his black and gold robe, and pressed down on the letter that he was about to put away. He looked up and saw the Emperor Ta's narrowed face. Fine, he'll give it to him. So he withdrew his hand and went to take another one, but he was pressed down by Mo Ran again. In this way, he took one, and Mo Ran stopped another. In the end, Chu Wanning was finally impatient. He didn't know what this person was up to, but he looked up and said gloomily, "What do you want? What does it mean to see the letter as if it were real, and to spread the letter as if it were real?" Mo Ran looked at him with deep eyes, and his thin lips moved slightly. "Say it." The branches and leaves of the flowers swayed gently, and in the mottled light and shadow, Chu Wanning couldn't help but think of Mo Ran, who had just become his disciple. His smile and words were very gentle, and he asked respectfully with a smile, "Shizun, the body is the body tree, the heart is as clear as a mirror, what does this mean? Shizun, can you teach me?" In contrast, the Emperor Ta's aggressive attitude made Chu Wanning's heart ache. He suddenly lowered his head, stopped talking, and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything, and Mo Ran began to gradually become gloomy. In this silence, he picked up the letter on the table and read it one by one. The more he read, the more dangerous his eyes became. Chu Wanning's body was very uncomfortable, his face was very pale, and he was very gloomy. He said, "Not going." "His Majesty has, what does he have?" "Not going." Of course, sleeping with a patient was not something interesting. In the past, when his body was not at the right time, Mo Ran would not force him to do anything. However, not long after, the servant who had been sent away returned. He entered the Red Lotus Pavilion and bowed in front of Chu Wanning, who was coughing violently. Then, with an indifferent expression, he said, "Her Majesty has ordered that she is fine. Grandmaster, please go to the Wu Mountain Palace to serve her." 248, Chu Wanning knew that he had no other choice, so he put on a thick fox fur cloak, opened an umbrella and went to the Grand Hall of Mount Wu. Inside the hall, the silver lanterns were shining brightly. The 99 lanterns were bright and dim, just like the Milky Way, illuminating the entire Grand Hall of Mount Wu. The attendants on both sides of the hall were used to Master Chu's bedside, so when they saw him enter, they all bowed and greeted him. Chu Wanning expressionlessly walked through the side corridor towards the back of the hall to rest. When he reached the painted red door, he stretched out his hand and pushed it open. The room was very warm, different from the cold rain outside. There was even a strong wine fragrance that assailed their nostrils. Mo Ran was lying lazily on the bed, his white jade-like fingers holding a small red clay pot, drinking wine. "You're here. Sit." Chu Wanning walked to the furthest bamboo mat, sat down and closed his eyes. Mo Ran did not force him to come closer. He was already a little drunk, and his pale face was a little red. He squinted his eyes, and there was a little light in his dark purple eyes. After taking another sip, Mo Ran looked up at the carved dragons and phoenixes on the ceiling, and his fingers lightly tapped on his knees. He suddenly asked, "Do you still know how to make one shoe?" Chu Wanning's eyelashes moved slightly, but he still said in the end, "No." Mo Ran was a little unwilling to let it go. "You did. It was that year, the year he left." "I can't do it well." Chu Wanning's face was expressionless. "You're right. You're just imitating others." Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. "Are you holding a grudge against me?" "No." "Then what if I ask you to make one now?" Chu Wanning did not speak. Mo Ran stared at him intensely. "I'm asking you a question. If I ask you to make one now, would you still be willing?" "Even if I did." Chu Wanning finally opened his eyes and looked at him coldly. "Would you eat it?" Mo Ran did not expect to be checkmated. A layer of red appeared on his cheeks, as if he was drunk, but also angry. In short, the emotions in his eyes suddenly became very blank, and he was in a daze for a while before he reacted. He gritted his teeth and angrily threw the wine cup on the table, spilling the fine pear white wine all over the floor. Mo Ran stood up gloomily, his figure like a mountain. He stepped over the broken pottery and strode in front of Chu Wan Ning, grabbing her by the collar. "You, Song Qiong," the Emperor Ta gritted his teeth, you, all of you, you're making me unhappy." He let go of Chu Wanning and circled around like a vulture, pacing back and forth. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. He turned his head and stared at Chu Wanning, asking, "When did you teach me to believe what I see?" The Emperor Ta was now half drunk, and his speech was not rational at all. He just said whatever he thought. "How come I don't remember at all?" His wrist was grabbed by a large, cold hand. Mo Ranchen grabbed him and dragged him to the desk. He spread out the paper, and a pile of scrolls was spread out. Mo Ran said, "Write for me. Teach me again." Chu Wanning was already running a low fever, and under his pressure, he became more and more suffocated. His face was red, and he coughed. Mo Ran put the pen in his hand, and said gloomily, "Write." He impatiently urged, "Hurry up." Chu Waning's spiritual nucleus had been broken in the previous battle between the master and disciple. His body was not good, and as he coughed, blood foam came out of his throat. Mo Ran was stunned. He stared at the specks of blood, and then slowly let go of his hand. "It's just a letter, what's the meaning of it?" Finally, Chu Wanning stopped coughing. He sighed and wiped the blood on his lips with a handkerchief. He looked up, took a deep breath, and looked at Mo Ran. "In the past, every letter you wrote, you would start with this. But I'm afraid you haven't written for too long, so you forgot." "I write a letter?" Mo Ran stared at him with his dark eyes. "Write to who?" He was almost angry. "Write to who? Who else can I write to in this world? Fabricated nonsense, a load of nonsense." When Mo Ran said these words, he was tired and depressed, and his eyes were shining with a misty light. It was at that time that Chu Wanning vaguely felt that something was wrong. But he didn't think much of it, and thought that Mo Ran was drunk and had a bad memory. So he just frowned, and didn't answer. In the study of the Shaman Mountain Palace, there was a letter box. All the letters at the peak of life and death were locked in a Qianquan box and filed. Mo Ran was like a caged beast, pacing back and forth a few times. Suddenly, he remembered the existence of the letter box, and took out the dusty box, and opened the ancient letters one by one. Those letters were mostly written by the disciples of the sect, and were categorized according to the sect's elders. Most of the people who wrote the letters died in the year Mo Ran betrayed the sect. Among them, Elder Yuheng had the least disciples, only 3, so it was very easy to find them. Mo Ran quickly flipped through a thick stack of letters. He opened them with trembling hands. His handwriting was not bad, young and crooked, but he wrote it seriously. He looked at the letters one by one. On each letter was written, "Seeing the letter is like meeting, spreading the letter with ease." Every letter was written. Mo Ran's fingers were trembling, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. "Mother, seeing the letter is like meeting, spreading the letter with ease." "Sister Zun, seeing the letter is like spreading the letter with ease." Those ancient names made him tremble, and made him uncomfortable. His eyes narrowed, and dark clouds gathered on his handsome face. Chu Wanning stood at the side. At first, he didn't care, but later, Mo Ran's expression made him feel strange. He couldn't help but lock his gaze on the man in front of the desk, flipping through the old letters, and acting like a crazy man. A small and terrifying beak reached out, and knocked on Chu Wanning's heart. Something was wrong. He slowly walked over, and looked at Mo Ran's blank and crazy face in the letters. "What was wrong?" "My mother is already dead." Suddenly, Mo Ran muttered, and looked at Chu Wanning. "Why would I write to her?" Chu Wanning watched his every move from the side. That kind of terror pecked at his heart, as if some kind of bloody darkness was about to break out of its shell. Dark clouds descended. It was strange to forget the greeting words, "Seeing the letter is like meeting," that he had written so many times, but it wasn't impossible. But to forget so many letters he had written, and not have any impression of them, this was too strange. Moran was still looking at each letter, spreading the letter with ease. Spreading the letter with ease. That pair of eyes that were so black that they were almost purple flashed with a painful light, so contradictory. It really did seem like he was missing an important part of his memory. He seemed to hear the sound of a hard shell about to crack. Chu Wanning held his breath, and his spine was almost numb. Apart from the two of them, there was no one else in the study. In the dead silence, Chu Wanning moved his lips, and then said softly, "Don't you remember? You said that although your mother couldn't receive the letters, you still wanted to write to her." Moran suddenly looked up. Chu Wanning only felt his blood turn cold bit by bit, and his breath turn to ice. "The first title you learned to write was not your own name." Moran was stunned, and said softly, "Then what is it?" "The first title you asked me to teach you to write was Mother." Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the wind howled mournfully, as if countless ghost claws were slapping on the window, shaking the window paper and wooden lattices. A bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the world. The Emperor Ta muttered, "You taught me. Why don't I have any impression of it?" "Not at all." The wind blew, causing the trees to fall, and the shadows to sway. The mountains and courtyards were filled with evil ghosts and vengeful spirits. Chu Wanning's face was pale. He stared intently at Moran. "You don't remember?" His heart thumped wildly. After a moment of silence, Moran responded with a question of his own. "Remember what?" The drum stopped. The tiny beak finally pecked through the shell, and a terrifying aura of terror swept across the world, rushing straight towards the only person in the room who was awake. Chu Wanning's scalp went numb. He doesn't remember. How can he not remember? Back then, Moran had said that he wanted to write to his mother. He had written over 300 letters, and said that he wanted to collect a total of 1,000 letters. Then, he would burn them to the ground during the Feast of the Hungry Ghost and burn them to his mother in hell. How could he forget about 300 letters so easily? His lips trembled slightly, and he suddenly had an extremely terrifying thought. Chu Wanning said hoarsely, Do you remember what you said when you first saw Heaven's Inquisition?" "What did I say?" Moran said, "How long has it been?" "How can I remember it so clearly?" "You said that you also want such a divine martial art." Chu Wanning said, "You also want to have Heaven's Inquisition." The drunk man asked him with a hint of mockery in his eyes, "What do I want Heaven's Inquisition for? To kill, or to interrogate?" Chu Wanning whispered, "Earthworms." Back then, outside the Red Lotus Pavilion, the young boy smiled and said to him while holding an oil paper umbrella, "You can save earthworms." But at this moment, the Emperor Ta narrowed his wolf-like eyes and asked in confusion, "What earthworms?" Outside, thunder broke through the sky, and purple lightning flashed through the night. There was a loud rumbling sound. Chu Wanning suddenly pursed his lips, and his brown eyes trembled slightly. A bone-piercing chill. That night, Moran did not do anything to Chu Wanning. He really drank a little too much, and then he held the letters in a daze. Later, Moran fell asleep in front of the table. When he was asleep, he muttered, "What earthworms? There are no earthworms." Suddenly, a strong wind blew open the window, and with a bang, the mountain wind mixed with the heavy rain poured in, and suddenly extinguished the few lights by the window. The room suddenly became dark. Chu Wanning stood beside Moran, and his lips and teeth were cold. He lowered his head to look at the sleeping man. The uncertain thoughts in his mind became clearer and clearer. Why did Moran not remember these scattered past events? Why did he selectively forget some pure past events? Was it because he was drunk? Was it a coincidence? Or, someone deliberately erased the kindness in his heart? The Emperor Ta, who was sleeping on the table, murmured softly, "Cold." Chu Waning's blood was cold, and his whole body was numb. When he heard Mo Ran say it was cold, he instinctively walked slowly to the window. He raised his hand and closed the window, blocking out the wind and rain outside. After doing all this, Chu Waning did not leave. He was in a daze, and he put his forehead on the window engraved with a bat deer pattern. His knuckles were white like jade. After a while, he slowly took out a crumpled talisman from his lapel. The Rising Dragon Talisman. He did not have a spirit nucleus, and Mo Ran felt that he could not use any magic, so he did not bother to take away the talismans that Chu Waning used to have. In fact, what Mo Ran did was not wrong. Chu Waning bit the tip of his finger and dripped more than 10 drops of blood, which almost soaked the Rising Dragon Talisman. Then, the little dragon on it listlessly floated out. Its whole body emitted a weak light, and it weakly raised its head. "Ah." Chu Waning, long time no see, the little dragon could not stand steadily. Its claws took a few steps on the paper, and then it fell back to the paper with a thud. It felt wronged and confused. "Why didn't you look for me for so long? Why did you only give me a little bit of spiritual energy?" "Oh, it's really spiritual energy. It's not even spiritual power. What happened to you?" "It's a long story, so let's not talk about it." Chu Waning gently picked it up and put it on his palm. "Please, do me a favor. Zhong Wuyan when it's busy, Xia Yingchun when it's not." The little dragon sighed, but its power was closely related to Chu Waning, so it didn't even have the strength to complain. It drooped its head listlessly. "Tell me, what do you want me to do for you this time?" Chu Waning took it and put it next to the ear of the sleeping Mo Ran. His fingers clenched into a fist and sank into his palm. Chu Waning's originally ugly complexion became even paler. "Do your best. See if there's any law curse on his body that shouldn't be there." In fact, that brilliant and tame youth who was reluctant to kill even an earthworm at the beginning had turned into a devil in the end. As his master, how could he not have the slightest suspicion? He looked on helplessly as his disciple killed Xue Xingyong, Madame Wang, Jiang 11, and Yi Wangxi. He massacred the Confucian Wind sect. He trampled all the bones. He looked on as Mo Ran killed. He looked on as Mo Ran's hands were covered in blood, his face and body were splashed with blood. He stood among the pile of corpses and looked back at him with a sinister grin. He felt pain in his heart, but how could he not find it strange? Mo Ran originally didn't think he was this kind of person. But when the little paper dragon did its best to help Chu Waning draw the shape of a talisman on the paper, Chu Waning was still stunned even though he was prepared. The love spell. Mo Ran actually had the love spell on him. After the little dragon finished drawing the talisman, it lost the last of its strength. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the Rising Dragon Talisman. Chu Waning held the thin piece of paper. It was as if a mountain had collapsed in his head, crushing it like rotten wood. But after forcing himself to calm down and looking at it over and over again, Chu Waning found that there was something wrong with the image of the love spell. It was actually upside down. 249. When Mo Ran woke up the next day, he didn't remember clearly what happened after he got drunk. But even if he didn't remember, Chu Waning wouldn't. After that day, he confirmed that Mo Ran really did lose his memories of the past, so he became more and more uneasy. He spent a long time and finally found a record of this array in a book of the medicine sect in the library of the Peak of Life and Death. Light shone in from the window, 8 bitter everlasting regrets. His fingertips rubbed the dark lines on the book, then Chu Waning took out the talisman drawn by the little dragon. When he compared the two, they were exactly the same. It was a black heart. At first glance, it was easy to recognize that it was the love spell, but the love spell had a sesame-sized white space on the left side of the heart, but this one was reversed, on the right side. The talisman traces shown by the little dragon corresponded to the effect of the spell, so it seemed that this was a flower spell similar to the love spell, but with the opposite effect. In the empty library, the ancient book was mixed with ancient demonic characters, so it wasn't easy to understand. Although Chu Wanning had dabbled in demonic characters, it still seemed very difficult to understand. He read slowly, word by word, but each time he understood a sentence, the astonishment in his heart increased. 8 bitter everlasting regrets flower, demonic seed. Chu Wanning's thin, watery lips opened slightly, and said in a low voice, legend has it that thousands of years ago, the North Star Palace brought it from the demonic realm to the human world. On the book, there was a strange-looking seed, next to it was a drop of blood and a thin wisp of smoke. This kind of cultivation is very difficult. It needs to be watered with demonic blood for 10 years, and then mixed with a strand of the owner's soul, before it can sprout and bloom. Chu Wanning muttered, it needs demonic blood and the owner's soul to grow. But in this world, there are no pure demons. But the records might not be completely correct, so there was no need to investigate. He continued to read, only to see a heart drawn on the silk book, and on the right side of the heart, there was a double-petal flower in full bloom. Next to the illustration, there was a passage of complex demonic words. This demonic flower cannot be nurtured by the earth, nurtured by water, seen by the sky, seen by the earth, and seen by the human heart. Chu Wanning was shocked. This was a flower that could only bloom in the heart. Looking further down, it was even more shocking. What was written on the book was that once the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower was planted in someone's heart, they would go through 3 stages. In the first stage, the host was not much different from the past. The only difference was that the host would gradually become irritable and prone to maliciously speculate about others. Furthermore, the host would gradually forget some of the good memories. At this stage, although the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower was difficult to remove, as long as it was discovered in time, its effects could be slowly suppressed. If the situation was good, the everlasting regret flower would eventually go into hibernation, and it would be difficult for it to take effect again. But if it was not discovered at this time, then depending on the host's situation, the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower would grow to the second stage after 8 to 10 years. At this stage, the host would begin to rapidly forget all the pure memories related to pure, gentle, and hope. Instead, they would repeatedly recall the frustrations, setbacks, malice, and bullying in their lives. The 8 hardships of life, birth, old age, sickness, death, resentment, love, separation, and the 5 yin flames would all be engraved in the host's mind. Deep into the marrow. When Chu Wanning read to this point, his face was already as white as snow. Mo Ran, wasn't that the case? He had forgotten the wishes of his youth, forgotten the letters he had written, and even his own mother was not as clear as before. He continued to read. At the 3rd stage, the host would become bloodthirsty, violent, and irrational. They would take revenge for the sufferings they had suffered in the past 1,000 times over. Chu Wanning seemed to recall Mo Ran's sinister smile in the sea of blood of the Confucian Wind sect. One of his hands was filled with spiritual power, and he fiercely pierced it into a cultivator's body. His fingers were covered in blood. He forcibly pulled out the heart and crushed it. Many people cried and begged for mercy. The ground was littered with corpses, but Mo Ran only laughed loudly. His eyes flashed with an excited and crazed luster. He kept muttering the same sentence, hit by 3 feet, you can't ask for 10 feet, you can't ask for 10 feet. Ruthless, crazy, evil, and ferocious. Why did Mo Ran become like this? At that time, it was not that he did not have the slightest suspicion, but the effects of the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower would gradually increase, and the most important point was, it was also written in the Silk Book, that this kind of demonic flower would not produce violence for no reason. Instead, it would expand the host's hatred and desire. In other words, this hatred and desire really did belong to Moran. No one had wronged him. Moran had indeed thought about slaughtering the entire Confucian Wind sect. He had indeed thought about becoming unrivaled in the world. He had also hated and resented Chu Wanning. However, these emotions might have only lasted for a moment, or perhaps they were just wild thoughts buried deep in his heart that even he had almost forgotten. However, the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower would dig out all the hatred in his heart and put it into practice. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, although the host of the everlasting regret flower was deranged and crazy, their hatred was justified. They would not suddenly have a great change in temperament and become a completely different person. People would think that he slowly became like this because of hatred, and would not think that he slowly became like this because of the curse. It was precisely because of this that practically no one was able to easily discover the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower in Moran's body, and by the time it was discovered, it would usually be at the second or third stage, and it would be absolutely impossible to remove or contain it. After Chu Wanning finished reading this record, he was actually unable to come back to his senses for a long time. What kind of feeling did he have in his heart? Surprise? Regret? Anger? Fear? Or perhaps regret, he did not know. He sat on the floor of the library that was slightly dilapidated due to years of disrepair. 2:49, when Moran woke up the next day, he didn't remember clearly what happened after he got drunk. But even if he didn't remember, Chu Wanning wouldn't. After that day, he confirmed that Moran really did lose his memories of the past, so he became more and more uneasy. He spent a long time and finally found a record of this array in a book of the medicine sect in the library of the Peak of Life and Death. Light shone in from the window, 8-bitter everlasting regrets, his fingertips rubbed the dark lines on the book, then Chu Wanning took out the talisman drawn by the little dragon. When he compared the two, they were exactly the same. It was a black heart. At first glance, it was easy to recognize that it was the love spell, but the love spell had a sesame-sized white space on the left side of the heart, but this one was reversed, on the right side. The talisman traces shown by the little dragon corresponded to the effect of the spell, so it seemed that this was a flower spell similar to the love spell, but with the opposite effect. In the empty library, the ancient book was mixed with ancient demonic characters, so it wasn't easy to understand. Although Chu Wanning had dabbled in demonic characters, it still seemed very difficult to understand. He read slowly, word by word, but each time he understood a sentence, the astonishment in his heart increased. 8-bitter everlasting regrets flower, demonic seed. Chu Wanning's thin, watery lips opened slightly, and said in a low voice, "Legend has it that thousands of years ago, the North Star Palace brought it from the demonic realm to the human world. On the book, there was a strange-looking seed, next to it was a drop of blood and a thin wisp of smoke. This kind of cultivation is very difficult. It needs to be watered with demonic blood for 10 years, and then mixed with a strand of the owner's soul, before it can sprout and bloom." Chu Wanning muttered, "It needs demonic blood and the owner's soul to grow. But in this world, there are no pure demons." But the records might not be completely correct, so there was no need to investigate. He continued to read, only to see a heart drawn on the silk book, and on the right side of the heart, there was a double-petal flower in full bloom. Next to the illustration, there was a passage of complex demonic words. "This demonic flower cannot be nurtured by the earth, nurtured by water, seen by the sky, seen by the earth, and seen by the human heart." Chu Wanning was shocked. This was a flower that could only bloom in the heart. Looking further down, it was even more shocking. What was written on the book was that once the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower was planted in someone's heart, they would go through 3 stages. In the first stage, the host was not much different from the past. The only difference was that the host would gradually become irritable and prone to maliciously speculate about others. Furthermore, the host would gradually forget some of the good memories. At this stage, although the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower was difficult to remove, as long as it was discovered in time, its effects could be slowly suppressed. If the situation was good, the everlasting regret flower would eventually go into hibernation, and it would be difficult for it to take effect again. But if it was not discovered at this time, then depending on the host's situation, the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower would grow to the second stage after 8 to 10 years. At this stage, the host would begin to rapidly forget all the pure memories related to pure, gentle, and hope. Instead, they would repeatedly recall the frustrations, setbacks, malice, and bullying in their lives. The 8 hardships of life, birth, old age, sickness, death, resentment, love, separation, and the 5 yin flames would all be engraved in the host's mind. Deep into the marrow. When Chu Wanning read to this point, his face was already as white as snow. Mo Ran, wasn't that the case? He had forgotten the wishes of his youth, forgotten the letters he had written, and even his own mother was not as clear as before. He continued to read. At the 3rd stage, the host would become bloodthirsty, violent, and irrational. They would take revenge for the sufferings they had suffered in the past 1,000 times over. Chu Wanning seemed to recall Mo Ran's sinister smile in the sea of blood of the Confucian Wind sect. One of his hands was filled with spiritual power, and he fiercely pierced it into a cultivator's body. His fingers were covered in blood. He forcibly pulled out the heart and crushed it. Many people cried and begged for mercy. The ground was littered with corpses, but Mo Ran only laughed loudly. His eyes flashed with an excited and crazed luster. He kept muttering the same sentence, hit by 3 feet, you can't ask for 10 feet, you can't ask for 10 feet. Ruthless, crazy, evil, and ferocious. Why did Mo Ran become like this? At that time, it was not that he did not have the slightest suspicion, but the effects of the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower would gradually increase, and the most important point was, it was also written in the Silk Book, that this kind of demonic flower would not produce violence for no reason. Instead, it would expand the host's hatred and desire. In other words, this hatred and desire really did belong to Mo Ran. No one had wronged him. Mo Ran had indeed thought about slaughtering the entire Confucian Wind sect. He had indeed thought about becoming unrivaled in the world. He had also hated and resented Chu Wanning. However, these emotions might have only lasted for a moment, or perhaps they were just wild thoughts buried deep in his heart that even he had almost forgotten. However, the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower would dig out all the hatred in his heart and put it into practice. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, although the host of the everlasting regret flower was deranged and crazy, their hatred was justified. They would not suddenly have a great change in temperament and become a completely different person. People would think that he slowly became like this because of hatred, and would not think that he slowly became like this because of the curse. It was precisely because of this that practically no one was able to easily discover the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower in Mo Ran's body, and by the time it was discovered, it would usually be at the 2nd or 3rd stage, and it would be absolutely impossible to remove or contain it. After Chu Wanning finished reading this record, he was actually unable to come back to his senses for a long time. What kind of feeling did he have in his heart? Surprise? Regret? Anger? Fear? Or perhaps regret, he did not know. He sat on the floor of the library that was slightly dilapidated due to years of disrepair. It was currently afternoon, and the sun was still warm. However, when it shone on his body, it did not bring back the slightest bit of warmth. Chu Wanning sat idly in the library for a long time. He felt as if there was an invisible and untouchable person standing behind him. That person smiled faintly and sat there like a malicious spirit, spying on their every move and every word from behind the curtain. He lowered his head again and looked at the words written on the silk. In the 1st stage, if discovered in time, although the everlasting regret flower is difficult to remove, it can be contained. In the end, the host will not lose his mind. Chu Wanning repeated this sentence over and over again, repeating it countless times. In the end, he was stunned to find that there were droplets of water dripping and slowly spreading out on the silk book. He stretched out his cold hand and tried to wipe away the water stain. However, before his hand touched the surface of the silk, he instinctively turned to his face, covering his wet eyelashes and trembling eyelids. It was his fault, his fault. He was the one who had always been arrogant and valued his face more than anything else. He was the one who was unwilling to speak openly and honestly about anything he wanted to say. If discovered in time, he would not lose his mind. However, after so many years, he did not discover anything. The so-called Wanya Yuheng, the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable, did not even realize that his disciple had become the host of the Devil Flower. It was his solitude and ineloquence that caused Mo Ran to embark on the road alone, walking into the boundless night and involving himself in a sea of blood and deep hatred. How could he have the face to hold the position of Venerable? How could he have the face to accept Mo Ran calling him Master? If discovered in time. This sentence was like a nightmare, like a curse lingering in his ears. He felt like a thorn in his back, like a fishbone choking him, and was extremely shocked. He was a teacher in vain. At this time, when he looked back, how long had Mo Ran been acting strangely? It wasn't just 1 or 2 years. They had spent so many years together. Mo Ran was a shy and brilliant young man at the beginning. Bit by bit, he was swallowed by darkness and soaked in blood. And as his master, until today, until everything was irreparable, and it was difficult to look back, only now did he realize, his insides were muddled, his body was like a floating boat, he was in extreme pain and hatred, he was a teacher in vain. That day, Chu Wanning did not know how he tidied up his emotions, how he slowly walked out of the library and into the empty bamboo forest at the peak of life and death. He also did not know how he returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Under the Chinese wisteria, everything was in chaos. He sat there alone, from the brilliant sun to the dusk. Then, a person walked into his field of vision. That person had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and a dignified appearance. He stepped on the ground full of sunset, and in his hand was a goblet of floating light, slowly walking towards the pavilion. Chu Wanning was in a daze, and for a moment he could not react to who this person was, or what year it was. That tall and handsome man overlapped with the young man in his memory. He remembered that it was a month after he became his disciple. Mo Ran carried a small clay pot wrapped in bamboo vines, and excitedly ran to the Red Lotus Pavilion to find him. The youth ran too fast. His cheeks were slightly red, he was panting, and his eyes were astonishingly bright. Shizun, I tasted a very good wine at the foot of the mountain. I bought a little, I'll treat you to it. Chu Wanning asked, You haven't accepted a mission yet, where did you get the money? Mo Ran grinned, I borrowed it from uncle. Why waste money? Because Shizun likes me. Mo Ran smiled, holding the wine pot with both hands, and handed it to Chu Wanning, I also like Shizun. Chu Wanning still remembered his embarrassment and shame at that time. The youth's goodwill was too strong, and he felt like a hot potato, unable to hold it. He flicked his sleeve and reprimanded, Nonsense, what do you mean like or dislike? Don't talk about it in the future. Oh? Okay then. The youth scratched his head, but when I eat good food, drink good wine, I will definitely think of Shizun. I want to taste it with Shizun. I have never drunk wine. Mo Ran smiled, then you should at least try, right? Maybe Shizun has a good tolerance. Chu Wanning pursed his lips, took the wine pot, opened it, and tried to smell it. His eyes slightly widened. Is it fragrant? Yes. Ha ha, quickly drink some and see. Chu Wanning drank a mouthful. Although it was strong, the taste was mellow, and his mouth was immersed in a strong fragrance. Chu Wanning could not help but drink another mouthful. It is not bad. What is it called? Mo Ran grinned brightly. This is called Pear Blossom White. This was the first time he had drunk wine in his life. He muttered and repeated, Pear Blossom White, it is a good name. Mo Ran was very happy. If Shizun likes it, when I can take on assignments in the future and earn money, I will buy it for Shizun to drink every day. Chu Wanning drank another mouthful and looked at him with his phoenix eyes. The expression on his face was still indifferent. Then I'm afraid you won't be able to save your money. Mo Ran was all smiles. No need to save it. I will use the money I earn to buy things for Shizun, uncle, and auntie. Chu Wanning did not say anything, but he faintly felt that there was a crack in his heart, and there were traces of sweetness seeping out. In order to not let Mo Ran see his joy, he did not want him to think that so elder Yuhan can be bribed with just a cup of wine. He continued to hold the wine jug without batting an eyelid, coldly and indifferently drinking. Beside him was his newly accepted little disciple, who was talking endlessly. Chu Wanning sometimes found it very surprising that his indifference was like a wall to anyone. Only this guy happily flipped over the wall, and even rubbed the back of his head and looked around as if nothing had happened. He was afraid that he was an idiot. On the other side, Mo Ran was thinking about what to buy for Shizun in the future, so he asked, does Shizun like to eat osmanthus jelly? Lotus jelly. Osmanthus jelly and lotus root. Mo Ran's dimples became deeper and sweeter. He smiled. Shizun really likes sweet things. Chu Wanning did not respond this time. He probably finally realized that sweet things did not match his usual icy appearance. He drank another mouthful of wine. Because he was vexed, this mouthful was rather bold. Although this wine was mellow and sweet, it was still a bit strong, and he choked. There were so many opportunities to discover the truth, but he missed them all. When he finally discovered the real reason for Mo Ran's twisted nature, he was already a cripple, and couldn't do anything. At night, Chu Wanning looked at Mo Ran sleeping soundly beside his pillow. That once pure face was covered with a layer of coldness, and his face was as white as paper. He hated, he resented. When Mo Ran cut off all ties with him, he was also bitterly disappointed. When Mo Ran forced him to submit, he was also disheartened. But in the long night, in the mournful curtain, he was lying beside the Emperor Ta. Chu Wanning, who finally knew the truth, only felt that the past hatred, resentment, disheartened were all so ridiculous. Mo Ran had been poisoned by the GU long ago. Everything he did was not his original intention at all. That all-powerful immortal trampling monarch had long been imprisoned and chained up by iron chains. He was the master, but he couldn't do anything. Because he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were watching him, he couldn't tell the truth to anyone. He couldn't even show the slightest bit of compassion and gentleness to Mo Ran. He could only hate, resent, disheartened. Only in the dead of night, in this Wu Mountain palace, when Mo Ran was asleep, Chu Wanning could get up and caress Mo Ran's pale face. Only then could he gently say, I'm sorry, Master didn't protect you well. 250, only in the dead of night, in this Wu Mountain hall, when Mo Ran was deep asleep, could Chu Wanning get up and stroke Mo Ran's pale face. Only then could he softly say, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well enough. I didn't protect you well enough. I made you someone else's chess piece. You became a tyrant that was reviled by thousands of people. No one in the world knows your true face. They don't know that you were kind. They don't know that you were pure. They don't know that you were distressed because you couldn't save the earthworms in the rain. They don't know that you smiled brightly because of the lotus flowers in the pond. Everyone in the world hates you for being cold-blooded and heartless, but they don't know that you shyly scratched your head and said, I don't have much ability. If I have some spare money in the future, I'll build more houses for people like me who don't have a place to live. That would be good. Everyone hates you for killing and slaughtering, but they don't know that you once told me, Shizun, I want a divine weapon like Qian Wen. It can distinguish between black and white, and can also save lives. Everyone is cursing you, everyone has the right to kill you. I know the truth, but I can't give you back your dignity. People like Mo Ran are very sensitive to others' gazes, even when they are asleep. His eyelids moved slightly, but before Chu Wanning could react, his eyes opened. Their gazes met. What are you looking at? Chu Wanning's emotions were tense to the extreme. He didn't know how to respond, so he turned over to avoid eye contact with Mo Ran, and then said, nothing. Mo Ran didn't say anything. After a while, a warm body hugged him from behind, a strong and broad chest pressed against Chu Wanning's back. In the dark night, Chu Wanning opened her eyes. In front of her was a light breeze blowing the curtains, and behind her was the warm bosom of the celestial trampling monarch. This man's voice was either mocking or lazy. He said faintly, "You're cold, you're sweating." As he said this, he leaned down and sniffed the side of his neck. "Did you have a nightmare?" Mo Ran chuckled, with the leisurely tone of someone who had just woken up. "I smelled some fear." Chu Wanning did not answer, but he was indeed trembling slightly. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because the sadness and self-reproach had almost destroyed him. He had almost exhausted all the strength in his body just to maintain this last bit of calmness. In the end, he still managed to pass under Mo Ran's nose. Mo Ran didn't notice anything strange about him. After a yawn, he gradually woke up. He then sniffed Chu Wanning's shoulder and hair, and hummed in satisfaction. "Oh. But speaking of which, why does your body smell like flowers even when you sweat?" he said with a faint smile. "It's like you're in the form of a plant cultivator." If it was any other time, such teasing would definitely provoke an extremely embarrassed and angry scolding. But on this night, Mo Ran waited for a while, but did not hear Chu Wanning's response. He was a little surprised, so he simply got up and flipped Chu Wanning's entire body over, covering him tightly again. His strong and broad figure completely enveloped the person below him. His eyes looked at his eyes. He laid under him, and they only had eyes for each other. There was still a candle in the hall that hadn't been extinguished, and it shone through the layers of gauze curtains. In such a dim light, Mo Ran stared at the handsome face that was close to him. It was still the same sharp eyebrows, slanted phoenix eyes, high nose bridge, and innate arrogance between his eyebrows. But for some reason, he felt that something was wrong tonight. "What's wrong with you?" He reached out and touched Chu Wanning's cheek. His fingertips trembled, and the person below him suddenly closed his eyes, holding back all kinds of emotions. Mo Ran completely woke up from his sleep. He felt excited. Whether it was Chu Wanning's furrowed eyebrows, his thin, watery lips, or that thin and fragile face, all of these things greatly satisfied his desire to conquer. But there was a vague feeling of uneasiness, so Mo Ran controlled his temper and asked him again, "What's wrong with you?" Chu Wanning opened his eyes, and his half-closed eyes flashed with a light. He had nowhere to vent the pain and frustration in his heart, and finally he said in a hoarse voice, How did we get to where we are today? If I had stopped it earlier, would it have been different?" Mo Ran didn't answer. He felt that Chu Wanning was quite ridiculous. He had been defeated by him for so long, he was married, concubine, and had become the exclusive property. Everything was a foregone conclusion. Why would he let his imagination run wild tonight? Why would he have such thoughts again? There was no one else in the shaman palace at night, only the naked resentful couple on the bed. The fragrance of the flowers floating in through the window made Mo Ran feel relaxed. He didn't want to get angry at this man who knew what was good for him. He was more patient with concubine Chu than he was with the Empress. So he looked at Chu Wanning's endurance and pain with great interest. As he looked, his heart itched. It was as if a flame had been ignited. So he joked with him lazily, If Wanning had found out earlier, how would you have stopped me? His fingertips moved down inch by inch. The Emperor Ta was sexy and languid, with your body. Looking at Chu Wanning's eyes, Mo Ran's eyes became wet and gloomy. After a while, he cursed in a low voice. He couldn't stand any temptation Chu Wanning gave him, whether it was intentional or not. There wasn't much explanation, there wasn't any foreplay. He was just like a wild beast. He lifted Chu Wanning's slender and firm legs and thrust in a little hurriedly. The semen from before hadn't been removed, and he still remembered the stimulation of being manipulated by a man, so it smoothly accepted his sex organ. When he thrust in, he and Chu Wanning couldn't help but gasp and groan. Chu Wanning opened her misty eyes and saw Mo Ran's broad chest and handsome face that was immersed in the stimulation of sex. His beautiful and full lips were slightly parted and he was panting because of the pleasure. If the 8 distresses were born out of lust, could it be that this broken body of his could more or less arouse Mo Ran's passion? He didn't know. That night, he and Mo Ran made love on the bed again and again. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't have the strength to resist as fiercely as usual. Perhaps it was because Mo Ran was provoked by his strange behavior, or perhaps it was because Chu Wanning was not in good health. She had a slight fever that day, and it was especially hot inside. In short, Mo Ran hugged him and made love very quickly and tightly. He couldn't stop kissing Chu Wanning's lips, holding Chu Wanning's waist and buttocks, or lifting one of Chu Wanning's legs up and thrusting from the side. Chu Wanning's mind was in a mess, his Adam's apple moved, and his self-control was not as good as before. Occasionally, he would even moan softly. His reaction made Mo Ran even more excited. Between the messy pillows, the Emperor Ta breathed sexily, his voice low and slow. Is it here? In fact, Mo Ran was very clear about Chu Wanning's sensitive spots. After all, they had done it so many times. However, Chu Wanning's tolerance was amazing, and he rarely moaned, so Mo Ran wasn't so sure. He would change the angle or position, and every time he adjusted, he would look at Chu Wanning's frowning handsome face. Where do I f***ku? Is it the most comfortable? It was very messy. Everything was messy. Chu Wanning listened to Mo Ran asking, kissing, and panting in his ears. Pain and sex intertwined like a storm. For the first time in his life, he felt like duckweed, unable to catch anything, unable to control anything, and unable to change anything. That night, for the first time, he felt so weak. What was worse was that although he didn't answer, Mo Ran quickly saw the angle and position that he couldn't stand the most from his trembling and expression. Thus, he passionately penetrated, and every time, he would push against Chu Wanning's numb spot. At first, Chu Wanning could still bite his lips and endure, but later on, Mo Ran began to move vigorously and quickly. His sack and buttocks collided with each other, making a smacking sound that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. At the place where they intersected, there was a big wet patch. At this time, Chu Wanning was still trying her best to hold on, but Mo Ran raised his hand to hold her chin. His lower body was still thrusting against her, but his lips were wet and hungry. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. When the kiss ended, he wanted to hold it in, but he didn't know why he couldn't hold it in anymore. Under Mo Ran, he moaned softly and panted helplessly as Mo Ran violated him. He tried to grab onto the mattress, as if he was trying to hold on to his disintegrating pride. But it was no use. Mo Ran was too fierce and too tight. His legs were trembling, and his pants were already wet. He couldn't stop himself from moaning and groaning softly. Even when Mo Ran was at his most violent and forceful, he was absent-minded. His legs were wide open, and his toes were tight. He gasped under Mo Ran, almost losing his voice. At that time, Mo Ran's eyes were extremely dark. The louder he cried, the more he lost his composure, and the fiercer Mo Ran was, the fiercer and fiercer he was. Thus, the world turned upside down, and even the bed was about to be overturned. The blankets and pillows were all misplaced and slid to the ground. But the two people who were making love intensely couldn't care less. This kind of sex could even be said to be lingering. That noise even made the palace servants on night duty blush when they saw Chu Wanning the next day. Their eyes were filled with an inquisitive ambiguity. He ejaculated, and he was stimulated to climax. The mattress was soaked with the smell of blood. In fact, this should be considered the first time since Chu Wanning had been under house arrest that Mo Ran directly penetrated him to the point of ejaculation without using drugs. In a daze, he heard Mo Ran say in a low voice, "Do you know why we've come to this point? It's only natural. I've wanted to do you for a long time." Mo Ran's fingers sank into Chu Wanning's pitch-black hair. "I hate your high and mighty attitude. No matter what I do, I can't get half a good word from you." Chu Wanning's eyelashes trembled slightly, almost as if they were stinging. That person was still muttering incessantly beside his hair. Obviously, he was the one who was bullied, but the man who benefited from it was instead like a resentful woman. "No matter how well I do, how hard I work, you're not willing to look at me. It's not like that. There has been peace between you and me, there has been a pot of wine among the flowers, there has been an umbrella in the rain. But you've forgotten, and I can't mention it again now. So, you see. Only when I break your arms and legs, pull out your bones, and pull out all your claws and teeth, will you obediently lie under me." Mo Ran kissed him, his tone crazy and passionate. "Only when I become the Emperor Ta can I bully you, torture you, force you, and trample on you like this." His released genitals were still slightly hard, pulsating in his flesh. "To be able to see you like this now," Mo Ran said softly, "to fall into hell and be convicted of adultery, it's worth it. It's exciting enough." He stroked Chu Wanning's hair, and in the end, his genitals didn't withdraw. From this day on, Mo Ran began to have this habit, even if he knew that Chu Wanning would be sick, and knew that there would be all kinds of bad things, he still didn't want to come out. There was a fiery fire in his heart, and his desire was everywhere, and his bestial nature was ferocious. Only Chu Wanning was his water. She was his box. She was the person he wanted to tear apart. He wanted to kiss her. But what about Chu Wanning? After the initial pain, he began to slowly sink down, and slowly began to organize all the known clues by himself, thinking about the person behind the scenes who planted the everlasting regret flower in Mo Ran, and what they wanted in the end. On the other hand, although the book said that the everlasting regret flower couldn't be pulled out at the third stage, Chu Wanning still didn't want to give up. He had always been stubborn and didn't admit defeat. He didn't accept his fate. Just like that, day after day passed. After losing his spiritual power, Chu Wanning was very difficult to do anything, and he couldn't let a second person know about it. It was difficult to find the person behind the scenes, and it was even more impossible to pull out the everlasting regret flower. However, the person's purpose of controlling Mo Ran was becoming more and more obvious. Because Mo Ran began to practice the gate of life and death. "I can't practice the art of rebirth." He still remembered that day when Mo Ran stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, and looked at the chirping orioles outside. He said lightly, after reading the dossier, it said that only people with strong yin energy can learn it. As he said that, he turned around and looked at Chu Wanning. "I plan to practice the first forbidden technique. The gate of life and death. What else can it be? You can't learn it." Mo Ran smiled. "I have to try before I give in. I haven't done anything yet, and you're saying that it's impossible." Chu Wanning shook his head. "The first forbidden technique goes against the heavens and changes fate, tearing apart two unrelated mortal worlds, and has never been tolerated by the heavenly axiom." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Mo Ran's expression was very lazy. "What is the heavenly axiom?" why should it tolerate me? In my life, the thing that I don't believe in the most is fate. He then started to put it into practice. The first forbidden technique had been lost for a long time. Mo Ran was the emperor, and it was difficult for him to obtain an ancient rubbing, but the most important chapter was missing. Without the complete secret manual, no matter how strong Mo Ran's spiritual power was, he could only form the space door, and he couldn't really tear apart time and space. It was from then on that Chu Wanning began to understand the intentions of the person who planted the flower venomous insect on Mo Ran. It was definitely not to unify the world. He guessed that the person's ultimate goal was to open the gate of life and death. Furthermore, it wasn't just a small crack. It was most likely that he wanted to completely merge the two worlds of the mortal world. Only a very small number of people, such as Mo Ran, who was born with strong and tyrannical spirit energy, could achieve this. 251. What do you want to do with the first forbidden technique? He didn't know how many times he had asked this question. Mo Ran was in a good mood today, so he finally answered slowly, go back to the past. And then? The Emperor Ta lifted his eyelids, save him. It was self-evident who he was. Chu Wanning stood in front of Mo Ran in his snow-white robe. If you carefully read the books related to the first forbidden technique, you should know that no one who used the first forbidden technique had a good ending. The last Grandmaster tried to bring his daughter back to him from another time and space, but he killed his own self in that time and space. You should know what happened. Mo Ran frowned, changed his sitting position, crossed his long legs, and looked at him. I really don't know. What's there to see about this kind of failed example? Chu Wanning said, no one has ever succeeded. Mo Ran said, then I'll be the first to succeed. Chu Wanning said again, once time and space are disturbed, you don't know what the consequences will be. Mo Ran almost sneered, even if the world is in chaos, what does it have to do with me? Chu Wanning was still not satisfied. Even if you really bring Shimingjing back from another time and space, what about your other self? How can you forgive yourself? If the incident of two grandmasters fighting for one person happens again, have you thought about what to do? Mo Ran smiled and said, it's just another version of myself in the mortal world. If he stops me, I'll just kill him. Chu Wanning suddenly stopped talking, and suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Mo Ran had really gone crazy. Then what if? Chu Wanning said slowly, almost stiffly, the incident of two grandmasters fighting for a woman happens again. In the process of fighting for Shimingjing, an accident happens. That Shimingjing of the mortal world will probably be torn into pieces in the crack of time and space, you. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud clang was heard. Mo Ran suddenly stood up and kicked over the fruit platter table in front of him. Grapes, oranges, lychees, and sugars. At this moment, they were like the heads of the people he had killed, rolling all over the ground. The Emperor Ta strode over, stepping on the ground with his crimson pheasant embroidered with a dark dragon. The ground was covered with crushed fruits. The grapes were cracked like blood, and the lychees were crushed like brain matter. He suddenly grabbed Chu Waning's collar in the midst of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. His eyes were like a tiger's and a wolf's. I know you don't like him and want him dead, Mo Ran said darkly, but you're too vicious. No matter what, he is still your disciple. He once worshipped you and trusted you. Chu Wanning, how can you curse him like this? I'm not cursing him. What you said is the truth. Mo Ran snapped, who wants to hear the truth from you? The person I want, I'll tear time and space and twist the universe to save him. If the world stops me from tearing it, then kill me. If you stop me again, then... He panted for a while, his eyes were a little wet in the madness. Then what should he do? Trample. But he had already broken Chu Waning's spine. Humiliate? Chu Wanning was already the man he married. Then, kill. Suddenly, he felt a dull pain in his heart. He couldn't say it and didn't know what to say. Mo Ran left abruptly, leaving Chu Wanning standing alone in the empty hall. There was darkness all around her. She knew that this darkness was a trap set by one person. Be it the celestial treading monarch or the northern dipper immortal, they were all deeply involved. But what should he do? Once the first forbidden technique was used, it was not a big deal if it was just a tear. Just like how scars could form scabs, time and space could heal itself. But if the tear was too big, there would be too many variables. The two worlds would be intertwined, and in the end, it might become like what was recorded in the ancient books. Collapse. The world is in order. If the order collapses, the punishment of heaven will come, and everything will belong to Hongmeng. Chu Wanning did not remember where he read this sentence, but the impression was very clear. It talked about the consequences of the gate of life and death losing control. The so-called punishment of heaven will come, and everything will belong to Hongmeng. In other words, the gods would punish the mortal world, crushing the two worlds into powder and returning them to zero. The price of losing control of the first forbidden technique would be the complete destruction of the two worlds. So no matter what, he could not let this happen. He could not let Mo Ran continue like this. That night, Mo Ran was busy dealing with the files of the Kunlun turmoil, so he did not look for Chu Wanning again. So Chu Wanning carried the wind lantern and went to the library. This was also a little benevolent of Mo Ran. He knew that Chu Wanning would not be able to do anything, so except when he was angry, he did not set up obstacles at the peak of life and death. He did not mind Chu Wanning going to the library, the back of the mountain, or even the Divine Martial Library. The reason was the same as raising a cat. It was enough to grind its fangs and cut off its claws. It was too boring to break its legs and make the cat unable to move and lose its wild nature. Chu Wanning sorted out all the information he had in the library and combined it with the current situation. In the end, he concluded two things. First, the person behind the scenes was very good at using drugs, but his spiritual power was definitely not strong. This was easy to understand. Because if this person's spiritual power was strong, he would not need to borrow people to do these things. Second, Shimai's death must have been planned by the person behind the scenes. The purpose was to stimulate the hatred in Mo Ran's heart. This was also supported by Chu Wanning in the ancient books. The 8 bitter everlasting regrets can erase all the kindness in a person's heart, but it can also retain the warm memories of a person. The complicated magic words were deciphered word by word. Therefore, the caster often makes the everlasting regrets flower master retain normal memories of himself, making the everlasting regrets flower master acknowledge the caster, rely on the caster, and be willing to die for him. Shimai had died long ago. He saw it with his own eyes, so it could not be fake. So Shimai should not be the caster, but Mo Ran obviously remembered all the good memories related to Shimai. And the person behind the scenes used the last bit of pure warmth in Mo Ran to tempt him to touch the 3 forbidden techniques. From the exquisite chess game to controlling the world. To the rebirth technique to resurrect the dead. To the door of life and death to twist the universe. Mo Ran had indeed tried one by one, whether it was successful or not. What kind of person would be so eager to master 3 forbidden techniques at the same time? What kind of person would want to tear apart time and space, and take the risk of both worlds being returned to zero to satisfy their own selfish desires? Chu Wanning could not think of the answer, but the answer to this question was not the most important thing at the moment. The most important thing was how to stop this from happening before Mo Ran mastered the door of life and death. After thinking for a while, he finally saw clearly that there was only one path in front of him. He had to kill the Emperor Ta, then go back to the past. Before the 8 bitter everlasting regrets in Mo Ran's heart was planted, he had to stop it. He had to find a way to remove it. A person who had been affected by the 8 bitter everlasting regrets once would not be affected a second time. This way, even after the Emperor Ta died, the person behind the scenes would still find a way to open the door of life and death, and there would be no way to get the strongest battle power, Mo Wei Yu. Kill the Emperor Ta. At night in the library, there were moths jumping into the flame, flying into the wind lantern that Chu Wanning brought. In an instant, they were swallowed by the flame, and there was no body left, only a burnt smell. Chu Wanning looked at the candle flame alone, and looked at those stupid moths. The flame was very bright, but his heart was very cold. Kill the Emperor Ta, kill the Emperor Ta, kill Mo Ran. Kill that pitiful man who was controlled, used, and had few good days. His predecessor was his master, but he did not protect him well. Now he had to personally plan to kill him. Chu Wanning suddenly closed his eyes, slightly leaned back, and rested his head on the bookshelf. The wind lantern flickered, and he was like a moth flying into the fire. He had to kill Mo Wei Yu. It was raining. The light drizzle lingered in the bones. Chu Wanning was his boy toy, and he woke up from his light sleep. Mo Ran's desire and energy had always been amazing. Chu Wanning did not know whether this person would endlessly pester Song Chiotong like this. What he was venting was pure animal desire, or a desire for himself. It was not important. Mo Ran was now lying beside him, fast asleep, not much different from the many long nights before. During this period of time, he was getting more and more ridiculous, and he wanted more and more. It was common for him to not go out after doing it. When he woke up the next day, before the court, he would do it again. Kill him. But the difference in strength was so great, Chu Wanning did not think he had a chance of winning, even if it was just beside him. Wait a little longer, he told himself. In the end, there were two things to do. One was to kill, and the other was to open the door of life and death before the mastermind behind the scenes, to prevent the past Mo Ran from being swallowed by the everlasting regret flower. Since the first could not be done immediately, he would do the second. Open the first forbidden technique, the door of life and death. He did not know why, but he had a vague impression of this forbidden technique in his mind. Combined with the rubbing scroll that Mo Ran found, after countless failures, he finally restored the original appearance of the curse. But because he did not have a spiritual nucleus, Chu Wanning found it difficult to use the technique. Fortunately, he had a natural understanding with Ju Ji, so even without a spiritual nucleus, he could still summon it. So even though it was difficult to figure it out, there was no need to mention the setbacks he experienced. But in the end, Chu Wanning borrowed Ju Ji's power to tear open an extremely small crack in time and space. That was a crack that could lead to the past. He approached, and faintly heard the sound of a whistle coming from that crack, the door of life and death, the whistle to open the door, the whistle to close the door. It was exactly as the rumors said. He heard a distant and empty voice ask him, "Sir, where are you going?" At first, his heart was beating like a drum, but when he really reached the end of the bridge, he suddenly calmed down. "Sir, where are you going?" When the voice asked again, Chu Wanning glanced at the Wu Mountain Hall, where the singing and dancing had already started. Today, he had angered Mo Ran, and Mo Ran had already summoned Song Chiotong to accompany him, so he should not be looking for him. He took a deep breath, and his phoenix eyes lit up. I want to go back to the year when Mo Ran had just been poisoned by the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower. He tried to make his words clearer. That is, the year when the everlasting regret flower was still in its first stage, when everything could be salvaged. Do you understand? No one in the crack answered, but just as Chu Wanning was about to be disappointed, a ray of light suddenly lit up, and the space-time tunnel slowly opened. He stepped into it, and the world spun. When everything returned to normal, he opened his eyes and saw a few peach blossoms floating in front of him. He really went back to many years ago. At this time, in the door of life and death, the moon was white and the wind was clear. It was late spring. Chu Wanning stood for a while, trying to calm himself down. Then, he pushed aside the flowers and walked out of the crack. He found himself in the back mountain of the school. He smelled the fragrance of flowers and plants planted by Madame Wang, and there were lights in the distance. That was the light from thousands of disciples' rooms, converging into a quiet Milky Way in the night. Returning to the old place, it was like a dream. Chu Wanning stood in the same place. Although there was not much expression on his face, there were mixed feelings in his heart. He walked down slowly, watching the young disciples laughing and playing. He saw Elder Xuanji and Elder Lutsuan competing on the sword dance field. After turning a corner, he even saw Madame Wang's fat cat named Vegetable Bun. It was squatting on the wall, stretching out its furry head to sniff the blooming Chinese roses on the wall. He was wrong. It was not like a dream. All these years, even in his best dreams, he could not return to the peak of life and death like this. Chu Wanning looked at the scenery in front of him and walked forward alone. He knew that he did not have the habit of leaving the Red Lotus Pavilion at night, so he was not too worried about running into himself in this time and space. As he walked, he suddenly saw two young men walking towards him. One was as bright as a lotus, and the other was as dazzling as a bird's tail. His originally slow footsteps finally couldn't help but stop. They were the young Xue Meng and Shimai. 252. The two of them were talking about something interesting, and both of them had relaxed and bright smiles on their faces. Xue Meng even raised his hand to put a small yellow flower with white petals in Shimai's hair. Shimai didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he plucked it. Xue Meng laughed out loud. "Ah, Shizun." It was too late to dodge. Xue Meng turned his head and saw him from the corner of his eyes. At first, he was stunned, but then he said happily, "It's rare to see Shizun this late." As he said this, he walked forward to greet him. Shimai also followed with a smile. He said gently and politely, "Greetings to Shizun." Chu Wanning didn't know what to say for a moment. He wanted to calmly agree, but before he could open his mouth, his eyes turned red. Fortunately, the night was very deep, and there was enough darkness to cover him. Xue Meng asked curiously like a cat, "Where is Shizun going?" "Going?" As soon as he spoke, his voice was incredibly hoarse. He quickly shut his mouth and coughed. After a while, he said, "Just walking around." After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" "Shimai and I just came back from Wuchang town. We bought a lot of good food." As soon as he mentioned this, Xue Meng seemed very happy. "There's a temple fair today, so it's very lively." If it were the Chu Wanning of this era, this conversation would have ended there. Chu Wanning didn't have too much interest in understanding what these youths were doing, what they bought, and why they were so happy. At that time, he was indifferent, keeping everyone at arm's length. He didn't like to take a look at other people's personal affairs. But today, Chu Wanning felt that whether it was Xue Meng or Shimai, every word, every expression, and even every ray of light in their eyes was very precious. He wanted to look at them a few more times, listen to them a few more times. This was something he could no longer obtain in his own world of mortals. So he asked, "What did you buy? Does Master want to see it?" Xue Meng excitedly rummaged through his Qianquan bag as if he was presenting a treasure. Dried fruit skin, pine nut crisp, Osmanthus candy. While counting, suddenly she took out a handful of Osmanthus candy and handed it all to Chu Wanning. "I bought too much. These are all for Master." Shimai was also rummaging through his bag, but he didn't seem to have bought much. After rummaging through his bag, he couldn't find anything to show off. His ears were a little red. Chu Wanning said, "You don't have to give me any more." He picked up 2 or 3 candies and returned the rest to Xue Meng. Under the moonlight, his eyes were almost moist and gentle. That's enough. He knew that the gate of life and death could close at any time. He had already overdrawn the power of the 9 songs, so it would not be easy to open it again. Besides, there was only 1 night left. If they returned late, they were afraid that the Emperor Ta would notice. He couldn't calm down and asked, "Where's Mo Ran? Isn't he with you?" The two looked at each other. Shui Meng said, "I haven't seen him since lunch." His Shimai also said, "He hasn't been with us for the past few days. He probably has something to do." Chu Wanning went to the disciples' room, but there was no one there. He went to the temple fair to look for him, but he still couldn't find him. Seeing that the time was running out, he couldn't help but feel more anxious. He frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he remembered something. He thought of it. Mo Ran couldn't have gone to. After thinking about it for a while, he stopped thinking about it. This burning thought made him uncomfortable. His face slowly darkened, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. He remembered a place where Mo Ran often went when he first went astray. After half an hour, Chu Wanning stood outside a red and purple painted wooden building. There was a red plaque hanging on the building with the words, "Immortal Peach Gathering Gentleman," written on it. This was the famous Pear Garden Immortal Peach House. It was already late at night, but the brothel was just beginning to brighten up. There were people coming in from the left and right. Most of them were greasy-looking men and young boys with makeup. Chu Wanning's face was cold, and his back was straight. He looked out of place in the crowd. "Guest, please come in. Let's take a look. Today, there's a famous actor performing. Ming Dan from Seongtan. His singing is not inferior to Zunfeng's, and his dancing is not inferior to Duan Ihan's. 80 coins for a scene, 10 more coins for the front row." At the door, the manservant was shouting at the top of his voice. A young master who was waving a scholar's fan happened to pass by and said mockingly, "What a shameless boast. What Ming Dan? How dare he challenge the Duan and Zun, 2 music deities of the past? That's right. 80 coins for a scene, and he has the face to be on the same level as Zunfeng's. Even 800 gold for a scene is not enough for Zunfeng's. This lousy theater is cheating money again." A night watchman passed by and laughed while scratching his armpit. Chu Wanning did not understand and felt his head hurt. He simply raised his hand to lift the curtain and entered the building. There were silk lanterns hanging high in the air, and it was noisy. Some people were listening to the play, some were drinking, and some were floating in the charm and gentleness of the rouge and oil. The performer's golden voice shook the air, and her skin was full of spring. On the stage on the first floor, the imperial concubine was drunk and surrounded by flowers. The performer's every move was soft and sorrowful. Even the audience below offered endless sighs and sighs. Good. Good. One more scene. Chu Wanning frowned at the pungent fragrance of the rouge and powder. His face was gloomy. He swept his phoenix eyes and looked around, but he did not see the young man. He thought, could it be that he guessed the wrong place again? At this time, the busy procuress noticed him. Like a colorful and beautiful butterfly, she flew toward him. She opened her mouth, which was smeared with vermilion red clouds. She smiled and tried to solicit him, saying, "You said, Miss, young master, please take a seat while you are listening to the play." Chu Wanning looked at her and said, "Looking for someone." "Looking." The bow froze, and her smile fell. Her eyes were cold. "Feel free to look for someone." Chu Wanning sighed and took off the jade pendant from his waist. It was a beautiful jade given to him by the Emperor Ta. It was warm to the touch. He handed the jade to the bow and repeated, "Looking for someone." The bow took it and looked around. It was full of colorful lights, which made her eyes brighten. She coughed lightly and put away the jade. She put on a smile, which was more plump than before, and asked, "Young master, who are you looking for?" "A young man who looks to be 15 or 16 years old." Chu Wanning said, "His surname is Mo." On the third floor of the Fei Rong Pavilion, the carvings were graceful. It was no wonder that many people were willing to drink here all night. As long as enough money was spent, the actresses and beauties would fabricate a poppy flower-like dream. Many heroes would fall in love with it. If the long night could be passed gently like this, who would be willing to face the devastation of life and the pain of reality? This is the one. The Bao raised her long fingers and turned the wooden board with the words, Rongju, carved on the door. She looked up and thought carefully. She looked at Chu Wanning thoughtfully and said, "Young master, don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to call Ju out, then I will invite you to talk to your friend in the room." Even the Bao could see that he cared about him. Chu Wanning closed his eyes and said, "Thank you." She went in. There seemed to be people talking in the room, but it was unclear. After a while, she came out again, followed by a young man. Chu Wanning glanced at him. The Bao named Rongju still had a blush on her cheeks. She looked familiar from the side, like someone. Rongju bowed to him and left with the Bao. Chu Wanning pushed open the door and entered. What he saw was a sea of red and purple, which made his scalp numb. There was no incense in the room, but there was the smell of wine. Mo Ran supported his cheek and laid on the bed. His slender fingers were still playing with the red tassels tied to the small clay pot. The bed was also red and messy. It was best not to think about what had happened on it. He walked over. Like frost and snow, he stood in the midst of this scene that was completely out of tune with him. "Oh? Master is here. Sit down and drink a glass of wine. Pear Blossom White, good wine. I'm sure you haven't tasted it before." Chu Wanning said, "You're drunk." Mo Ran smiled and saw the man in white walk to his bed. He was indeed drunk. He suddenly reached out and boldly grabbed Chu Wanning's waist. "It's good to be drunk. When you're drunk, you're not afraid of anything. Come, the night is long. Why don't we mess around?" Chu Wanning did not say anything. He just lifted the young Mo Ran up from the bed. The veins on his hands were slightly protruding. He was a person with the demeanor of a master. At this time, he was still solemn. Only the trembling of his fingertips betrayed his heart. He closed his eyes and said softly, "Mo Ran." The drunk young man made a sound of, "Oh." He still did not understand and even had a heartless smile. Chu Wanning said hoarsely, "I'm late." He put his forehead over and moved his fingers. In an instant, it was extremely painful. In this pain of tearing flesh, a divine weapon appeared. The begonia tree curled up and 7 strings flowed. It was a good divine wood zither. Chu Wanning gritted her teeth. She had Shinwu transfer his abundant spiritual energy to her. It was a joke for her to fight against the Celestial Emperor treading immortal with this level of spiritual energy, but it was enough for her to cast many spells. He put Mo Ran's forehead close to his and closed his eyes. Then he felt, there was indeed the aura of the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower in Mo Ran's body. It was as if he saw a black double-petaled flower in front of him. It was rooted in his heart and its roots were buried deep in his blood vessels. It was this everlasting regret flower. It was the source of all evil. Chu Wanning took a deep breath and silently recited the incantation according to the ancient book. Then, he shouted with all his strength, "Break the soul." Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. The everlasting regret flower could only be suppressed by the power of the soul. He did as the book said, cut off half of his soul and transferred it between their foreheads into Mo Ran's body. A strong wind blew around them. Zhu Ji actually sounded like a phoenix. The spiritual energy was burning. Mo Ran. Mo Ran, Master didn't protect you well in the past. Now, I'm here to save you. I'll save you. The shredded souls turned into wisps of white dust and smoke that kept surging and flowing. Mo Ran was absent-minded. Chu Wanning was in extreme pain. Their foreheads kept touching. I'll save you. When the last ray of light disappeared, the two of them were suddenly exhausted. Chu Wanning let go of his hand. Mo Ran fell back onto the bed. Zhu Ji also disappeared. It hid in Chu Wanning's blood and bones. It was very difficult for him to maintain the stability of the divine weapon after losing half of his soul. Chu Wanning sat beside the bed. He slowly closed his eyes. His face was very pale. Even his lips were drained of blood. However, his heart was relieved and relaxed. He had finally taken the first step to changing his fate chart. He used the power of the soul to interfere with the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower. He didn't want Mo Ran to lose his mind again. Turning back time. He had finally protected him. Chu Wanning couldn't stay for long. The first thing he had to do was to prevent Mo Ran from being swallowed by the everlasting regret flower. He had done that. Next, he had to do the second thing. He didn't know how powerful the person behind the scenes was. Although that person couldn't tear open a crack in time and space, it was always right to be cautious. He had to make sure that if the disaster happened again, he could recover the memories of his previous life and fight it in time. So the second thing he had to do was to find his past self. All the whistling forbidden spells in the Red Lotus Pavilion were useless against him, and he easily made his way inside. He stood in front of the half-open window and looked at the man in white who was sleeping soundly on the table. The god of night was half done. It was still being painted. If only the troubles of the human world were only to deal with these imps and demons. Chu Wanning transferred the half of his soul that he had already torn into the body of his mortal self. Originally, this soul belonged to him, so he would not feel the slightest bit of discomfort while sleeping. He watched as the pure white light floated over, enveloping himself with a layer of gentle radiance. Slowly, the glow was extinguished. A wind blew over and blew the blueprint in Chu Wanning's hand to the ground. If there's another calamity, Mo Ran probably won't be your enemy, he said softly to the person inside as he leaned against the window. Now, my spirit core has shattered, and my soul has been separated from my body. I can only do this much. I can't change our era. But you can. The person inside the room didn't wake up. I divided the weakest soul of the three souls, the Earth Soul, into two halves. I gave one half to you and the other half to Mo Ran. If your lives are smooth, these two halves of the soul won't affect you too much. But if the 8 distresses everlasting hatred continues to invade, or if there is chaos in the human world, then I will try to fuse these two halves of the soul together again. If he didn't guess wrong, the moment the two halves of the soul were fused, the 8 distresses everlasting hatred in Mo Ran's body would be completely destroyed and removed. And after the two halves of the Earth Soul were fused, he would recover the memories of his previous life. Chu Wanning said, "Don't blame me for sharing these things with you. If possible, I also hope that you won't remember them again." But he didn't say anything else and only sighed softly. Then he went to do the third thing. This thing was the final barrier. He went to find Huizue. He gave Huizue an incense burner that he had already started making. In that incense burner, he used the soul fusion technique. This kind of secret technique would draw on the deepest memories in his subconscious and stimulate the two halves of the soul to fuse together again. Chu Wanning wasn't very sure what his deepest memories were. He felt that there were too many. Perhaps it was the great battle when the relationship between master and disciple had broken down. Perhaps it was the experience of being made into a blood hourglass after being defeated by Mo Ran. Perhaps it was the pain of being humiliated by Mo Ran for the first time. There were too many. Sometimes, people couldn't even see themselves clearly. He repeatedly told Huizue to seal the incense burner in the cave of Dragon Blood Mountain. If there was anything strange in the human world, he had to bring him and Mo Ran together. After doing all this, Chu Waning's time was up. Time and space had the ability to heal itself. Unless there was a destructive tear, the gap would close. He actually really wanted to stay here, stay in this clean and peaceful human world where nothing had happened. But Chu Waning knew that he didn't belong here. He wouldn't do anything that went against the principles of the forbidden technique for his own selfish desires and for the sake of warmth. He left. He left behind the good dreams of the world behind him and didn't look back. Grandmaster Chu. Returning to his own era, Chu Waning had just come out of the crack in the back of the mountain and concealed the traces of his spiritual energy when he saw a man in red walking along the bluestone path. It was the old servant who served Mo Ran, Liu Gong. Where did the Grandmaster go? It's easy to find him. Chu Waning asked, where is he? In the Red Lotus Pavilion. When he went to find him, Mo Ran was sitting with his eyes closed under the Chinese wisteria. Seeing him enter, he slowly raised his face. He waved at him. Come here. Chu Waning pursed his lips, his expression indifferent as usual. You didn't like the music. It ended so early. There's nothing to like, Mo Ran said. After listening to it, it was just a few tunes. I was tired. He opened his sleeves and pulled Chu Waning into his arms. Mo Ran didn't ask where he went. After all, Chu Waning had never been docile. It would be strange if he stayed in the pavilion and didn't move. He forced Chu Waning to sit on his lap, kissed the man in his arms on the cheek, and then buried his head in the man's neck. I had a dream just now, said Li Yunmu with a smile. In the dream, you were teaching me how to write. Chu Waning was stunned, his heartbeat suddenly stopped. But at the moment, the Emperor Ta was immersed in his own memories and couldn't extricate himself, so he didn't notice the strangeness. He just continued to speak, his tone light, but with a touch of sadness that even he didn't notice. I couldn't write a word well after 4 or 5 times. You were very angry, but you didn't give up on me. Mo Ran said, then you held my hand, and flowers floated in from the window, I saw. He was so immersed in that dream that he didn't even call himself I anymore. Mo Ran paused, his expression was Aokiji's. I saw it written on the paper, seeing a letter is like seeing a book. When he said this, he suddenly grinned. It was hard to say whether the smile was happy or ferocious. This kind of thing can only be seen in dreams. He looked up and met Chu Waning's eyes, which were full of worries. Gradually, he recovered the Emperor Ta's coldness. Do you know why I suddenly wanted to see you? He reached out and touched Chu Waning's cold cheek. In that dream, you looked very good. The Emperor Ta said lightly, you looked so good that I couldn't forget it. So I wanted to see the real you. Chu Waning lowered his eyes. I'm afraid that I don't hate you. I want to hate you. Mo Ran said, otherwise suddenly, he was speechless. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself anymore. Otherwise, I won't know how to move forward. Otherwise, I won't know how to continue this broken life. I have to hate you. I didn't change, and I didn't hate wrong. Warning. He finally closed his eyes and sighed, in the end, only you and I are left in this world. For a moment, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Chu Waning was about to speak when he suddenly felt that he missed a step on the edge of the cliff and fell down. He suddenly woke up from his dream. Chu Waning suddenly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was pitch black. He could hear his own drumming heartbeat. Cold sweat trickled down his back. It was as if the gloomy and cold face of the celestial trampling emperor was still in front of him. His entire body trembled as he panted slightly. The memories of his past life surged in, causing the hairs on his back to stand on end, causing him to tremble with fear. However, these memories did not stop there, and continued to crazily rush towards him. His Adam's apple moved. Where was he? Where was he? Why couldn't he see him? Why was everything in front of him black? His consciousness was in a mess. After a while, Chu Wanning finally vaguely remembered what happened at Dragon Blood Mountain. He slowly regained his senses and murmured, "Mo Ran." At this moment, his cheek was suddenly touched by a warm and soft hand. That hand lifted his chin and stretched out a thumb to rub his lips. Chu Wanning heard a voice that had obviously been cast with the sound-changing spell. It was gently laughing at him. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally awake." 253, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally awake. In the silent room, this voice was strange and distorted. If Chu Wanning could open his eyes, he would find that his junior sister was sitting by the bed, gazing at him with a smile, like a spider looking at a living creature that had fallen into its web. "How was it? Did you sleep well?" Chu Wanning did not immediately answer. He moved a bit and found that his spiritual power had only recovered 20%. Moreover, his hands were tied by the immortal binding rope and his eyes were covered by a black ribbon. At this time, there was no use panicking. Chu Wanning had always been fearless. He knew very well what kind of result he wanted, so he also knew how to deal with it calmly. In his 2 lives, he had only been at a loss in front of one person. Apart from that person, no one would make him panic. So Chu Wanning was silent, slowly recalling the fragmented memories and the situation before he fell unconscious. Before his consciousness drifted, he had intermittently heard some movements around him. Now he was trying his best to piece together those fragmented words. But at this time, the door to the secret room opened with a rumble. Nangong Liu had returned. He was holding a pile of fresh and juicy oranges. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Dear brother, I've picked the oranges. I picked the ones with small circles at the bottom. These are especially sweet." Before he finished speaking, he saw Chu Wanning on the bed. "Ah! Dear brother, you're awake." Hearing this name, Chu Wanning's originally very pale face became even more gloomy. "Dear concubine. Concubine Chu. Then the so-called dear brother is." Shamai took the oranges from Nangong Liu, smiled and patted his head, saying, "You did well. But I have something to say to this concubine Chu. You go out first and play by yourself for a while. Can't I stay here and play? I can help you peel the oranges." "It's not good for you to stay." Shamai said, "There are some words that adults can listen to, but children can't." Nangong Liu muttered in confusion, turned around and left. For a moment, the room was very quiet. Only the sound of breathing and the occasional crackling of candlelight could be heard. Shamo picked a tangerine and skillfully peeled it, removing the white strands. While he was doing this, he chatted with Chu Wanning casually. "Did you hear who that person was? You shouldn't be unfamiliar with his voice." After peeling the tangerines, he brought them to Chu Wanning's lips. "Try it." These tangerines on Jiao Mountain were personally planted by Xu Shuanglin. He's very proficient in this field, so they should be very sweet. Chu Wanning turned his face away. Shamai said slowly, "Look at you, throwing a tantrum as soon as you wake up." After a moment of silence, Chu Wanning asked coldly, "Where is he?" "Who?" "You know who I'm talking about." Shamai raised his eyebrows slightly. "You want to ask about Mo Ran?" Seeing that he was silent, Shamai smiled gently. "You really care about him. The first thing you say when you wake up is to look for him. You don't even ask who I am. It's not worth it for a person who has trampled on you for half of your life. The blindfolded and bound man pursed his lips, and the lines of his jawline became more and more haggard. Shammai stared at him for a while, feeling that the evil fire in his chest was gradually growing stronger. But he prided himself on being calm, and would never do anything in a hurry. People should eat gracefully, without showing their teeth and without leaving any residue. Eating like the Emperor Ta, who swallowed his flesh and bones together, was too rushed, leaving only an empty bowl before he could chew the delicious food. That was the reincarnation of a hungry dog, and Shimingjing didn't like it. So, even though his lower body was burning, he still slowly poured fresh juice on his celestial vegetables and rubbed the texture of the meat. He waited until it was crispy and fragrant, then he put it into his stomach with small bites. Also, let me ask you a question. Don't you want to eat the orange that's sent to your mouth? Shammai chuckled. You're so stubborn. How did you serve the Emperor Ta in the past? Take it away. I think it's better for you to eat it. You haven't had a drop of water these days, and your lips are cracking. Chu Wanning only gritted his teeth and said, Where's Mo Ran? Shammai stared at him for a while, and slowly stopped laughing. Whether it's this life or the previous one, whether you have memories or not, you only have Mo Ran in your eyes. Sure. He knew he was at a loss for words, so he immediately stopped. But he missed a trace of Chu Wanning's trembling. Shammai narrowed his eyes. Tell me, what's so good about Mo Ran? He looked down at Chu Wanning, and saw the last bit of blood on his lips slowly fading. That person is impulsive, brainless, and his thoughts are naive and ridiculous. His character is also not good. What do you see in him? His face. Spiritual power? Sweet mouth. After all, he had suppressed his bestial desires for so long. The more he spoke, the more obvious the smell of blood in his voice became. Especially when he saw Chu Wanning begin to bite his lips, as if trying to suppress some kind of emotion, Shammai felt his mouth dry up. His words began to run wild in a more intimate direction. Or his ability in bed. Anger appeared on Chu Wanning's pale face. Her face turned red from anger. Shut up. Shammai did not intend to shut up. He had finally gotten this man, and if he did not thoroughly play with him, how could he stop? He said with a smile, Chu Fei, you still don't know that after you died in the previous life, Mo Ran gave you the posthumous title of Qingjin. He was interested in capturing the slightest of expressions on Chu Wanning's face, and his eyebrows curved more and more. It sounds a bit funny, but it's also quite appropriate. In the end, in this life and the previous life, you are indeed clean, and he is the only one who has tainted you. But in this way, there is actually no comparison. Shammai said slowly, you have never tried anyone else, so naturally you only think that he is the best. His fingertips slid down inch by inch. The tip of his nose, his lips, his chin, his Adam's apple. Chu Wanning trembled slightly, and the veins on his wrists bulged. He wanted to break free from the immortal binding rope, but in the end, he could not move. Don't waste your energy. Noble consort Chu wants to be untied, and you want to know Mo Ran's whereabouts, I can satisfy you. He changed the topic, however, you are my trophy, so you should play around with me first, right? What do you want to do? Shammai smiled, I want to take your mind away from that person a little bit. Don't keep thinking about him, think about me, how about it? You are the person who used the GU in the previous life. What is there to think about? If one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the suffocation and pain in Chu Wanning's voice. Chu Wanning seemed to be trying his best to suppress some kind of emotion, but he could not suppress it and it was about to burst out. Shammai smiled, that's right, it is me. But noble consort Chu, why don't you guess who my real identity is? If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Sigh, when will you stop being so fierce? Shamai sighed and said, how about this? Noble consort Chu once said that big gambles are harmful to the body, small gambles are good for the heart, but if you want to do it, it will be harmful to the body. Why don't we make a bet? However, Shamai paused, before we begin, I have to take a slight offense and take a look at how many clothes you are wearing. Although Chu Wanning did not say anything, the exposed lower half of his face involuntarily tensed up. Shamai's expression became even gentler. He counted them one by one, and in the end, he counted a total of 5 robes. Then I'll give you 5 chances. If you answer correctly within 5 times, I'll tell you where Mo Ran is. After pausing for a moment, he continued, however, every time you get a wrong answer, I'll take off one of your clothes. If Noble Consort Chu still does not answer correctly after all 5 robes are removed, then... He did not continue and only smiled, his light pink tongue subconsciously licking his lips. Then, he sat there quietly, waiting for Chu Wanning's guess. Chu Wanning did not speak, but he was not in a hurry. He continued to wait calmly. At this moment, he was very free. He had plenty of time. However, as time passed bit by bit, Chu Wanning still did not give any response. Shamai raised his eyebrows. He had plenty of time, but he might not have the patience. Why don't you guess? Chu Wanning finally said, get lost. Shamai's expression became gloomy. Now that you are in my hands, you should know what you can do and what you can't do. Chu Wanning. You don't have the leverage to negotiate with me. The Emperor Tar's brain is not good, so he might not be able to argue with you and sometimes let you do as you please. But I am different. Shamai coldly said, you are in my hands, so it is better for you to be obedient. He waited for a while, and seeing that Chu Wanning still did not speak, his tone became harsher. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you don't speak. As she said this, her slender white fingers moved up and touched Chu Wanning's waist belt. Then she slowly stroked the belt, her fingertips sliding over it like a knife cutting a fish. Listen, I will count to 3. If you don't speak, you will bear the consequences yourself. Shamai said, his eyes shining. He actually did not know whether he wanted Chu Wanning to guess or not Chu Wanning. But at this time, it did not matter whether he guessed or not. There was no turning back, and he only thought about how to uncover his true face. It had to be exciting enough, bloody enough. After all, the man in front of him had played with him for 2 lifetimes. Now that he had won, he had to carefully lick the fruits of his victory. 1. There seemed to be a glimmer of victory in front of him. 2. What would Chu Wanning do? Anger. Grief. Fear. He waited and watched, his lips slightly moving. 3rd. All right, Consort Chu is indeed very chaste. It's no wonder that the celestial treading monarch is addicted to you. Shamu was half joking and half serious. Since you don't want to guess, let's do something more violent. You? Who are Bainan? His voice was cold. Shamai's fingers slightly paused. He originally wanted to untie Chu Wanning's waist belt, but then he smiled, you guessed half right. Continue. He revealed a fox-like craftiness. This kind of craftiness may appear wretched on other people, but Shamai was so elegant, like a lotus flower shining on the water at all times. He firmly believed that Chu Wanning would not guess the last layer of the truth. He was proud, I would rather you were really dead. Shamai's smile froze on his face. After a while, he asked, what did you say? The person on the bed had a very cold voice, without a trace of warmth. Last life, that crack in the sky, that heavy snow. I would rather you were really dead. Shamai stared at him, the prepared words suddenly had nowhere to pour out, and unexpectedly became speechless. He had already raised half of his hand, but it was suspended in the air, not knowing where to go. He was suddenly at a loss. Shimingjing. A soft sigh, but it was like a bee sting to the absent-minded person. Is it you? Although it was a question, there was not the slightest bit of raised tone. Shimai lowered his eyelids, and for a moment, no one could see his expression clearly. After a while, he chuckled, I'm not dead, I've disappointed you. He did not want to admit defeat, but there was already some flagging interest in his tone. Shimai said, I am indeed the Shimingjing from your last life. I came from your previous life, the world of the Emperor Ta. I am not the same person as the little friend who has always been by your side in this life. He paused, you have to keep your word, I'll untie you. As he spoke, he untied the binding fairy rope, and then put his hand on Chu Waning's ribbons, and with a little force, took them off. The peach blossom eyes met the phoenix eyes, and the two looked at each other without any ripples. Greetings to Shizun. Chu Waning had already prepared himself, but now he was even more gloomy. He looked at him, you still know that I'm your Shizun. Hearing him say this, Shimai smiled gently, but only now did he know what kind of sharp dagger was hidden under his gentleness. Yes, of course I know. You held the umbrella for me, I've never forgotten. Chu Waning looked very weak, but this did not change the innate stubbornness between his eyebrows. He stared at Shimai for a long time, and then his lips opened and closed, and his words were crushed, extremely cold, you bastard. Shimai smiled, you let me win. He paused, and then asked again, but when did Shizun guess my identity? My last life. Chu Waning did not answer, and only looked at him coldly. There was anger in those eyes, but the most abundant was disappointment. Shimai pondered, no, it can't be your last life. If you already knew that I was Hua Bainan in your last life, you should have told Huizue when you tore open the space-time rift. He raised his eyelashes, it's this life. Or should I say, not too long ago. When you were at Dragon Blood Mountain, didn't you more or less hear the conversation between Mo Ran and me? Forget it, it's not important. Shimai smiled, in any case, you're in my hands now, and you can't escape. Chu Waning grew more and more silent. In fact, among his 3 disciples, Shimai was the one he couldn't see through the most. At that time, he was willing to accept this disciple because Shifu Mi was respectful, gentle, able to worry about people's worries, and could treat people kindly. These were the qualities that Chu Waning admired greatly. He could not do it himself, so he admired him even more, and so he accepted this disciple. But sometimes, he always felt that something was wrong. For example, when Xue Xingyong said that Shimai was an orphan he picked up in the chaos of the war, but when Shimai talked about his life experience, he would sometimes say something that did not make sense. That kind of attitude was very much like someone who told a lie and then forgot the details. There were also times when Shimai's attitude towards things would suddenly become a little strange, like a well-tamed ferocious dog. It looked obedient, but once it smelled blood, it could not help but show a murderous look. But after observing for a few years, he had never seen Shimai do anything unjust. Chu Waning felt that his eyes were playing tricks on him, and that he mistook a beautiful person for a green-faced fanged beast. He was like a hedgehog, his whole body was very sharp, and only his abdomen was soft. He hid his disciples, and all the people who treated him well, under his soft abdomen. When it came to Shimai, he had wavered between trust and distrust. He also had reservations and tested him, but in the end, he chose to trust him. So the knife stabbed into the hedgehog's abdomen, and blood flowed out. Shimai asked, how much of the past do you remember? He asked again, why didn't you just stand by and watch? Why did you have to stop me? There were too many resentments in the previous life, and finally, in this life, he could ask. Shimai did not want to stop, and asked endlessly, why didn't you kill the Emperor Ta in the end, and even help him reincarnate? Hearing the last sentence, Chu Wanning finally raised his eyes. He is different from you. Shamai paused for a moment. What's the difference? If you say that I have a vicious mind, isn't his hands full of blood? Chu Wanning stared at him. You are the one who planted the GU. You know it yourself. So what? Even if I planted the GU, isn't he the one who killed the people? Shamai said, in the previous life, you saw it with your own eyes. The lives of half of the people, Shui Zhenyong, Wang Chuqing, Jiang 11, Yi Wangxi. Who killed these people? He slowly raised his hand and looked at his slender fingers with round nails. What a pair of delicate and clean fingers, soft and delicate, without a speck of dust. Shamai narrowed his eyes and laughed. Could it be me? Anger surged, and he was speechless for a moment. I don't want to kill the Ru Feng men, nor did I want to kill Shui Zhenyong. So, you shouldn't look for me to collect debts. Shamai said, what did I do? I just planted a GU flower on him. I have lived for so long, but I have never killed anyone with my own hands. Shamai continued to smile. So, in the end, he was the one who took the knife and stabbed the people. It doesn't have much to do with me. That 8-bitter everlasting regret flower won't bring him any new hatred. All of his desires belong to himself, and the GU curse can only magnify them. If you want to blame this on me, I will feel wronged. With every sentence he spoke, the disgust in Chu Wan-ning's heart increased. In the end, when she heard that he actually felt wronged, Chu Wan-ning suddenly raised her eyes. Her gaze was as cold as ice. What do you have to feel wronged about? He was the one who did it. Why should Shizun blame me? Don't you know what kind of person he is? Shamai said, of course I know what kind of person he is. The one who doesn't know is you, Shizun. A strand of white silk from the tangerine got stuck between his fingers. Shamai found it dirty, so he took out a clean white handkerchief and wiped it. Then, he raised them one by one. Why did Mo Ran go to the Ru Feng men? Because he has hatred in his heart. Why did Mo Ran kill Shui Zhenyong? Because he has fear in his heart. Why did Mo Ran humiliate you? Because he has desires in his heart. As Shamai said this, he glanced at Chu Wanning. When someone stabbed him, he couldn't forgive. When someone gave him benefits, he couldn't reject it. In front of a beauty, he couldn't restrain his desires. This is his nature. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and said, Shimingjing. You erased his pure kindness, magnified the hatred in his heart by 10,000 times, and then said that everything he did was because of his own desires. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Who doesn't destroy the world when their hatred is magnified to the extreme? You? Then who made him have hatred? Who made him have ambition in his bones? Who made him have desires in his heart? Shamai laughed. If he had the ability, his heart would be as pure as a child's. He wouldn't have any bad intentions. That everlasting hatred flower wouldn't have been able to stir up any waves. So you should blame him for having a dirty mind. He's just a normal person. Hearing this, Chu Wanning's expression became very ugly. He was about to speak again when Shamai added another sentence. People have to be responsible for their own desires. There's nothing to argue about this. If Chu Wanning had wanted to talk to him before, at this point, he suddenly felt that there was no need to say anything, and it wasn't worth saying. Chu Wanning turned his face away. Shamai saw his expression and shook his head. Shizun, you're too biased towards him. In your eyes, he has a reason for everything he does, and it's understandable. Then tell me, who should I understand? Chu Wanning was extremely cold. You. Shamai was silent for a moment, then smiled. So Shizun still likes him. Chu Wanning's gaze was like the reflection of the moon on an ice lake. So, in my previous life and this life, I competed with Shizun for 2 lives. Even if I won, I still couldn't compare to him. Chu Wanning said coldly, what do you have to compare to him? Shamai narrowed his eyes. Do you really only have these few words to say about me? Nothing else? Chu Wanning didn't immediately reply. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be seriously thinking for a moment. Then he raised the curtain of his eyelashes, extremely cold and calm. There is. Shamai smiled. What is it? Chu Wanning said expressionlessly, you don't have to compare yourself to Mo Ran. You can't even compare to Xu Shuanglin. At least he still has feelings, and dares to admit what he did. He's not like you, Hua Bainan. In the end, he didn't even call him Shimingjing anymore. Chu Wanning said, you're a bastard. 254, Shamai suddenly shut his mouth, his snow-white cheeks twitching slightly, as if he was humiliated by a slap. But he still pursed his lips. You really don't leave me any face. As he spoke, his hand touched Chu Wanning's chin again, but Chu Wanning avoided it like he was touching a poisonous scorpion. Shamai narrowed his eyes. For a moment, a storm was brewing on his face, but in the end, it calmed down like a calm lake. Let's not talk about this anymore. After calming down, his junior sister still had that gentle face. Anyway, you're just a stubborn person. You wanted to kill him in your previous life, right? But in the end, you didn't have the heart. You even put your broken soul into his heart before you died. Shamai wasn't wrong. That year, during the life and death battle in Kunlun's snow region, when Chu Wanning touched Mo Ran's forehead with his fingertips for the last time, it was actually his broken soul that entered. In this life, in the end, his soul was scattered. One was left in the past Mo Ran's body, one was left in his past self, and the rest, he passed to the Emperor Ta with a faint hope. Chu Wanning didn't know how to break the curse of the Gu flower at its third stage, but since the flower needed to be watered by the caster's soul to bloom, then if he passed in his own soul, there might be some changes. He was nothing more than a ruined body. He had done everything he could and should have done. He had always been decisive in killing, and the only one who was soft-hearted was Mo Weiyu. Because there was still a glimmer of hope to save him, he didn't kill him in the end. He didn't hesitate to give up his broken soul, only hoping to bring the former Mo Ran back to the human world. Even though he didn't know if it would work at that time. As if he saw through his inner thoughts, Shamai smiled. What you did, although you couldn't get rid of the Gu worm in Mo Ran's heart, you could indeed disturb his emotions, causing him to be divided between good and evil. In the end, he would go crazy and commit suicide. Chu Wanning's expression changed slightly as he raised his eyes. In fact, thinking back to the Emperor Ta he met on Jiao Mountain without a heartbeat, he could more or less guess what had happened to Mo Ran in his previous life. But when he heard the words, commit suicide, he still felt a dull pain in his heart. Shamai looked at him and continued, Master, you did it. You did protect him. I don't even know what happened, but his soul was reincarnated into the past. Sai, I still don't understand. At that time, you were just a cripple. How did you ruin my plan? You really surprise me. His eyelashes, which were as soft as cattail leaves, drooped down. He moved closer, as if he wanted to kiss Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning suddenly came back to his senses. Like a flash of lightning he raised his hand to choke Wei Xiaobao's throat. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. Shamai's expression didn't change at all. He casually grabbed Chu Wanning's wrist, as if he had expected Chu Wanning to have such a reaction. He laughed. What's wrong? Does Master want to ruin me a second time, a third time? Unfortunately, it's already too late. It's already impossible. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of a snake hissing could be heard. A kite slithered out of Shamai's wide sleeve and viciously bit Chu Wanning's arm. It was unknown what kind of tempering the snake had been through. With just one bite, the pain was unbearable. Chu Wanning's hand lost strength. Shamai grabbed his wrist and tied him to the bedpost in an even more humiliating position than before. You don't need to worry. This snake is not poisonous. Shamai tied his hands and then slowly sat up. His cold white fingertips stroked the Krite's body. His peach blossom eyes slanted. This snake was specially raised for you. One bite and you'll lose all strength. I respect Master, but this is all I can do. Shamai raised his hand and the snake slipped into his sleeve and disappeared. Speaking of which, in my previous life, I had no choice but to let you stay by Mo Weiyu's side for so long. I was actually very unwilling. He stood up and calmly began to take off his cloak, then his outer robe, and then, Chu Waning's expression suddenly changed. He was extremely disgusted. Shiming-jing. Shamai only gently smiled and walked closer to Chu Waning. Let me tell you a little secret. In my previous life, when you got married, I attended the banquet as Hua Bainan. Although the Emperor Ta had his own selfish motives and covered you with red silk so that the guests couldn't see your appearance and only knew that he married Consort Chu, I knew that it was you. So that day, after the banquet, I didn't leave. I went to the Red Lotus Pavilion, and then he came in. Shamai's eyes flashed with light. At that time, although he was controlled by my GU worm, he could control his thoughts and emotions. So I couldn't let him discover me. I hid and didn't leave. Chu Waning was trembling because of anger and also because of extreme disgust. Shamai sat down and a pair of cold and slender hands slowly stroked his chest. Did you know? His voice was slightly hoarse and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. His fingertips moved down inch by inch until they stopped at Chu Waning's abdomen and began to untie the belt around his waist. That night, you were lying under him. He applied aphrodisiac on you and F*ked you until you moaned, TSK, really? Shamai's eyes were red because of lust. You made me thirsty for 2 lifetimes. Chu Waning felt extremely humiliated, but the overlapping of the memories of 2 lifetimes caused him to lose a lot of energy. Furthermore, he was bitten by the Krite, so he didn't have any strength in his body. He gritted his teeth. Shiming-jing, you mother *ka, get out of here. Shamai chuckled, it's just going to bed, why are you so fierce? Anyway, you've already been slept with by your own disciple. Don't pretend to be reserved, okay? Get out. Lying down to serve 1 disciple, or 2, it's all the same. Shamai was unruffled. I don't mind, so why don't you enjoy it? Maybe my skills aren't worse than his. Before he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the door. Get out of here. Chu Waning looked like he was struck by lightning. He suddenly raised his head and saw that the stone door was already open. A man with an unclear face was holding a black gold saber, standing against the light outside the half-open door of the secret room. He looked cold and tall, with a straight back. Shamai narrowed his eyes. It's you. So fast. The man stepped in with heavy steps, wrapped in a cold air. For a moment, the lights in the room flickered, and the candlelight shone on his black leather battle robe, making it cold. At this time, he could finally see his appearance clearly. He had a pair of slender legs, which were tightly wrapped in combat boots. His thin waist was wrapped with a silver dragonhead belt, and there was a pure silver concealed weapon box. There were sharp gauntlets on his wrists, and he wore black dragon-scale gloves. Further up was a handsome face, and the heroic spirit between his eyebrows was almost extravagant, the Emperor Ta. The Emperor exuded a kind of cold air and bloody aura, as if he had just returned from the battlefield. He raised his eyes, and there was even blood on his pale cheeks. His eyes were like a pair of bayonets, staring at the 2 people on the bed. To be precise, he just glanced at Chu Waning, and then his eyes pierced straight at Shiming-jing, shining with cold light. Get out. Seeing him enter the room, Shamai's face was cold at first, then he straightened up and sat up slowly. You killed all the people I asked you to kill at the night of the lone moon. I didn't kill enough. As the celestial treading monarch walked towards them, He bit the edge of the glove with his white teeth and took it off, revealing his well-proportioned hand underneath. He threw the blood-stained gloves on the table, stared at Shimai, and said coldly, "Know your place. I don't have one more wronged soul under my hands." Shimai's face was also ugly, and said, "You better know who you are talking to. I only know whether I am happy or not." The Emperor Ta said coldly, "You are in the wrong bed, get out. Since when is it your turn to order me around?" The Emperor Ta said dangerously, "I have always been like this." Shimai seemed to be a little angry, and the scales in his eyes flashed. "I am your master. So what? The Jiao Mountain belongs to me, and the people on the bed are my people." The Emperor Ta looked down at Shimingjing, and there was even some ridicule in his mouth. "Master, please get out." The celestial trampling monarch and Shimingjing went back and forth, tit for tat, sparks flying everywhere. Chu Wanning didn't know what was going on, so he silently observed from the side. Shimingjing just said that the Emperor Ta was already dead, so who was this person in front of him? A chess piece? A living puppet? Also, what he tried to suppress back then was clearly the Jiyu in this life's Mo Ran. And the Emperor in his previous life, because he was too deeply affected by the Jiyu, he couldn't return to normal. So logically speaking, he should love Shimai so deeply that he couldn't extricate himself from it. But from his tone, it seemed that the Emperor Ta didn't care about Shimingjing at all. Also, what's the matter with the so-called master? Shimai stared at the Emperor Ta for a while, then sneered and got up to put on his clothes. What Chu Wanning didn't know, he knew very well. In his previous life, when Mo Ran committed suicide, he immediately lost his claws and fangs, so he refined Mo Ran's body and the remnants of his soul with medicine, turning him into a living dead person. This living dead person was very similar to the precious dragon chess, and was also willing to listen to his orders, and retained all the consciousness he had when he was alive. But he didn't know what went wrong. Maybe it was because he had suffered too much in his life, or maybe it was because he had gone through too many changes in his life that his body was already broken. In short, in the heart of the walking dead celestial monarch, his understanding of Shimai was extremely chaotic. He felt that Shimai was alive for a while, and then he thought that Shimai was dead for a while. Sometimes he even temporarily forgot who Shimai was. So even if he looked at Huabai Nan face to face, the Emperor Ta wouldn't recognize that this was Shimai, and simply thought that this was his master. And he wasn't very willing to listen to his master. "I really don't know what to do with you." Shimai walked forward, poked the Emperor Ta's forehead, and said, "Soul scatter." After a shout and this action, the Emperor Ta froze, and his originally sharp eyes suddenly became slack, losing focus in an instant. "You're obviously my puppet, but you're becoming more and more disobedient, always singing the opposite of my tune, and even vainly trying to devour me." Shimai patted his cold face, "But forget it, I don't blame you, you're not a complete person to begin with." The Emperor Ta was speechless. "Just bear with it for a while." Shimai said, "After a while, when I get that thing, I'll reforge you, and you'll be obedient." After he said that, his control over the celestial treading monarch reached its limit. This speed of recovery made Shimai's face more and more gloomy. He didn't expect that in such a short time, the Emperor Ta's eyes would regain their luster, and even more resolute and colder than before. This kind of cold and oppressive gaze focused on Shimai. The Emperor Ta paused for a moment, narrowed his eyes, and then wrinkled his nose, looking like a cheetah waiting for food, and said, Why haven't you left yet?" As he said this, his slender fingers pinched the handle of the blade of no return. "You're standing there like a target for me." Shimai didn't say anything more to him, or it could be said that the Emperor Ta's anger was so deep that even if he was the master, Shimingjing knew that he couldn't reign in the Emperor Ta's neck. This Lord of Darkness, if he really went crazy, it would be very scary. Shimai left. After he left, The Emperor Ta stared at Chu Wanning on the bed for a long time, with a subtle and strange expression, as if he was trying to restrain himself, but also couldn't help but desire something. Finally, he sat down, reached out his hand, and held Chu Wanning's waist. After a pause, he didn't know how to continue, so he pursed his lips and changed his words. Chu Wanning looked at him, but their eyes met for a long time, and he still didn't say anything. Slowly, he blinked his slightly sour eyes. Well, I have something important to tell you. Go ahead. The Emperor Ta hesitated for a moment, and then said firmly, actually, it's not very important, so I won't say it. After a while, he spoke again with a more determined expression, it doesn't matter if it's important or not. Since you want to know so much, there's no harm in telling you. Chu Wanning, actually, I wanted to say. The Duke of Celestial Treading took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said in an extremely stiff voice, I wanted to say that after so many years, it seems that I do miss you a little, he quickly added, but I don't think too much, just a little. He only said these 2 sentences, and that handsome but pale face immediately showed an extremely regretful expression. Chu Wanning stared at him in a daze. Under the intertwining of the soul and memory of 2 lifetimes, he didn't even know how to face this man. But the Emperor Ta didn't give him much time to think. He seemed to be a little irritated, so he simply untied the ropes around Chu Wanning's hands and pulled her over. He placed a large hand on the back of Chu Wanning's head, tugging and caressing it. Then, he impatiently and passionately pressed a kiss on her. The Emperor Ta's lips and teeth were cold, but his desire was hot. In this impulsive and anxious kiss, the memories of the past overlapped with each other. Chu Wanning was kissed by him. These 2 people, 2 broken and missing souls, separated by 2 lifetimes, finally kissed and intertwined together. When he was held in the Emperor Ta's arms and kissed closely, Chu Wanning seemed to think a lot, but also like his mind was blank, and he couldn't catch anything. But in the end, he knew that his eyes were wet. Whether it was right or wrong, good or evil, everything was difficult to define, and everything was no longer clear. But when he kissed this man who no longer had body heat, he knew. The Emperor Ta didn't lie to him. Mo Ran didn't lie to him. He really missed him. He had a pair of slender legs, which were tightly wrapped in combat boots. His thin waist was wrapped with a silver dragon head belt, and there was a pure silver concealed weapon box. There were sharp gauntlets on his wrists, and he wore black dragon scale gloves. Further up was a handsome face, and the heroic spirit between his eyebrows was almost extravagant, the Emperor Ta. The Emperor exuded a kind of cold air and bloody aura, as if he had just returned from the battlefield. He raised his eyes, and there was even blood on his pale cheeks. His eyes were like a pair of bayonets, staring at the 2 people on the bed. To be precise, he just glanced at Chu Wanning, and then his eyes pierced straight at Shimingjing, shining with cold light. Get out. Seeing him enter the room, Shamai's face was cold at first, then he straightened up and sat up slowly. You killed all the people I asked you to kill at the night of the lone moon. I didn't kill enough. As the celestial treading monarch walked towards them, he bit the edge of the glove with his white teeth and took it off, revealing his well-proportioned hand underneath. He threw the blood-stained gloves on the table, stared at Shamai, and said coldly, Know your place. I don't have one more wronged soul under my hands. Shamai's face was also ugly, and said, You better know who you are talking to. I only know whether I am happy or not. The Emperor Ta said coldly, You are in the wrong bed, get out. Since when is it your turn to order me around? The Emperor Ta said dangerously, I have always been like this. Shamai seemed to be a little angry, and the scales in his eyes flashed. I am your master. So what? The Jiao Mountain belongs to me, and the people on the bed are my people. The Emperor Ta looked down at Shimingjing, and there was even some ridicule in his mouth. Master. Please get out. The celestial trampling monarch and Shimingjing went back and forth, tit for tat, sparks flying everywhere. Chu Wanning didn't know what was going on, so he silently observed from the side. Shimingjing just said that the Emperor Ta was already dead, so who was this person in front of him? A chess piece. A living puppet. Also, what he tried to suppress back then was clearly the Jiyu in this life's Mo Ran. And the Emperor in his previous life, because he was too deeply affected by the Jiyu, he couldn't return to normal. So logically speaking, he should love Shamai so deeply that he couldn't extricate himself from it. But from his tone, it seemed that the Emperor Ta didn't care about Shimingjing at all. Also, what's the matter with the so-called master? Shamai stared at the Emperor Ta for a while, then sneered and got up to put on his clothes. What Chu Wanning didn't know, he knew very well. In his previous life, when Mo Ran committed suicide, he immediately lost his claws and fangs, so he refined Mo Ran's body and the remnants of his soul with medicine, turning him into a living dead person. This living dead person was very similar to the precious dragon chess, and was also willing to listen to his orders, and retained all the consciousness he had when he was alive. But he didn't know what went wrong. Maybe it was because he had suffered too much in his life, or maybe it was because he had gone through too many changes in his life that his body was already broken. In short, in the heart of the walking dead celestial monarch, his understanding of Shamai was extremely chaotic. He felt that Shamai was alive for a while, and then he thought that Shamai was dead for a while. Sometimes he even temporarily forgot who Shamai was. So even if he looked at Hua Bai Nan face to face, the Emperor Ta wouldn't recognize that this was Shamai, and simply thought that this was his master. And he wasn't very willing to listen to his master. I really don't know what to do with you. Shamai walked forward, poked the Emperor Ta's forehead, and said, "Soul scatter." After a shout and this action, the Emperor Ta froze, and his originally sharp eyes suddenly became slack, losing focus in an instant. You're obviously my puppet, but you're becoming more and more disobedient, always singing the opposite of my tune, and even vainly trying to devour me. Shamai patted his cold face, but forget it, I don't blame you, you're not a complete person to begin with. The Emperor Ta was speechless. Just bear with it for a while. Shamai said, after a while, when I get that thing, I'll reforge you, and you'll be obedient. After he said that, his control over the celestial treading monarch reached its limit. This speed of recovery made Shamai's face more and more gloomy. He didn't expect that in such a short time, the Emperor Ta's eyes would regain their luster, and even more resolute and colder than before. This kind of cold and oppressive gaze focused on Shamai. The Emperor Ta paused for a moment, narrowed his eyes, and then wrinkled his nose, looking like a cheetah waiting for food, and said, Why haven't you left yet?" As he said this, his slender fingers pinched the handle of the blade of no return. "You're standing there like a target for me." Shamai didn't say anything more to him, or it could be said that the Emperor Ta's anger was so deep that even if he was the master, Shimingjing knew that he couldn't rein in the Emperor Ta's neck. This Lord of Darkness, if he really went crazy, it would be very scary. Shamai left. After he left, the Emperor Ta stared at Chu Wanning on the bed for a long time, with a subtle and strange expression, as if he was trying to restrain himself, but also couldn't help but desire something. Finally, he sat down, reached out his hand, and held Chu Wanning's waist. After a pause, he didn't know how to continue, so he pursed his lips and changed his words. Chu Wanning looked at him, but their eyes met for a long time, and he still didn't say anything. Slowly, he blinked his slightly sour eyes. "Well, I have something important to tell you." "Go ahead." The Emperor Ta hesitated for a moment, and then said firmly, "Actually, it's not very important, so I won't say it." After a while, he spoke again with a more determined expression, "It doesn't matter if it's important or not. Since you want to know so much, there's no harm in telling you." Chu warning, actually, I wanted to say. The Duke of Celestial Treading took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said in an extremely stiff voice, I wanted to say that after so many years, it seems that I do miss you a little, he quickly added, but I don't think too much, just a little. He only said these two sentences, and that handsome but pale face immediately showed an extremely regretful expression. Chu warning stared at him in a daze. Under the intertwining of the soul and memory of 2 lifetimes, he didn't even know how to face this man. But the Emperor Ta didn't give him much time to think. 255, the kiss lasted for a long time before the Emperor Ta finally let him go. Chu warning thought that the Emperor Ta would stop there, but unexpectedly, their lips touched again. After repeating this many times, the Emperor Ta was finally satisfied. He licked his lips and stared at Chu warning's face with his dark eyes. It hasn't changed. It's you. There were too many things to ask, and too many changes. Chu warning was silent for a moment before he finally said in a hoarse voice. Do you still remember what happened in the past? Of course. Do you still remember how you died? The Emperor Ta's expression was a little gloomy. The 10 great sects joined hands to besiege me, and I hated it. Then do you still remember how I died? The gloominess between the Emperor Ta's eyebrows faded a little, but it was covered with another layer of grey. Treading in Snow Palace, you blocked my plan, and I hate you very much. Chu warning asked again, then, do you remember how you came back from the dead? Hua Bai Nan saved me. What other details? Since. But he didn't say anything more, and the Emperor Ta's face gradually showed a trace of fear. But this fear didn't last long, and he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were clear. The Emperor Ta frowned. What did you just say? Chu warning didn't say anything. He more or less knew what Shamai had done to this body. Since ancient times, people's hearts were the most difficult to control. After Mo Ran died, Shamai couldn't completely control the emotions of this body, and he didn't dare to make Mo Ran's already disordered memories even more fragmented, so he had to choose a very small number of important things that would affect Mo Ran's obedience and erase them. The Emperor Ta in front of him was probably just a walking dead weapon. Chu warning closed his eyes. After a while, he seemed to want to say something, but before he could, there was a taste of blood in his throat. He coughed violently. Mo Ran. His lips were stained with blood. He looked up with misty eyes. Don't work for others anymore. You are already an empty shell, you should have already laid to rest. You, cough, cough. His vision turned black, and the scattered fragments began to surge upward again. You should go back to the past. You should be sleeping in the ground. This place does not belong to you. However, he no longer had the strength to say these words. Chu warning only moved his lips before his consciousness began to fade again. In the end, he only saw the Emperor Ta frowning and saying something to him. That handsome but pale face seemed to be a little anxious. Chu warning. He vaguely heard him calling his name, just like in his past life. Warning, he closed his eyes, and the pain of his soul fusing once again assaulted him. What happened after that, he no longer knew. Thousands of mountains away, the forest was bleak. In the center of Sichuan, it had been drizzling for the past few days. Even the wooden lattice of the relay station had a layer of fine mold. Looking out from the window of the relay station, a string of water droplets fell from the bamboo leaves and fell into the pool, creating little ripples. Suddenly, a pair of shoes stepped into the pool of water, and the sky and clouds shattered. Grandmaster Mo appeared in front of the winding mountain path at the peak of life and death. After the shocking incident at Dragon Blood Mountain, his spiritual power had not recovered, so he could not fly on the sword. Because he was worried about the safety of the peak of life and death, he rushed back from Dragon Blood Mountain without stopping, spending a total of 4 days. On the way back, he actually thought about many things. For example, why was he reborn? For example, why did Chu Wanning in his past life set up such a mystery in the cave of Dragon Blood Mountain? For example, Shamai. After thinking for a long time, he could not find a clear answer. He was not a smart person to begin with. Now that he was suffering and worried left and right, he could not calm down and think carefully. After all, Shamai understood him. Chu Wanning was his weak spot. As long as Chu Wanning remembered the past, there was no doubt that he would be sentenced to death. His heart was in a mess. The rain gradually became heavier. Mo Ran stood at the entrance of the peak of life and death, facing the wind. He raised his head, and wisps of silver frost fell on his face. In front of him, there was a winding stone staircase leading to the peak of the mountain. He had walked this mountain path in life, in death, in sorrow, and in happiness. He had walked this path countless times in his 2 lives. From the time when he was young and inexperienced, to the time when the dust had settled and he returned with a guilty conscience. The weather was very cold. The rain mixed with snow fell, wetting his black clothes and dyeing his hair. The young man originally had no worries, but the north wind blew the snow and turned his hair white. Mo Ran closed his eyes and walked up the stairs to the top of the mountain. A sinner who walked into a trap finally pushed open the red lacquered door of the Danshin Palace. The door slowly opened. The madness, glory, nightmares, and darkness of his 2 lives were all here. He remembered his previous life. When he was 22 years old, he changed his Danshin to Mount Wu. The plaque was smashed and dust filled the air. He stood in front of the old plaque and swore that he would trample all the immortals and rule the world. That life fell here, and this life should also end here. The Danshin Palace was densely packed with people. The number of people here was even more than the time when he suppressed Xu Shuanglin on Jiao Mountain. Hearing the sound of the door opening, everyone turned around and saw a tall man in black standing in front of the door. His face was pale, and there were a few strands of wet black hair on his forehead. The sky was reversed behind him. The dome was lead grey, and the rain and snow were falling. No one expected that Mo Ran would suddenly appear like this. Was he the hero on Jiao Mountain who exchanged his life for everyone's safety? Or was he the devil who killed without spilling blood? What kind of person was he? For a moment, no one said anything. Everyone stared at the man who had just returned. Those who trusted him thought he was very pitiful. He was wet and cold, like a hound returning home in the rain. Those who did not trust him only thought he was terrifying. He was gloomy and dark, like a ghost who had crawled out of hell. The rain kept knocking on the roof ridge and green eaves, seeping into the cracks of the stone in front of the stairs and moss on the roof tiles. Mo Ran raised his dark eyes. Under his fan-like eyelashes, his eyes were wet. He said softly, "Uncle, I'm back." "Ran. Why are you alone?" Shui Xinyong sat in the seat of honor. He looked very bad. It was rare that he did not care about his appearance. He spread his iron fan on the table casually. The words, "The world is ugly," gleamed, like a comment on a farce. "Where's Yuheng?" When Mo Ran stepped into the hall, he was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil that had been heated to 100%, causing a crackling sound. Almost everyone took a big step back when he stepped in front of them. "Mo Ran! Devil, you have the face to come out. You killed so many people on the night of the lone moon, and you still dare to show yourself." Mo Ran did not pay attention to these voices. Along the way, he had already heard about the murder that happened on the night of the lone moon. He knew very well how insane the celestial treading monarch was. What was a few dozen people? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Everyone in the world was dead in his eyes. It was only the night of the lone moon. The Emperor Ta did not care at all. Madman. You and Huabai Nan are in cahoots. What else do you want to do? Today, all the masters of the sects are here. The master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion will be here soon. Even if you are full of tricks and change your mind, you can't escape this inescapable trap. Mo Ran, you're too cunning. You're playing the good cop and bad cop. You've confused everyone and then your evil plan will succeed. You're so vicious. All around him was a tidal wave of criticism and questioning. Angry faces were surging. Mo Ran did not pay attention to anyone. He continued to walk forward. He more or less understood Huabai Nan's intention. Forgive him for not calling him Shamai. Huabai Nan had dug a grave for him. He had even written the inscription on the tombstone. Huabai Nan had calculated very clearly that he would jump in himself. Because, when Chu Wanning recalled his past life, Mo Weiyu had already judged himself to be a dead body that could not be saved. It was over. No matter how many masks you wear on your face, today, heroes are gathered here. We will expose your true colors. We must send you to the Heavenly Music Pavilion to be executed. It was a hubbub of voices. The words that pierced his eardrums the most were the words, Heavenly Music Pavilion. Mo Ran did not expect Huabai Nan to drag the Heavenly Music Pavilion into this. Was it a coincidence? Or had it been planned? The mighty Heavenly Music Pavilion was an ancient sect that had been passed down for thousands of years in the cultivation world. The head of this sect was originally the son of a deity and a mortal. Later on, it was passed down from generation to generation. Generation after generation, although the blood of the head of the Heavenly Music Pavilion was thin, it was still full of spiritual energy. Although the Heavenly Music Pavilion did not usually involve itself in the mortal world, just like how mortals believed in cultivators, cultivators also believed in the fairness of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. It was already difficult to overthrow the authority of 100 years, let alone 1,000 years. Therefore, even though the Emperor Ta had sought to rule the world in his previous life, he had still left the Heavenly Music Pavilion as a pure land. Shamai was very smart. It was best to hand Mo Ran over to the Heavenly Music Pavilion. No one would refuse to accept the verdict, and no one could refuse to accept the verdict. The main hall was noisy. Mo Ran walked along the carpet embroidered with duruo. He walked to the front and stood still. This man only said one word, and the hubbub of voices suddenly died down. They stared at him. Many of their eyes were filled with hatred and vigilance. They were waiting for him to explain, for him to lose his composure, for him to make a mistake. They craned their necks, ready to pounce on this treacherous demon at any time and tear him to pieces. It was hard to tell whether this person was good or evil. His actions were unpredictable, but they would rather kill by mistake than let him go. They had to, I'm here to accept my punishment. There was complete silence. It was even quieter than before. It was as if they were sharpening their swords for a big battle. The sound of battle shook the heavens, but they suddenly found out that the enemy's general was already in his tent. It was ridiculous. What did he say? After a while, someone reacted. He could not believe that this demon would admit his guilt so easily. He asked the person beside him in a low voice, did he say that he was here to accept his punishment? Mo Ran lowered his eyes and knelt down. He faced his uncle, auntie, and Xue Meng, whose face was as white as a sheet. The dim light shone on his handsome but thin face. He was indeed going to be executed. However, since Huabai Nan had plotted against him, he would not let that person get away with it. Before he confessed, he still had one more thing to do. He wanted to use his last bit of strength to protect the person he could no longer protect. Thus, Mo Ran slowly opened his mouth. His voice was deep and burning. My hands are indeed stained with blood. Because of my personal enmity, I killed many people. Although I wanted to repent these past few years, my crimes are still unforgivable. Chu Wanning already knows about this. Today, in front of everyone, other than confessing my crimes, I also have another matter to announce. He paused. His words were like knives cutting into people's hearts. Chu Wanning and I are no longer master and disciple. Hearing this, most of the people present were stunned. What's going on? It should be known that a master and disciple publicly breaking off their relationship was a huge scandal in the cultivation world. When this happened, no matter if it was the master or the disciple, it would be very embarrassing. Thus, as long as there was no blood feud, even if the relationship was not good, they would still put on a show. After the shock, many people whispered, "Wasn't it fine before? Why did it suddenly become like this? Could it be that he wants to trick us? It doesn't look like it. Could it be that something happened between them on Jiao Mountain? It's possible." Chu Wanning doesn't seem to care much about his disciple. When Shimingjing was captured by Hua Bainan, didn't he also not help her? Later on, he even blinded her eyes. If I were his disciple, I would also be bitterly disappointed. The people's voices rose and fell like a tide. In the midst of these voices, Mo Ran continued, "It's a small matter that he didn't tolerate me killing and setting fire, but it's a big matter that he treated me coldly and humiliated my dignity. This person talks about the common people of the world, but he treats his disciples badly. How hypocritical. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have reached this point. It was too painful." He stopped talking. 256, Divine Hantan Lin always covers his face with a black veil and secludes himself in the alchemy room all year round. He rarely interacts with the outside world, so as long as he controls a person of a similar size, it's hard for others to notice. Jiang 11 frowned and said, "Do you mean that Hua Bainan is fake? Sometimes it's real, sometimes it's fake. If you don't want to be discovered, it's best to mix the real with the fake." Jiang 11 thought and said, "If that's the case, Shimingjing should know how to use the exquisite chess game. However, our spiritual power is not strong enough, so it's unlikely that we can master this kind of technique." Sect Master Jiang is right. The exquisite chess game requires a lot of spiritual power. Hua Bainan knows the theory, but because of his weak spiritual power, he can't use it alone. So he had to conspire with Xu Shuanglin before. Jiang 11 shook his head and said, "That's not right. Xu Shuanglin once said that the person behind the scenes was his friend. Because he didn't want to betray his friend, he didn't tell us who that person was until he died. According to what you said, Shamai is Hua Bainan, so Xu Shuanglin should be able to recognize him. Then why didn't Xu Shuanglin betray us after Hua Bainan destroyed the enchantment of rebirth?" Mo Ran said, "Because Xu Shuanglin didn't know that Shamai and Hua Bainan were the same person." Master Xianjing, who was beside them, said, "Since they were close friends, how could he not know such a big thing? Xu Shuanglin treated Shamai as a close friend," Mo Ran said, "but Shamai couldn't really open his heart to him. On this chessboard, Xu Shuanglin is just an important chess piece, that's all." He paused and continued, "When Hua Bainan was injured in the main hall of Jiao Mountain, he took off his veil. That face was extremely ugly, like an echinoderm. Now that he thought about it, it was probably just an exquisitely made human skin mask. For Xu Shuanglin, he had probably only seen the first face of his best friend, which was Shamai's face. He would never associate Hua Bainan with Shamai. Therefore, even until his death, he did not think that he was framed or used by his friends. Naturally, he would not reveal the truth." Jiang 11 said, "According to what you're saying, when Shimingjing and Hua Bainan appeared at the same time on Jiao Mountain, one of them was a controlled chess piece." "I guess so. But there is a second possibility." "What?" Mo Ran shook his head. I want to talk about the second possibility later. Master Xianjing said, even if Benefactor Mo's first possibility is correct, I still feel that there is something that doesn't make sense. Hua Bainan has no reason to interrupt Xu Xuanlin's rebirth formation. Could it be that he has a grudge against Xu Xuanlin? Could it be that letting Xu Xuanlin get what he wanted and let Luo Fenghua be reborn hurt him in some way? Mo Ran sighed. Master, have you forgotten the final result of Xu Xuanlin's casting? The old bald donkey did not react for a moment and shook his head. Mo Ran said, from the opening of the heavenly fissure that day, Shamai did not teach Xu Xuanlin the real rebirth formation. Ah, he has been deceiving Xu Xuanlin all this time. Xu Xuanlin spent a lot of effort thinking that he was setting up a rebirth formation, but in fact, he was making a wedding dress for Hua Bainan, who did not have enough spiritual power. Then what did Hua Bainan teach? It was the world's #1 forbidden technique. Mo Ran paused and finally said, what he taught Xu Xuanlin was the gate of life and death. Those who had participated in the battle on Jiao Mountain could not help but recall the black hole in the sky and the thousands of mysterious cultivators that came out of it. Was that the gate of life and death? Mo Ran said, this is the second possibility I just mentioned. As long as the gate of life and death exists, both Hua Bainan and Shamai could be real. It's just that one belongs to this world of mortals and the other comes from another world of cultivators. After hearing this, everyone was silent. Then someone slapped his leg and laughed. Grandmaster Mo, are you trying to coax a child to sleep? Using this kind of mythical forbidden technique to scare people. Tu Shimingjing. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. That's right, how is that possible? That's a forbidden technique that has been lost for thousands of years. Who can learn it? The most important scroll of the Gate of Life and Death is said to have been sealed in the divine wood of Yang Di long ago. Even if someone studied this forbidden technique, the most they could learn was space, not time. Otherwise, if one world overlapped with another, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Mo Ran did not argue with them. Instead, he told them all his thoughts. He knew that this was probably the last time he confessed as Grandmaster Mo. After today, these people might not give him a chance to explain anything in the future. He used his confession as a bargaining chip in exchange for these people to calm down a little. He only hoped that he could tell everyone what he knew and guessed. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, what he said was a warning bell. If there was trouble in the future, more or less people would remember his warning today. Perhaps it was not too late. Everyone, think about it. If I were Hua Bainan, and I knew the essence of the exquisite chess game and the gate of life and death, but I was born with insufficient spiritual power and did not have the status to do anything. What would I do? Most of the people present had a grudge against Mo Ran and were not willing to listen to his advice. But Jiang 11 admired Mo Ran because of some of the things that had happened before. Not to mention, he was also suspicious about the murder of Lone Moon's knight. Therefore, after thinking seriously for a while, he said, I will find someone to help. Who would help you? No one. Mo Ran said, yes, there is no one, so I can only lie. Lie to someone like Xu Xuanlin, who has a great desire in his heart to help him complete his plan step by step. Master Xianjing said, Benefactor Mo is ridiculous. Can't that array be something else? The gate of life and death is not something that ordinary people can learn. For thousands of years, no one has ever learned it. The most important part of the book has already been lost. Who would be able to learn it? That's right. This is simply a fantasy. Why don't you just say that the great god Fuxi has descended? This is no different from the gate of life and death opening. It's really ridiculous. Even storytellers don't dare to say that. The Danshin Palace was buzzing. In the end, someone sneered and said, Grandmaster Mo, after such a long preparation, are you going to tell us that the one who killed all the heroes on the night of the lone moon is the other you who came to this world through the gate of life and death? Mo ran, seeing that he did not say anything. Someone in the palace laughed. Amazing, really amazing. In order to exonerate himself, Grandmaster Mo is really willing to make up any excuse. So, after beating around the bush for so long, you want to clear your name? Jiang 11 could not stand the noise. He turned around and said angrily to the people who were leading the crowd, just speak. Why are you being so sarcastic? Master Xianjing put his palms together and said, Master Jiang, it's not that we're being sarcastic. It's just that Grandmaster Mo's words are too unbelievable. In my opinion, we should invite him to the Heavenly Music Pavilion for interrogation before making a decision. Yes, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion will be here soon. When she comes, let Grandmaster Mo go with her. Before Jiang 11 could say anything, Xue Xinyong spoke. Although he had mixed feelings, he still said, I think what Ran said makes sense. Maybe the gate of space and time has really been torn. The Heavenly Music Pavilion is a place to interrogate heinous criminals. He can't go with you before we find out the truth. That's right. A disciple at the peak of life and death stood out. Jiao Mountain was on the brink of death. If senior brother Mo didn't save you, you wouldn't be standing here. If he wanted to overturn the cultivation world, he could have just trapped everyone on Jiao Mountain. Master Xianjing was stunned. This, someone said, that's true. At that time, everyone was trapped in the Jiao Mountain tunnel. It was Grandmaster Mo who tried to get us out. If he wanted to harm people, he could have done it then. These words were true. Many people thought about this question and were silent for a while. But silence didn't mean agreement. Many people present were still wearing mourning clothes at this moment. Their relatives and friends had just died, and they were extremely sad. What's more, the survivors in the Jiao Mountain Flower Hall had seen Mo Ran kill people with their own eyes. Among the witnesses, except for Mai Hanxue, who expressed doubts about the situation at that time, everyone else was sure that it was Mo Ran himself. Under such circumstances, it was easier said than done for them to give up looking for Mo Ran and instead believe in the gate of life and death that had only appeared in myths. So soon, someone retorted, but I feel very uncomfortable about this matter. Don't you remember? On Mount Huang, Grandmaster Mo's control of the entire situation and the exquisite chess game was extremely accurate. He said that Shimingjing knew the exquisite chess game, but I feel that the person who knows a lot about this forbidden technique is himself. That's right. After the rebuttal, someone immediately echoed, there's one more thing. Don't you think it's strange? Why can Mo Ran open the enchantment of Jiao Mountain? He's not a descendant of the Nangong family. At this time, a woman's voice suddenly came from outside the Danshin Hall. There's nothing strange about this. Because the blood flowing in Grandmaster Mo's body is the blood of the Nangong family. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and saw a group of guards wearing silver-green clothes and a silver medal with the word, Heaven, on their waists charging straight in. The leader was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her hair was like a flower. She was extremely beautiful and could even be compared to the number one beauty of the cultivation world, Song Chitong. However, although she was beautiful, her temperament was very cold. When everyone saw her, most of them changed their expressions. Even the leaders had a look of awe on their faces. Only Jiang 11 didn't have much of a reaction. She nodded and said, the pavilion master is finally here. This woman was the pavilion master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, Mu Yanli, who hadn't shown up in Jianghu for a long time. Mu Yanli was in charge of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. All the serious cases in the cultivation world would eventually fall into her hands and she would preside over the trial. However, there weren't many cases that required the Heavenly Music Pavilion's involvement, so the leader of the Heavenly Music Pavilion usually didn't show up in public for 10 or 20 years. Because she didn't go out often, Mu Yanli's skin was very white, and the light blue veins under her skin could be seen faintly. She walked into the hall and stopped, saying lightly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Master Xianjing asked, "Pavilion Master, you're a bit later than the appointed time. Did something happen in the pavilion?" Mu Yanli shook her head. "That's not the case. The Heavenly Music Pavilion never catches people without evidence. Therefore, before we came here, we thoroughly investigated the past of the Peak of Life and Death. Grandmaster Mo." She paused and looked at Mo Ran coldly with her almond-shaped eyes. Her red lips moved slightly. "After this investigation, we found that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The identity of this Grandmaster Mo was actually related to an old case in Xiantan from many years ago." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. "What old case?" Only Mo Ran's face turned pale, and his palms were sweating. He didn't expect that this matter would be revealed at this moment. Mu Yanli was like an executioner. She looked at the man kneeling in front of the hall coldly and said, "Mo Xianjun, let's not talk about this. You know your own background. Do you want to tell the public yourself, or do you want me to invite a witness into the hall?" Mo Ran closed his eyes. When he was reborn, he knew that if he wanted to live a carefree life, there were a few people in this world that he had to kill with his own hands to prevent future troubles. But in the beginning, he didn't have the strength and opportunity. Later, when he had the strength and opportunity, he was no longer willing to take other people's lives for his own personal gain. In his previous life, in order to hide his own background, he had killed enough people to hold on to the bargaining chips in his hands. Mu Yanli saw that he was silent, so she said, "It seems that Grandmaster Mo doesn't intend to confess." After she finished speaking, her cold and beautiful face showed a trace of undisguised contempt. Then, she turned around and faced the crowd. Her voice was like a bell, penetrating people's hearts. "Then let me say it. Everyone, listen, this famous Grandmaster, before he entered the Peak of Life and Death, was already a murderer who took dozens of lives. Such a vicious person should have been brought to justice long ago." "What? Before he entered the sect, he had already killed dozens of people?" Shui Meng opened his eyes wide, full of confusion. He muttered, "Brother." His voice was neither soft nor loud, but it just happened to fall into Mu Yanli's ears. Mu Yanli glanced at the young master of the Peak of Life and Death, and said indifferently, "Brother." Shui Meng, the rain and snow outside were getting heavier and heavier, and the sky was getting darker and darker. Even though the hall was brightly lit, it was pressuring him to the point where he couldn't breathe. Mu Yanli looked at Mo Ran with contempt, but looked at Shui Meng with ridicule. Her lips were like rosy clouds, and she said, "Young Master Shui is really pitiful to recognize a foe as a brother." Shui Meng obviously didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but his brain was already roaring like thunder, as if the earth was splitting and the sky was collapsing. He opened his clear eyes and took a step back. What do you mean by recognizing a foe as a brother?" His whole body began to tremble. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Mu Yanli ignored him, turned around and said, "Mo Weiyu is not sect leader Shui's nephew. What's more." She paused, and her pair of beautiful and emotionless eyes were like sharp knives, sweeping past Shui Zhenyong and Madame Wang's faces. She said, "Not without fairness, not without cruelty. Sect leader Shui's nephew died at the hands of Mo Ran 8 years ago." 257. What? Everyone's expression changed. Only Mo Ran had his eyes closed, as calm as water. Everyone was confused. What's going on? What's the old case of Xiong Tan? Why did he kill? Mu Yanli said, "It's a long story, and because of the passage of time, many people who know the inside story are no longer around. However, if you don't want people to know, you shouldn't do it in the first place. The Heavenly Music Pavilion investigated several times and found some evidence. Amidst the chaos, Mu Yanli looked back calmly. Have you brought the witnesses found by Xiong Tan? The attendant went out to take a look and answered, Pavilion Master, they're all waiting outside the hall. Then ask the first witness to come in. The first witness entered the hall. He was an old craftsman. His back was hunched, and he was trembling. When he saw the hall full of immortals, his first reaction was to kneel on the ground and kowtow repeatedly. He hurriedly said, Greetings to all the immortals. Greetings to all the immortals, Mu Yanli's tone softened. Old mister, you must be tired from the long journey. You don't have to be nervous. I'll only ask you some questions. If there's one, you can answer one. If there's two, you can answer two. The old man trembled and did not get up. The monks of Wubei Temple walked over and gave him a seat. They helped him sit on it, but he was very scared. He only touched a small corner with his butt and tried his best to shrink himself to the smallest size possible. Mu Yanli said, the first two questions. Where are you from? What do you do? The old man's teeth chattered. When he opened his mouth, he said with a thick accent, I'm from Xiongtan. I make lanterns by the street. Everyone looked at him curiously, from his sparse white hair to his broken shoes. They did not know what kind of past this lantern seller could reveal. Mu Yanli asked, Mister, how many years have you been selling lanterns? More than half of my life. At least 50 years. I can't remember the details, it's long enough. What I want to ask you is not as old as 50 years, Mu Yanli said and pointed at Mo Ran. Mister, do you recognize this person? The old man looked up at Mo Ran. He saw that this person was tall, handsome, and had a divine aura. He did not dare to look at him and immediately turned his gaze away. After a long time, she hesitantly stole a glance at him. Then she mumbled, I don't know you. Mu Yanli said, it's not strange that you don't recognize him. Then let me ask you again. When you were selling lanterns beside Xiongtan Zuoyu building, was there always a child who liked to stand beside your stall and watch you burn the lanterns? Ah. The old man's eyes were cloudy, but he was very clear about this matter. He sighed and nodded. Yes, there was a child who came to watch almost every night. He liked the lanterns I made, but he was too poor to buy them. I even talked to him a little at that time. He didn't like to talk and was very timid. Mister, do you remember his name? Oh, I think he was called Mo Ran's son. Just now, everyone was listening attentively to the old man's words. Now, their gazes all fell on Mo Ran. The old man was immersed in his memories and muttered, I don't remember clearly whether there was this son or not. I only know that he was from Zuoyu Lu. Xue Xingyong interrupted with a sullen face, Ran was originally the son of my late brother and the nanny in the building. Pavilion Master Mu, why did you ask this old mister to prove it? Nanny? The old man was startled and waved his hand. Oh, that's not it. Although the nanny's son was also surnamed Mo, his name was Mo Nyan. He was a famous little tyrant back then. The old man lowered his head and pointed at an old scar on his forehead. Back then, he even threw a brick at me. That child was very fierce, wild, and mischievous. Xue Xingyang's expression changed. Mo Nyan? Madame Wang anxiously said, Mister, did you remember incorrectly? After all, it's just a single word difference. Then, was the nanny's child called Mo Ran or Mo Nyan? Mo Nyan. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. There's no mistake. How could I remember incorrectly? He was called Mo Nyan. Xue Xingyang's body had originally been slightly leaning forward, but when he heard this, he stiffened for a moment and then collapsed in his seat, his expression blank. Mo Nyan, Mu Yanli continued, Do you know what that child who came to see you burn the flower lantern did in the drunken Jade building? Ah, I don't know the details, but I vaguely know that he helped cook in the kitchen, said the old man. His reputation wasn't very good. It was said that his hands weren't clean, and he was always stealing from customers. He did his best to think, and then seemed to recall something. His expression changed. Ah, I remember now. That child was no good. As he grew up, he became more and more naughty. In the end, he even raped a maiden. That maiden couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide. What? If it could be said that a leopard cut swapping the crown prince was shocking enough, then the fact that Mo Ran had sullied a maiden was even more infuriating. Quite a few of the cultivators present who were parents immediately seethed with anger. Clenching their teeth, they said, I didn't expect. The Grand Grandmaster Mo was actually a beast in human skin. Too disgusting. His death is not worth regretting. Mo Ran didn't say anything. He just calmly looked at this old artist. In his previous life, when he had stirred up a storm of blood in the cultivation world, the Heavenly Music Pavilion had also tried to stop him. At that time, this old man had been brought over by Mu Yanli to testify against him. What had he done at that time? He had laughed heartily and calmly accepted it. He then turned to look at Shui Xinyong and Madame Wang. His smile was twisted as he mocked, how about it? Do you hate me? Dislike me? Are you going to be like my good master and say that my nature is bad, that it's hard to cultivate my character? At that time, the matter of Mo Ran secretly learning the exquisite chess game had already been exposed. However, Shui Xinyong had still chosen to believe him. Only now did Shui Xinyong stand up in anger. He was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. His tiger-like eyes bulged as he shouted, "Evil creature! Absolutely evil creature!" Hearing this, Mo Ran laughed heartily. His laughter was even more unrestrained and carefree. He laughed so hard that the corners of his eyes were wet. Rape a maiden. Shui Xinyong believed him. Shui Xinyong actually believed him. Ha 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 ha, Mo Ran's smile suddenly tightened. He simply gave up on himself and made up his mind. His handsome face was as twisted as boiling wax. Yes, I did commit these heinous sins. I killed your nephew and that pitiful girl, so what? Uncle, you want to do justice for the heavens and kill me. Before he could finish, he felt a pain in his heart. Shui Xinyong had a violent temperament. Before Mo Ran could finish, he had already attacked with a roar. His eyes were filled with hatred and tears. The tip of his fan pierced through Mo Ran's chest. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. He lowered his head and looked at the blood that was gradually seeping out of his chest. He sighed. Uncle, I have called you uncle for so many years. But in the end, you still won't believe me. Shut up. Mo Ran smiled. His shoulders were slightly trembling. Forget it. In the end, we don't have the same blood flowing in our bodies. So, this fake home, this peak of life and death, what else is there that I can't bear to part with? Blood splattered all over his face. He watched as Shui Xinyong collapsed in front of him. His brain was slightly numb. He didn't want to kill him, but he was impatient and rushed forward to kill. He was the one who asked for it. Mo Ran was silent for a while. He raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at the shocked and sorrowful Madame Wang. He licked his lips, stepped over his uncle's body, and walked toward his aunt. Shui Xinyong was still breathing. He gripped the hem of his clothes tightly and refused to let go. This middle-aged man seemed to be very angry, but it also seemed that his grief and heartache were greater than his anger. At that time, Mo Ran's mind was in a frenzy. He didn't understand what his uncle's eyes meant. Why were the tears in his eyes? He didn't want to understand. Mo Ran heard Shizun say, don't hurt, she saw it. That's why she wants to die. Mo Ran was very kind and calm. However, Shui Meng isn't here, so, since you've raised me for so many years, I'll spare his life. Madame Wang's struggle was nothing in Mo Ran's eyes. Besides, she didn't have the strength to struggle. She could only cry. Like her husband, she said, bastard. But when the knife stabbed into her, blood flowed out. Her consciousness gradually faded. She looked at him, but in the end, she muttered, Ran, why did you? Mo Ran's hand was actually trembling at that time. He trembled, but in the end, he still pulled the knife out. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. His palm was wet. He held the scarlet dagger in his palm. It was slippery and smelled fishy. Hot. But it would be cold soon. Just like his so-called home, his so-called family. From the beginning, he was apprehensive because he knew that in reality, whether it was Shui Meng, Shizun, or Madame Wang, they were not his family at all. Their biological nephew had already died in his hands. Ridiculous! A loud shout interrupted Mo Ran's memories. Mo Ran raised his head in a daze. He looked around the hall before finally looking at Shizun. It was Shizun who was speaking. I'm the one who raised the child. I know very well that he wouldn't bully an innocent girl. Don't slander me. Mo Ran was stunned. He suddenly felt that his heart was filled with bitterness. His eyelashes fluttered and he closed his eyes. It was different. 2 lifetimes, many things had changed. The old artiste was so scared that he rolled down from his seat and kowtowed repeatedly on the ground. No, I'm not lying. Please don't be angry, immortal lord. I really. He was just a pitiful artiste. He had never seen such a scene before. He had been reprimanded by the leader of a sect. He was so scared that his face turned ashen. In the end, he couldn't even complete a sentence. Shizun shouted in a low voice like a ferocious beast ready to attack. Get out! Get out! The old artiste immediately got up and wanted to get out. However, the people from the heavenly music parlor stopped him. He couldn't move and fell to the ground. His whole body was shaking like a sieve. He muttered, "Oh my God, what's going on?" Mu Yanli said, "Sect leader Shui, don't be angry. Old mister, don't be afraid. The heavenly music parlor wants to redress all grievances in the world. We won't frame or hurt the innocent." She paused and helped the old artiste up. "Mister, please finish speaking. I have nothing to say." The old man was really scared. He didn't say anything else. "Please, immortal elders, master monks, please let me go. I really have nothing to say. My memory is not good. My memory is not good." In this stalemate, Mo Ran, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked at Shizun and kowtowed. The meaning of this action was self-evident. Shizun and Shui Meng couldn't say a single word, not even a single word. Madame Wang murmured in disbelief. "Ran, ah." Mo Ran said, "When I was on Jiao Mountain, I wanted to come clean with uncle. However, I didn't expect this situation." Mo Ran's eyes were very calm. Because it was too calm, it even seemed a little dead. "Pavilion leader Mu, since you came here today, I'm sure you've gathered all the evidence and witnesses. There's nothing to say. Yes, I'm not the second young master of the peak of life and death." He paused and sighed. His voice was as light as a feather, but it caused thousands of waves. "I'm the son of Nangong Yang, the 9th city lord of the Confucian Wind Sect's 72 cities. What? Everyone was horrified. Don't you want to hear the whole story? Mo Ran closed his eyes and said, I was the one who set the fire at Drunken Jade Pavilion. Dozens of lives were destroyed by me. Madame Wang said with tears in her eyes, Ran, how could you? However, in Xiangtan, a young girl in the tofu house was humiliated to death. He paused for a moment. In his previous life, no one was willing to hear the truth from him. They all angrily accused him and cursed him, so he didn't want to explain. After all, in the eyes of others, he was just a heinous devil. It didn't matter if there was more bloodshed. However, in this life, he finally wanted to tell them. I didn't kill that girl. Silence reigned in the Dan Hart Palace. Everyone was staring at Mo Ran, waiting for him to talk about those dusty old cases that no one knew about. Mu Yanli raised her beautiful eyebrows. Oh. Is there more to that case than meets the eye? Yes. Please speak, Mu Yanli said. I'm all ears. Mo Ran shook his head. Before I talk about the murder of the young girl in the tofu house, I want to talk about a more important person. Who? A performer. As Mo Ran spoke, he looked at the distant sky through the open window. At that time, there were 2 young lute singers in Xiangtan. One of them was called Zun Fengruo, and the other one was called Duan Yihan. Many people in the hall were shocked when they heard him mention these 2 names. Zun Fengruo. Duan Yihan. Ah. Don't tell me they are the 2 top instructors of the music house. It must be them. I remember that they were both singers in Xiangtan. They were called the Riverside Fairies. Yes, Zun Fengruo sang in spring. She danced in the cold and the flowers filled the sky. Someone stroked his beard and sighed. At that time, I was only in my 30s. I heard of their names like thunder. However, it was hard to get a song from them. I heard that every time they performed, the music house would be crowded. They were very popular. Someone else said, they were the music fairies. I think they had a duel. Mo Ran said, yes, they had a duel. Zun Fengruo was 2 years younger than Duan Yihan. She entered the music house 2 years later. At that time, she was proud and arrogant. She was not convinced that Duan Yihan was as famous as her. Therefore, she sent an invitation to Duan Yihan to play 3 songs at the Drunken Jade Pavilion. They were to determine who was better. Who won in the end? It was a tie. Mo Ran said, but from then on, the 2 of them appreciated each other. Although Zun Fengruo and Duan Yihan were not performers in the same music house, they often interacted with each other and called each other sisters. Someone said impatiently, why are you talking so much nonsense? Why are you talking about 2 women for no reason? Mo Ran looked at him and said, Duan Yihan is my mother. 258. What? Back then, when Duan Yihan came out with a peeper in her arms, the youths from the 5 tombs competed with each other. She sang countless songs. That peerless singing fairy was actually his mother. At that time, my mother met Nangong Yang by chance, who was the 9th city's lord of Confucian Wind sect. He knew some poems and songs, had a sweet mouth, and was also handsome. Mo Ran paused. My mother made a mistake and fell in love with this person. Xue Meng couldn't help but shake his head and murmur, how could that be? How could Nangong Yang refuse a beauty who threw herself at him? Mo Ran said, but after all, he had status and identity, so he didn't dare to casually tell his real situation to Liling. So he lied to my mother and said that he was a businessman from Lini who lived here. Well, at least they were in love and stayed together day and night. Didn't your mother notice? Mo Ran sneered. If she had noticed, there wouldn't have been so many things later. Nangong Yang was very good at making up lies. Besides, he only lived in Xiangtan for a short period of time, so my mother didn't have time to find out his background. Later, a letter came from Lini. After Nangong Yang received the mysterious letter, he left Xiangtan in a hurry. Didn't your mother ask where he was going? He left in the middle of the night without saying goodbye to my mother. They were lovers for several months, but in the end, Nangongyang only left a stack of silver leaves and a piece of paper with the words "Don't Miss" written on it. A female cultivator sighed and said, the most difficult thing to find for these singers and courtesans of the pear garden is a sincere person. They are really pitiful. After sighing, she couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened later? Was your mother unwilling to be abandoned by her lover, so she asked someone to find him? Mo Ran shook his head. My mother was gentle and kind, but she was a bit timid. Even if she was abandoned, she would only swallow her bitterness and wouldn't look for trouble. But not long after, she found out that she was pregnant. When Madame Wang heard this, she couldn't help but let out an "ah." Her eyes were full of sadness. She looked at Mo Ran, not knowing what to say. The music workshop was willing to keep her. But the premise was that she couldn't give birth to the child. Women who have given birth won't be so beautiful when they dance. They don't do business. Mo Ran's eyes closed. My mother didn't agree, so the nanny in charge asked her to pay a large sum of money. Therefore, she gave all her savings, all her accessories, and even the embroidered shoes on her feet to the workshop. She earned her freedom and planned to go to Lini to look for my father. Madame Wang said softly, she is a penniless woman, how could she walk from Xiangtan to Lini? Mo Ran said, someone is helping her. Xuanfeng Ruo. Mo Ran said. Sister Xuanfeng knew that my mother left the music workshop and chased her out of the city. She gave all her money to my mother and told her that if she couldn't find my father, she might as well come to Zuoyu Pavilion to find her. The two sisters could live a good life. Master Xianjing sighed. She had such a spirit of loyalty. I underestimated these weak women. Jiang 11 asked, then what happened? Did your mother find Nangongyang? Mo Ran was silent for a moment, then he sneered. She found him. Although Nangongyang's identity and name were fake, my mother still found him effortlessly. Someone said in surprise, huh? Is there such a heaven-defying ability? There's no heaven-defying ability, it's just a coincidence. Everyone looked at each other with suspicion. How can there be such a coincidence? The city lords of the Confucian Wind sect rarely show themselves in public. They really don't show themselves. Mo Ran's face was gloomy. However, the Confucian Wind sect will hold a banquet for their wedding and children's 1-month birthday and receive congratulations on the city gate tower. Isn't that so? Everyone was stunned. Nangongyang received a letter. Was it to urge him to go back and get married? Someone else recalled. Ah, I remember. Nangongyang's first wife was the daughter of a rich family. Could it be that he was forced to abandon the girl he was in love with and go back to marry that rich family's daughter? Mo Ran's expression was extremely indifferent. He wasn't forced. He didn't go back and get married. The mysterious letter he received was actually good news. It was the head of the Confucian Wind sect who told him that his wife was about to give birth and asked him to go back and accompany her. Even Xue Zhenyong, who had been silent, changed his expression. He said, so when Nangongyang went to Xiangtan, he was already a married man. Yes. Mo Ran lowered his eyes. It was really difficult for him. Now that he was talking about this matter, his face didn't have too much of a pained expression. He calmly said, Nangongyang's wife was pregnant and her body wasn't good. It was easy for her to miscarry, so he came out to relax. He met my mother and liked her. He lied that he had never married before to win my mother's favor. Someone was so angry that he stamped his feet. He's worse than a beast. His wife was pregnant, but he ran out to play. He even had a child outside. Alas, this Duan Ihan is really unlucky. Would Nangongyang acknowledge her? The answer was self-evident. Everyone was excited and indignant. They looked at Mo Ran with a bit more pity. However, Mo Ran didn't care about how others looked at him. He just continued to talk about his mother's experience. He had kept this secret for 2 lifetimes. This was the first time he spoke openly and sincerely. In addition to the pain, he also felt a bit relieved. Mo Ran said, at that time, there was a big banquet in Lini to celebrate the birth of Lin. My mother came to the turret of the 9th city and saw Nangongyang holding his wife and child on the turret decorated with red ribbons. He greeted the people below and threw auspicious fruitcakes. After that, my mother didn't look for him again. At that time, she had used up all her money. She couldn't even afford to pay for the passage back to Seong. After half a year, she gave birth to me in an abandoned woodshed in Lini. Jiang 11 asked, then did you go back to Seong Tanzueyu building? Mo Ran shook his head. When I was born, my body was very weak. I fell ill in less than a month. I couldn't travel at all. In order to treat me, she begged all the doctors in the city. No one was willing to help her. She had no choice but to carry me. She found a way to enter the Confucian Wind sect and found Nangongyang. That year, the weak mother appeared in front of her lover with a newborn baby who was as small as a kitten. That man didn't feel happy. He only felt endless shock, fear, and even anger. He had a beautiful wife and child. His wife was the daughter of a famous and promising family. She gave birth to a chubby and cute son. The whole family was harmonious and happy. In his eyes, Duan Ihan was a piece of rat shit. She wanted to ruin his good reputation and ruin his family reunion. She had bad intentions. Why should he recognize them? Afraid that she would make a big deal out of this, Nangongyang gave her enough money to take the child and get out of the Confucian Wind sect. Duan Ihan held on to her last hope and said with tears in her eyes, the child hasn't been named yet. Can you? He glared at her, his face as green as iron. Get out. Hurry up and get out. This is not my child. Don't be so shameless. Get out. She was roughly pushed out of the door. She didn't have time to be sad. The baby in her arms was crying so weakly. His hands and feet were cold. He was curled up in her arms like a dying cat. When she called him, he opened his dark eyes and looked at her blankly. He wasn't naughty at all. He was very obedient and quiet. She held back her tears and carried him to the medical center. The doctor in the medical center shouted at her, "How many times have I told you? We are not Ji Shatang. How can we treat your child for free? If you don't have money." She hurriedly took out the stinky copper coins that Nangongyang had given her. She was in a hurry for fear that others would frighten the baby in her arms. Her eyes flashed with distress. She kept bowing her head and said, "Rich, doctor, Rich. I beg you, please do a good deed and save my child. You see, he is still so young." The medical center wasn't completely without kindness. It was just that they were annoyed by this woman. The medicinal herbs used to treat children were not cheap, so they refused her so rudely. Since this woman was willing to pay enough money, their attitude became better. Medicinal herbs and acupuncture. If the illness was too serious, he had to live in the medical center. Mo Ran's illness was sometimes good and sometimes bad. After a few months, he finally recovered. At this time, Duan Ihan didn't have much money left. She thanked the doctor and left with the baby. Seeing that winter was coming, she was afraid that her baby would freeze again, so she went to get a small coat and a small quilt. After doing this, her money was gone. She couldn't go back to Seongtan. However, Duan Ihan sat in the abandoned woodshed and looked at the little guy who was chuckling at her with his finger in his mouth. She felt very happy and peaceful. She had always been a person who was content with what she had. "What should I call you?" The baby babbled but didn't know how to speak. Duan Ihan made a fire and hugged his child by the fire pit to keep warm as he teased him. When the child laughed, she laughed as well. The fire flickered and burned. The house was remote and shabby, but because of this fire, she felt extremely warm. She rubbed his little face, making him kick his little feet and laugh out loud. She thought for a while and said, "How about I call you Ran?" Mo Ran sucked his finger and looked at her with his dark eyes. Duan Ihan's face seemed to be lonely for a moment. "I don't know what your surname should be. You can't be Namgong, but you can't take Anyang's surname." Anyang's surname was given by the nanny in the music hall. "If you follow me, it will be a bit strange. I'll just call you Ran, okay?" Mo Ran laughed and smacked his fingers. He didn't nod or shake his head. "Ran, when spring comes, we'll go back to Seongtan." Duan Ihan touched his soft hair. "Niang can play the pipa and dance. There's a Miss Sun there. She's Niang's good sister. She must like you very much. You have to be good and learn to call her Niang as soon as possible." "Oh, forget it. She has a bad temper. You should learn to call her big sister. When you see her, you have to say big sister Zun is good. Only then will you have candy to eat. Do you understand?" She held his soft and tender fingers and said gently, "Don't worry. Ran, wait a little longer. Winter will be over soon. When spring comes, we'll go home." However, this winter was still too long. That year was a disaster year. The lower cultivation world was overrun with ghosts. Lini was heavily fortified and ordinary people were forbidden to enter and leave. Therefore, Duan Ihan couldn't leave. She went to work in a shop to earn some money to support her family. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Someone revealed her husband's romantic history to Namgong Yang's wife. In short, not long after, the steamed bun shop that Duan Ihan was hired kicked her out for no reason. From then on, Duan Ihan was ostracized. Unable to find a living in Lini, she could only beg with her young son. There were a few times when she sang softly on the streets, while Namgong Yang was riding a horse in bright clothes. Behind him was a vast entourage, and behind him, he rode past in front of her. He felt guilty and wanted to hide from her. Actually, there was no need for him to do this. Although Duan Ihan was weak, she had her own pride. She only sang Xiangtan's little song and didn't even look at this man. She definitely wouldn't cry to her former lover on the streets and ask why he was so fickle and untrustworthy. He didn't understand how proud this lute woman was. Look at her tear-stained face. Although her clothes are ragged, she has a kind appearance. "Why do you look at me like that?" Someone passed by her and casually threw her a copper coin. She was like the beautiful Lady Yuxian. She bowed and said softly, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness." The days passed like this. The lower cultivation world was in constant war. Lini was a bystander, and the anti-theft wall was erected high. This time, it was erected for 5 years. Mo Ran was 5 years old. One day, Namgong Yang quarreled with his wife. He was annoyed, so he wandered around 11 City. The weather was good that day. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the jewelry shops and pastry shops with disinterest. Under the big banyan tree, there were old men playing chess. Lini had always been a blessed land. So what if many people died in the lower cultivation world? They had been singing and dancing here for hundreds of years. Namgong Yang walked over to watch the old men play chess. He was in regular clothes, so no one could recognize him. He happily gave them pointers. In the end, those old men were so annoyed that they chased him away. Namgong Yang was not happy. He walked a few steps forward and stood under a big tree. He looked at the golden embroidered birdcage hanging on the branches. The birdcage was letting out a clear chirp of the embroidered-eyed bird. Perhaps the sun was too good, making people feel comfortable. Nangongyang stood under the tree and thought. Suddenly, he thought of the gentle girl in Xiangtan restaurant 5 years ago. He tilted his head and teased the bird, saying, "Hey, do you know how to sing Xiangsu?" Of course, the bird didn't know how to sing. It kept chirping. Nangongyang sighed as he hummed the tune that Duan Yihan had sung countless times by his ears many years ago. Suddenly, he heard a clear voice behind him. Someone was singing softly, "The wild clouds are low, the north wind is cold, the sky is full of ice and snow, the well bars are sealed." The voice was like jade, tinkling. He felt like a lifetime had passed. He suddenly turned around. Because he had been deliberately avoiding her, he hadn't seen her for a long time. At this moment, across the bustling downtown, he suddenly saw that slender and gentle woman again. Just like in the dreams that he didn't dare to tell his wife for so many years. He met her again. Duan Yihan brought along a frail child as the mother and son stood by the side of the street. She lowered her eyes as she sang a little song that people couldn't buy no matter how much money they had in the past, hoping to gain the pity of a nobleman and get some money for a meal. She sang softly, "This road is in front of the mountain, behind the mountain, there are millions of pedestrians." Countless people came and went in front of her, but no one stopped for her. Although the song was nice, it wasn't a real thing. She wanted to sing it, so no one was willing to pay for her. It's easy to see a lover, but difficult to see a lover. Looking into the distance, the smoke and water of the river pass are cold. Suddenly, a pair of gold-threaded shoes inlaid with emerald jade appeared in front of her eyes. She heard a man humming the song that she had not finished humming in a low voice. "Countless flying books have yet to arrive, the well has accumulated tears for you to see." Duan Yihan was stunned for a moment. Then, she slowly raised her eyes. She saw him again. He was still the same as he was 5 years ago, handsome, dignified, and extremely good-looking. He didn't age at all. Time left no trace on his face. Duan Yihan saw her own reflection in his eyes. 5 years ago, she was a delicate young girl. Now, she had a face full of hardships. She was no longer beautiful and made people feel disgusted. But the way Nangongyang looked at her was somewhat affectionate. After being married for so many years, his wife heard about his past. Although she didn't dare to say it, she was very unhappy. She would throw a tantrum and put on airs. Their son was also very naughty. Today, he stood in front of Duan Yihan. Seeing her like this, his heart more or less gave birth to some guilt and pity. Duan Yihan stopped singing. Her eyelids drooped and she didn't sing. "Mother." Mo Ran was puzzled and turned to look at her. Duan Yihan said, "Mother is tired today. Let's go home." Mo Ran nodded obediently and smiled, "Then let's go back and rest. I'll think of something for dinner." Mother and son held hands and prepared to leave. Nangongyang called out to her, "You." His gaze fell on Mo Ran. This child was thin and small. His clothes were tattered, but he was very sensible. His face was also very beautiful. Nangongyang suddenly realized that this was his own child. He was his flesh and blood. He reached out and patted Mo Ran's head. Mo Ran didn't know who he was. He narrowed his eyes and let the man ruffle his black hair. Oh, Nangongyang remembered that year when Duan Yihan came to his residence with a kitten-like baby and begged him to save him. At that time, she said, "He doesn't have a name yet." "What's your name?" Nangongyang asked. "Ran. What's your surname?" "I don't have a surname." Nangongyang looked at Duan Yihan with a sour expression. He didn't know why, but he said, "Why don't you?" Before he could finish, he suddenly saw a group of Confucian Wind sect Taoists walking past the corner of the street. Nan Gongyang's trance was interrupted. He quivered and seemed to come back to reality. He met Duan Yihan's eyes again. The pair of eyes that used to look at him with a smile were very dull now. There was no longer any dream of a young girl. Even when he wanted to recognize them just now, they were cold. She had already seen through this man. Nan Gongyang looked a little embarrassed because of this, and also a little embarrassed. In order to hide his emotions, he coughed lightly and generously stuffed all the gold, silver, and treasures in his money bag into Mo Rant's hands. He patted Mo Rant's head again. Your mother sang very well. These gold, silver, and treasures should suit her. A slender hand took the money pouch from Mo Rant's hand. Duan Yihan only took out a copper coin from the bag and put it in the broken bowl in Mo Rant's hands. Then, she handed all the heavy jewelry and money back to Nan Gongyang. She didn't say much. She just gently and calmly bowed to him, just like any passerby who gave her money. She politely said to him, "Thank you for your kindness, master." Then, she turned around and left. She was the Xiangtan music deity. She used to be the moon surrounded by stars, singing and dancing. When thousands of people emptied the streets for her, she was never proud. But now, her beautiful clothes had faded and her beauty had withered. She could only beg on the roadside, but she didn't feel inferior. It was also that day that Mo Ran became suspicious because of Duan Yihan's subtle attitude. Later, after beating around the bush and asking in every possible way, he found out about his past. "Mother told you all this because I don't want to lie to you. But Rana, you have to remember, don't be angry." Duan Yihan said, "And don't ask for anything from him." As she said this, she poked Mo Rant's little head. When the disaster in the cultivation world calms down and Lini allows ordinary people to come and go, we'll go back to Xiangtan. Mo Ran was quiet for a long time. Then, he nodded, "I won't ask for anything from him. Mother and I will go back to Xiangtan." Duan Yihan smiled and said, "I don't know if little sister Zun still recognizes me. I don't look good anymore." Mo Ran was very anxious. "Mother, you look good." "Mother, you look the best." Duan Yihan smiled even more brightly. Between her eyebrows, she really did recover the charm of the past. She teased him, "You have such a sweet mouth. In the future, whoever marries you, you have to coax them well." Mo Ran was a little embarrassed. He pursed his lips, but after a while, he still revealed his sharp baby teeth. "When I grow up, I want to find a wife who's like a goddess. Then we can stay together by mother's side." "Aya, you're dreaming. Who's going to marry you?" The mother and son laughed and joked. The bonfire in the woodshed crackled. It was very warm. It was as if every day in the future would continue to pass peacefully like this. Fire and night gave the poor an illusory comfort. Therefore, at that time, none of them expected that in fact, Duan Yihan's days were numbered. "It was in the autumn when I was 5 years old," Mo Ran said, "right after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Because the Confucian Wind sect had been closed to the outside world for a long time, Lini's food supply was already insufficient. So they adjusted the price of the goods. In the end, it was just to let the poor below control their appetite and not to fight for food with the rich." Xue Zhenyong had all sorts of feelings when he heard this. His heart was in a mess. But when Mo Ran said this, he still thought about it in a daze. Then, he nodded. "Yes, I remember that when the price was adjusted, the starving people in Lini rebelled. Only then did the Confucian Wind sect finally lower the price. It lasted for about a year." Jiang 11 said, "I remember it was half a year." Mo Ran closed his eyes and said, "It wasn't that long. It was 1 month and 5 days. It only lasted for a short 35 days. 259, someone asked, How can you remember it so clearly? How long has it been? How could he not remember it clearly? In Jiangxi's memory from the upper cultivation world, it was an ordinary half a year. In Shuizhengyang's memory from the lower cultivation world, it was a year full of emotions. But in Mo Ran's memory, it was 35 days that gradually turned into despair. Each day felt like a year. Every day was worse than death, every day was like purgatory. That year, as soon as the price adjustment order was issued, people were in a panic. Duan Yihan and her child couldn't get food, they could only pick up rotten vegetable leaves and moldy and rotten rice to fill their stomachs. Later, more and more people couldn't eat, they couldn't even pick up vegetable leaves. In the midst of their predicament, Mo Ran couldn't help but say to Duan Yihan, "Mother, let's go to the Confucian Wind School to find him and ask for some food, shall we?" Duan Yihan muttered, "We can ask anyone, but not him." Begging on the street, performing arts, nodding and bowing, smiling and shouting were all things that were forced to do. But if they went to beg Nangong Yang, the meaning would be different. Although Duan Yihan was poor, she didn't want to cross this last line. She didn't want to, so Mo Ran didn't mention it again. The child wasn't eye-catching, and he was surprisingly agile. On the 9th day after the price adjustment order was issued, he finally stole a white radish from the ground. Duan Yihan carefully hid the white radish. Every day, she only cooked a little bit of it the size of a fist, and the two of them shared it. By the 8th meal, the radish was rotten, but because they hadn't seen anything to fill their stomachs for a long time, Duan Yihan cut the remaining rotten radish in half, barely managing to survive for a few more days. On the 21st day after the price adjustment order, they ate the last bit of radish, and couldn't find any food to fill their stomachs. On the 25th day, there was a torrential rain, and earthworms crawled out from the ground. Mo Ran caged them together, collected some rainwater, boiled them, and ate them. The slippery feeling of the earthworm in his mouth made him feel nauseous. Mo Ran apologized to these skinny little animals. He really had nothing to fill his stomach with. If he could get through this period, the earthworm would be his benefactor. He didn't want to eat his benefactor anymore. When would this nightmare pass? The 28th day. Mo Ran had a fever. No matter how gifted a child was and how high their spiritual energy was, they still couldn't withstand such hunger and torment. Duan Yihan had long since lost his strength. His eyes were hollow. On this day, taking advantage of the fact that Mo Ran was asleep, she finally made up her mind. She got up and left the woodshed where she stayed, and slowly walked towards the towering immortal city of the Confucian Wind sect. She had her own bottom line, and she would rather die than beg for food from Nangong Yang. However, the child was innocent. He was still so young, so how could he accompany her to leave the mortal world? At this time, the people in the main hall had sympathy on their faces. Regardless of whether Mo Weiyu was guilty or not, what happened in the past was really too tragic. Someone softened his tone and asked with a sigh, "Did you manage to get it?" "No." Mo Ran said, "My luck was bad. When I arrived, Nangong Yang was quarreling with his wife." He paused for a moment, then continued, "When that city lord's wife saw my mother, she flew into a rage. She has a fierce temper. Not only did she not give my mother any food, she even threw her out of the Confucian Wind sect." "Then what about Nangong Yang?" "I don't know." Mo Ran said, "My mother didn't mention him. Maybe she tried to stop him, or maybe she just stood to the side, wanting to help but unable to." Mo Ran didn't know what exactly happened that day. He only knew that when his mother came back, her body was full of scars. She curled up in the woodshed and hugged him without saying anything. Later on, she began to cough up blood, spitting out blood foam and gastric juice. The room was filled with a rancid smell. 34th day. Duan Yihan was on the verge of death. She could barely speak, and she didn't cry. That night, she woke up from her coma and actually recovered some strength. She saw Mo Ran huddling beside her, trying to use his thin body to warm her. She said very softly and gently to him, "Rana, if you have a way, go back to Seongtan. Mother, go back to Seongtan, find Sister Zun, and repay her kindness." Duan Ihan stroked Mo Ran's hair. "If you want to go to Seongtan to repay your kindness, don't stay in Lini to seek revenge. Listen to your mother, be good. When your mother came to Lini, I owed your sister Zun a lot of money, and I can't pay it all back. Go back, stay by her side, do something for her, and make her happy. In the future, if other people show you kindness, you must remember it well." Mo Ran had tears in his eyes as he looked up at her skinny face in the woodshed. Duan Ihan's eyes were so black that they were shining, and there were even some grape-like purple. Then repay your kindness. That was what Duan Ihan did for Mo Ran before she died. She was afraid that after she left, her child would go astray, so she repeatedly told him that he must leave this sad place. If people had aspirations, they would not let their imagination run wild, and it would not be easy to fall into the trap of hatred. She gave him aspirations, repay her kindness. Don't take revenge. On the 35th day. This ridiculous price adjustment order was finally abolished in the midst of the riots, and it lasted only a short 1 month and 5 days. For the rich, it was like a farce had finally come to an end. Lini was full of smoke and miasma, and they woke up in the soft and warm bed, and took the 8 treasures fragrant nectar served by the maids to rinse their mouths and pick their teeth. When they heard that the price adjustment order was abolished, they only complained a few words and yawned. It was all insignificant. But for Mo Ran, it was something that could not be more exciting. He did not have to worry about food rations, so the number of kind-hearted people on the streets increased again. Mo Ran got a biscuit and even a bowl of pitifully thin meat porridge. He was reluctant to drink a single mouthful, and carefully held it in his hands. He wanted to hurry back and give it to his sick mother. Meat porridge was such a good thing. If his mother drank it, she would definitely recover, right? He could not wait to use this bowl of porridge to save his mother's life, but he did not dare to rush back home. The porridge bowl was cracked, and there was a big hole on the side. If he ran too fast, it would be a pity to spill it. 2:59, someone asked, "How can you remember it so clearly? How long has it been?" How could he not remember it clearly? In Jiangxi's memory from the upper cultivation world, it was an ordinary half a year. In Shuizhengyang's memory from the lower cultivation world, it was a year full of emotions. But in Mo Ran's memory, it was 35 days that gradually turned into despair. Each day felt like a year. Every day was worse than death, every day was like purgatory. That year, as soon as the price adjustment order was issued, people were in a panic. Duan Ihan and her child couldn't get food, they could only pick up rotten vegetable leaves and moldy and rotten rice to fill their stomachs. Later, more and more people couldn't eat, they couldn't even pick up vegetable leaves. In the midst of their predicament, Mo Ran couldn't help but say to Duan Ihan, "Mother, let's go to the Confucian Wind School to find him and ask for some food, shall we?" Duan Ihan muttered, "We can ask anyone, but not him." Begging on the street, performing arts, nodding and bowing, smiling and shouting were all things that were forced to do. But if they went to beg Nangong Yang, the meaning would be different. Although Duan Ihan was poor, she didn't want to cross this last line. She didn't want to, so Mo Ran didn't mention it again. The child wasn't eye-catching, and he was surprisingly agile. On the 9th day after the price adjustment order was issued, he finally stole a white radish from the ground. Duan Ihan carefully hid the white radish. Every day, she only cooked a little bit of it the size of a fist, and the two of them shared it. By the 8th meal, the radish was rotten, but because they hadn't seen anything to fill their stomachs for a long time, Duan Ihan cut the remaining rotten radish in half, barely managing to survive for a few more days. On the 21st day after the price adjustment order, they ate the last bit of radish, and couldn't find any food to fill their stomachs. On the 25th day, there was a torrential rain, and earthworms crawled out from the ground. Mo Ran caged them together, collected some rainwater, boiled them, and ate them. The slippery feeling of the earthworm in his mouth made him feel nauseous. Mo Ran apologized to these skinny little animals. He really had nothing to fill his stomach with. If he could get through this period, the earthworm would be his benefactor. He didn't want to eat his benefactor anymore. When would this nightmare pass? The 28th day. Mo Ran had a fever. No matter how gifted a child was and how high their spiritual energy was, they still couldn't withstand such hunger and torment. Duan Ihan had long since lost his strength. His eyes were hollow. On this day, taking advantage of the fact that Mo Ran was asleep, she finally made up her mind. She got up and left the woodshed where she stayed, and slowly walked towards the towering immortal city of the Confucian Wind sect. She had her own bottom line, and she would rather die than beg for food from Nangongyang. However, the child was innocent. He was still so young, so how could he accompany her to leave the mortal world? At this time, the people in the main hall had sympathy on their faces. Regardless of whether Mo Weiyu was guilty or not, what happened in the past was really too tragic. Someone softened his tone and asked with a sigh, "Did you manage to get it?" "No." Mo Ran said, "My luck was bad. When I arrived, Nangongyang was quarreling with his wife." He paused for a moment, then continued, "When that city lord's wife saw my mother, she flew into a rage. She has a fierce temper. Not only did she not give my mother any food, she even threw her out of the Confucian Wind sect." "Then what about Nangongyang?" "I don't know." Mo Ran said, "My mother didn't mention him. Maybe she tried to stop him, or maybe she just stood to the side, wanting to help but unable to." Mo Ran didn't know what exactly happened that day. He only knew that when his mother came back, her body was full of scars. She curled up in the woodshed and hugged him without saying anything. Later on, she began to cough up blood, spitting out blood foam and gastric juice. The room was filled with a rancid smell. 34th day. Duan Ihan was on the verge of death. She could barely speak, and she didn't cry. That night, she woke up from her coma and actually recovered some strength. She saw Mo Ran huddling beside her, trying to use his thin body to warm her. She said very softly and gently to him, "Rana, if you have a way, go back to Seongtan. Mother, go back to Seongtan, find Sister Zun, and repay her kindness." Duan Ihan stroked Mo Ran's hair. "If you want to go to Seongtan to repay your kindness, don't stay in Lini to seek revenge. Listen to your mother, be good. When your mother came to Lini, I owed your sister Zun a lot of money, and I can't pay it all back. Go back, stay by her side, do something for her, and make her happy. In the future, if other people show you kindness, you must remember it well." Mo Ran had tears in his eyes as he looked up at her skinny face in the woodshed. Duan Ihan's eyes were so black that they were shining, and there were even some grape-like purple. "Then repay your kindness." That was what Duan Ihan did for Mo Ran before she died. She was afraid that after she left, her child would go astray, so she repeatedly told him that he must leave this sad place. If people had aspirations, they would not let their imagination run wild, and it would not be easy to fall into the trap of hatred. She gave him aspirations, repay her kindness. Don't take revenge. On the 35th day. This ridiculous price adjustment order was finally abolished in the midst of the riots, and it lasted only a short 1 month and 5 days. For the rich, it was like a farce had finally come to an end. Lini was full of smoke and miasma, and they woke up in the soft and warm bed, and took the 8 treasures fragrant nectar served by the maids to rinse their mouths and pick their teeth. When they heard that the price adjustment order was abolished, they only complained a few words and yawned. It was all insignificant. But for Mo Ran, it was something that could not be more exciting. He did not have to worry about food rations, so the number of kind-hearted people on the streets increased again. Mo Ran got a biscuit and even a bowl of pitifully thin meat porridge. He was reluctant to drink a single mouthful, and carefully held it in his hands. He wanted to hurry back and give it to his sick mother. Meat porridge was such a good thing. If his mother drank it, she would definitely recover, right? He could not wait to use this bowl of porridge to save his mother's life, but he did not dare to rush back home. The porridge bowl was cracked, and there was a big hole on the side. If he ran too fast, it would be a pity to spill it. A man was speaking. Don't worry about it. Go back first. I'm here to see him. The man's voice was deep and cold. There wasn't much emotion. Mo Ran was instinctively afraid. He instinctively felt that the young man was close to him and that the man was cold. He didn't know where he got the strength, but his desire to live made him raise his hand and weakly grab the corner of the young man's clothes. Before she could say a word, tears began flowing down her cheeks. Food, I'm so hungry. Please, I want to eat. The young man he grabbed was Chu Wanning, who went down the mountain with Huizue that day. Chu Wanning was stunned. What? Mo Ran forced himself to raise his dirty little face. He shakily made an eating gesture, swallowing the bitterness in his throat. Everything in front of him was blurry and dizzy. His ears were ringing. He cried and begged the person in front of him. He knew that if this little brother abandoned him like all the other masters he had met, then he wouldn't be able to live. He would definitely die. He really couldn't take it anymore. Eat. Later, Chu Wanning fed him a pot of rice soup. A pot of soup saved a person who was on the verge of starvation. After drinking the rice soup, Mo Ran left Wubei Temple. At that time, his mind was groggy. He only remembered that Big Brother Benefactor had a pair of slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes and thick and long eyelashes. He didn't have any other impressions. However, from Wubei Temple to Xiangtan day and night, he wore the cloak that Big Brother Benefactor had given him. At that time, his body was small. The young man's clothes looked particularly clumsy and funny on him. Especially when he wore the hat, the brim of the hat could almost cover his entire face. On the road, there were always children who didn't have to worry about food and clothing. They snuggled up to their parents and laughed. Father, Mother, look at that little beggar. What is he wearing? It's so funny. Mo Ran wasn't angry. What did other people's cynicism mean to him? He was only grateful that this ill-fitting cloak could shelter him from the wind and rain, and give him warmth. When it snowed, the snowflakes couldn't fall on him. When it was late at night, the darkness couldn't enter his heart. When night fell, he would make a fire and hug his knees by the fire pit to warm himself. He would cover his head with the cloak and shrink into it, looking at the orange flames from under the soft edges. The cloak was very warm. It was like his mother's embrace, and also like his Big Brother Benefactor's pair of gentle almond-shaped eyes. The little child curled up and fell asleep. In his dreams, he could even smell the faint fragrance of the cloak. It was like leaning against a blooming begonia tree. When he looked back, it was no wonder that he always felt that Chu Wanning smelled very good. As long as there was his scent on the bed, he could always sleep peacefully. It was also no wonder that when he first saw Elder Yu Heng under Tong Tien Tower, he felt that those almond-shaped eyes were very gentle. It was as if he had seen them somewhere before. It turned out that everything had a cause and effect. He and Chu Wanning had talked so early. They had touched each other's body temperature. He even licked Chu Wanning's palm. It turned out that he had smelled the fragrance of flowers on Chu Wanning's clothes. It turned out that his Big Brother Benefactor, whom he had been looking for, was by his side. Mo Ran lowered his eyes. In this cold and desolate Danshin palace, there was actually a trace of warmth because of this. However, this was a secret between them. Mo Ran thought in his heart. It was both sad and sweet. He kept this secret in his heart. He wouldn't tell anyone, and he wouldn't tell anyone. He took a deep breath, paused, and continued, after I arrived at Seongtan, I followed my mother's will and found Zunfenruo. At that time, Rana was only 5 years old. He was wrapped in a thick cloak that belonged to the young Chu Warning. The cloak dragged on the ground and was already dirty. The child poked out a dirty bird's nest head from the fluff. He looked up with a sallow and emaciated face and asked softly, "Excuse me. Sister Zunfenruo, is she here?" Zunfenruo? The performer who was pulled by him laughed and looked at him curiously. Top courtesan of the music house. Although we're here to sell our arts and not our bodies, who wouldn't like Miss Sun's appearance more than her singing voice? Little brother, how old are you? You know how to find her? Mo Ran's eyes were wide open. He didn't understand her words at all. However, the girl's ridicule was obvious. Mo Ran was embarrassed because of this. He grabbed the collar of his cloak tightly and said with a red face, "Please, I want to see Sister Zun. My mother asked me to find her." Huh? Who's your mother? My mother's surname is Duan. Her name is Duan Ihan. Ah. The performer's expression changed. She took a step back and covered her mouth with her handkerchief. Even her lazy peach blossom eyes suddenly widened. You're Duan Lazian's child. When Duan Ihan was famous, she never acted like a tyrant. She often gave extra jewelry and money to her sisters who were old and no longer sang like before. Therefore, when the performer heard that he was Miss Duan's child, her attitude immediately changed. She hurriedly took him to the greenhouse of the flower pavilion and saw Zunfenruo lying on the bed in the room. After closing the door, Mo Ran bowed to Zunfenruo and told her the whole story. Zunfenruo's heart was filled with grief. She immediately found her mother and said that she wanted Mo Ran to stay by her side. Her mother originally refused, but after several pleas from the top courtesan and sizing up Mo Ran, she felt that this child could at least do something for the pavilion. Thus, she reluctantly agreed. Beggars were afraid of bringing bad luck when they entered the pavilion. According to the rules, they had to burn all their clothes and then thoroughly wash them. There was no problem with bathing, but when they said that they had to burn the clothes, Mo Ran cried. "What are you crying for? It's not like I won't buy you new clothes in the future." Her mother impatiently knocked Mo Ran's head with her hookah. "Be sensible. I'll give you food and a place to live. Other people can't wait to laugh at you. Look at your poor appearance." Mo Ran was afraid that he would implicate Sister Zun. She had already put in a good word for him. Thus, he bit his lip and endured with all his might. He rubbed his red eyes and stood in front of the fire sobbing silently. At that time, he really didn't understand why all this happened. Why did he just want to keep an old set of clothes? Because he was weak, because he was lowly, because he was a stinky beggar. In order to not bring bad luck and trouble to others, he could only let others take it off him. He couldn't struggle, couldn't say no, and didn't even have the right to cry. It used to give him so much warmth, sustenance, and support. In order to shelter him from wind and rain, it was so dirty that its original color couldn't be seen. Now that he had a place to stay, perhaps he wouldn't need it anymore. He just wanted to carefully wash it clean and fold it neatly. Even if he never wore it again, it would be good to keep it under a small box. It was his friend, not just an old set of clothes. But everything was not up to him. With a boom, the dirty cloak was thrown into the flames. The person who threw it was just throwing it away casually. In the end, they even thought that their hands were dirty. But to Mo Ran, it was a cremation, a funeral. He watched helplessly. The tongue of fire suddenly rose up, and the magnificent world was blurred. Drink slowly, there's still more. Where are you from? He could still hear the gentle voice of that young man in his ears. That was one of the few kindness he had received in his humble life. It was all turned to ashes. Just like that, Mo Ran worshipped the mother of the drunken jade building as his godmother. He also received an adopted surname from his godmother, surnamed Mo. From then on, he became an errand boy in the building, and finally lived a peaceful life. However, good times didn't last long. At that time, Zun Fenrir was already not young. According to the rules of the building, although the music building was not comparable to the brothel, but when one reached the age, if one didn't earn enough self-pity money, then the girl's first night would be sold to those rich men by the mother. Zun Fenrir didn't worry. She had already earned a lot for the drunken jade building. There's still 150,000 gold left. Zun Fenrir said to Mo Ran with a smile, Rana, when I earn enough money, I can redeem myself. Sister will take you to live a good life. Mo Ran was assigned to work in the kitchen, so Zun Fenrir rarely saw her. Nanny was determined to prevent the people in the building from forming cliques, so Zun Fenrir and Mo Ran always met secretly. She reached out and pinched his cheek, then gave him a candy. Sure, take it and eat. Unfortunately, I can't give you money, I'll be found out. Godmother's eyes are very sharp, hee. Mo Ran grinned, revealing a mouth with missing baby teeth. Yen, thank you, Sister Zun. However, Zun Fenrir was still 150,000 gold away from redeeming herself. How could the mother not know this? Although her face was calm and collected, she was extremely anxious in her heart. Losing Zun Fenrir meant losing half of the drunken jade building's source of income. The mother calculated that before Zun Fenrir left, she must make a lot of money. At that time, there were many rich people who coveted Zun Fenrir's beauty. They all offered sky-high prices, enough for the mother to eat for a lifetime. In the end, the mother had a bad idea. Behind Zun Fenrir's back, she made a contract with a wealthy merchant. The two of them took advantage of the Lantern Festival. Zun Fenrir sat on the stairs and played music. He gave her a cup of tea with drugs and then brought it to her room. That day, Mo Ran cooked glutinous rice balls and carefully brought them to the warm room for Sister Zun to eat. Before he entered, he heard heavy breathing in the room. Mo Ran was shocked. He opened the door and a strong smell of Ruinao incense hit him in the face, making him want to vomit. In the dim light, he saw a greasy rich merchant who was like streaky pork. He was drooling and his clothes were wide open. He was powerlessly struggling on Zun Fenrir's sore body. Clang! The glutinous rice ball bowl shattered on the ground. Mo Ran rushed into the room. He did not know where he got the strength. He was very talented since childhood, but he beat the rich merchant. Then, he held the fat man tightly and shouted at Zun Fenrir, who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Sister, go quickly. But you go quickly. I can't go, I have to hold on to him. If you don't go now, when the mother comes, we will all die here. Go quickly. Go quickly. If you go, I will run away immediately. Zun Fenrir was his benefactor. Mo Ran told her to run away from Yuju and never come back. That day, he finally became a hero for once. Zun Fenrir sobbed and bowed to him, then ran out of the building. But Mo Ran did not have time to leave. When the mother heard the commotion, she quickly brought people up. When she saw Mo Ran hit the guest and let Huakue go, she was so angry that her face was distorted and she almost vomited blood. The mother had a son who was about the same age as Mo Ran. That son was vicious and had a belly full of evil tricks. When he saw that his mother was so angry, he had an idea. Sometimes, a child's viciousness was so naive and scary. The boy punished his peer, who had angered his mother, in the same way that animals were punished. He found a dog cage and had people lock Mo Ran inside. The cage was narrow and cramped. Mo Ran could only squat inside. He could not lie down or stand. They fed him scraps of cold rice like they were feeding a dog, and this went on for 7 days. For 7 days, Mo Ran was trapped in Zun Fumaral's old house. The smell of incense and the stench of a man's body fluids mixed together. He squatted, hunched over, smelling this groggy, sweet and greasy smell. He wanted to vomit. 7 days. From then on, he felt disgusted whenever he smelled the incense. Fear and terror seeped out from his bones. 260. In the Core Heart Palace, the group of cultivators didn't know what to say. Many of them lowered their heads and remained silent. Master Xianjing said, "Alas! It's all a sin." The master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, Mu Yanli, said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Many things in this world are caused by karma and retribution." She suddenly changed the topic. "But Mo Ran, you have to know that suffering is not a reason for you to vent your hatred and disregard other people's lives." "Yes." An elder of the Fire Phoenix Pavilion also sighed and said, "Mo Xianjun, you've been wronged and it's pitiful. But that's also because of your poor background and fate. Everyone has their own fate. You can't turn around and bully others just because you've been bullied. You've done good deeds and been wronged. But as far as we know, you've also killed people later on. That's a separate matter. We have to be clear about it." Mo Ran didn't say anything. Jiang 11 suddenly asked, "How? This, who can be clear about it? Whose life is not a life? Who can be the fairest ruler?" Jiang 11 was willful and reckless. She didn't regard the Heavenly Music Pavilion as a god. "I don't mean to be partial to Mo Ran, but I just want to ask one question. Today, we're standing here saying that we'll settle accounts with Mo Ran one by one and make him pay. Then, what about the humiliation Mo Ran has suffered? What about the injustice he's suffered?" No one expected that Jiang 11, who had suffered the most in the murder case a few days ago, would stand up for Mo Weiyu. They were all stunned for a moment. Mu Yanli said, "Master Jiang, the Heavenly Music Pavilion has always been fair. Our clan has guarded the divine weighing instrument for generations. When the time comes, we'll use the instrument to weigh young Master Mo's merits and demerits and determine his punishment. You don't have to worry." "That's strange. What's his relationship with me? Why should I be worried?" Jiang 11 had been displeased with the Heavenly Music Parlor for a long time. He practiced medicine. To put it bluntly, as long as he refined medicine well, even a mortal could live a carefree life. Thus, he was the least superstitious about the descendants of the gods. He narrowed his almond-shaped eyes and said coldly, "However, this Jiang is very curious. Dare I ask everyone in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, after you're done interrogating Mo Ran, shouldn't you also be interrogating these people who were implicated in the past? Should they dig 3 feet into the ground to see if Nangong Yang was still alive in this world? Should he go to Seongtan and look for the rich merchant who molested Miss Sun back then? Mo Ran killed a man and it's only right and proper for him to pay with his life. But he was locked up in a dog cage, beaten up, with no clothes to cover his body and no food to eat. His benefactor was humiliated by a guest, and his mother starved to death. Who do you find to judge?" Master Xianjing asked hesitantly, "Sect leader Jiang, why are you suddenly defending the sinner?" "It's not really an argument." Jiangxi's thin lips opened and closed. "I'm just thinking about how we treated Nangong Sai and Yi Wangxi when we were at Mount Huang. I don't want to see the past repeat itself." Someone said, "That's a different situation." "It's not the same at all." "What's the difference?" Jiang 11 said, "Now that Nangong Sai is dead and Yi Wangxi is bedridden in Lone Moon's night, things are different. But back then, Weren't we the ones who forced them to pay the blood debt of the Confucian Wind sect with their lives? He suddenly turned around, his brown eyes like a hawk's. What about back then? Where is the heavenly music parlor? Where is the justice? Because of the sword manual, the people of Baitan Manor had formed a deep grudge with the Confucian Wind sect. Li Wuxin's disciple, Zhen Songming, said, sect leader Jiang's words are biased. Nan Gongsai is the successor of the Confucian Wind sect. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Unless the people of the Confucian Wind sect are all dead, the old debt will still be pursued. No one wants to be a sucker. Jiang 11 sneered, that's right. So you see, don't you understand this principle very well? No one wants to be the last person to be slapped in the face and not be able to fight back. Zhen Songming, you think this way, Xu Shuanglin thinks this way, and Mo Ran can also think this way. Jiang 11 waved his sleeves and said, when something happens to someone else, it's always easy to say these words. But when injustice and cruelty really befall you, you can only wonder why there are so many evil people in the world, but the one who suffers is you. Zhen Songming said, from what sect leader Jiang means, you think that we treated Yi Wangxi and Nan Gongsai too cruelly and unfairly. Is the matter of the Baitan Manor's sword manual dropped just like that? Jiang 11 said, Nan Gongsai is no longer here. Who do you want to pursue this matter with? Zhen Songming suddenly became angry. Then my Shizun died in vain. Nan Gongsai is no longer here, but isn't there still Yi Wangxi? She's the commander of the dark city of the Confucian Wind sect. Don't tell me that she doesn't have any information about the sword manual. The crowd fell silent. Everyone knew that Jiang 11 had a cold temperament. Zhen Songming really didn't match his name. He actually confronted Jiang 11 in public like this. Jiang 11 stared at Zhen Songming for a moment and said, at that time, on Jiao Mountain, Nan Gongsai fought with Nan Gong Zhongying and was seriously injured. At that time, he mouthed something to me. What did he say? Jiang 11 closed his eyes. It was as if the scene of Nan Gongsai dying in a bloody battle flashed before his eyes. Inside the barrier, under Nan Gong Zhongying's sword, Nan Gongsai slowly said those words to him. I hope you can disperse all the treasures of the Confucian Wind sect for 100 years. Help the poor and needy and don't leave behind any provisions. This. All the cultivators looked at each other, unable to maintain their composure. The monks of Wubei Temple even lowered their eyes, put their palms together, and chanted the name of Buddha in low voices. Zhen Songming's face alternated between green and red. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, he doesn't even have a corpse now. The treasures of the Confucian Wind sect are all in the secret room. Who can open it? Isn't he just making empty promises and putting on an act? Jiang 11 said, Nan Gongsai didn't expect that in the end, he wouldn't even have a corpse left. What's more, I'd rather believe that when others are about to die, their words are good. Zhen Songming's lips trembled, as if he wanted to refute something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After a long time, he said, is this the reason why Sect Master Jiang is protecting Mo Weiyu today? You want to ask for forgiveness so that you don't repeat Nan Gongsai's mistake? Jiang 11 said, I just think that it's extremely difficult to ask for fairness and justice, even impossible. I hope that when you reprimand others, you won't hold yourself too high. Don't think that you represent justice and the heavenly Tao. He glanced at the heavenly sound pavilion behind the deities. Even the public trial may not be completely right. When he said this, Xue Xingyong also spoke. Xue Xingyong looked very tired, so much so that he didn't know how to face Mo Ran. However, after a long time, he still sighed hoarsely and said, Sect Master Jiang is right. For so many years, the cultivation world has been in turmoil. There have been many troubles, and every sect has more or less done some foolish things. Who can judge absolute fairness and justice? Alas, in fact. He sighed and closed his eyes. In fact, does treating human life as grass mean killing with one's own hands? Back then, the Confucian wind sex price adjustment order killed many innocent people without spilling blood. I, Shizun, have stood in the mortal world for more than 40 years. I don't have many achievements. My actions are not for the sake of cultivating to become an immortal, nor for my name to go down in history. I just want to lessen the suffering in this chaotic world. As he spoke, his eyes were somewhat blank. As a supremacy at the peak of life and death, no matter how calm he pretended to be, knowing that the child he had raised for many years was not his nephew, he was still at a loss. Shizun murmured, I just want to lessen the suffering of the people. One less is better. At this time, Mu Yanli said coldly, Sect Master Shui, you are kind, but have you ever thought that if you are lenient to sinners, you will not respect the innocent people who died in the disaster, and you will not respect the mortals who have been implicated? The Heavenly Music Pavilion did not have much power, so it was true that they did not have the means to punish everyone for their mistakes and bring everyone to justice. However, since the Heavenly Music Pavilion had decided to take care of Mo Rant's case, they would not rush to settle it. I hope the sect master understands. Shizun was speechless. After Mu Yanli finished speaking, she turned to look at Mo Ran again. Young Master Mo, now that you have talked about the hardships of your life, you have won enough sympathy. Why don't we talk about something else? Mo Ran looked at her indifferently. What does the pavilion master want to talk about? Previously, you said that the case of that girl in the tofu shop being humiliated to death was not your doing, said Mu Yanli. I believe you. However, there is still one person's death that cannot be separated from your involvement. Mo Ran closed his eyes. The pavilion master's investigation is very thorough. Mu Yanli said coldly, then tell me properly. Back then, how did you kill Mo Nyan? That was Supremacy Shui's true nephew. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by an angry voice. Shui Meng's eyes were filled with tears and hatred. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Shut up! Don't say anything else. Mu Yanli glanced at him and evaluated. Running away and avoiding. It seems that the so-called heaven-favored child is nothing more than this. Dragon City's response was a warning. The scimitar brushed past Mu Yanli's cheek and stabbed into the pillar. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Mu Yanli didn't dodge. In fact, she didn't even blink. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice as she stared at Shui Meng. Shui Meng clenched his teeth, the muscles on his face trembling. What true nephew? What turtle dove seizing the magpie's nest? Have you said enough? He suddenly pulled back to Dragon City, his chest heaving. He no longer looked at Mo Ran, nor did he look at anyone else. He was like a trapped beast, driven mad and driven to the brink of collapse. Have you finished? Have you caused enough trouble? Did you enjoy watching this show? Madame Wang said, Meng, Shui Meng ignored his mother's soft words. His eyes were red as he raised Dragon City and looked around. He seemed to be mocking himself and scornful. Seeing a grandmaster turn into a homicidal maniac, seeing brothers turn against each other at the peak of life and death, seeing family members turn into enemies, don't you feel happy? His voice was as hoarse as a broken zun, and the end of his sentence was like a feather trembling. Did you really come here to seek justice? To seek the truth? He paused and gritted his teeth. Didn't you come here to seek revenge? Jiang 11 narrowed his eyes. Young Master Shui, you've lost your composure. Shui Meng suddenly turned around. His eyes were like flames and lightning. Who are you to tell me what to do? Meng, Shizun got up and grabbed Shui Meng's shoulder. However, he was stunned when he touched him. Although Shui Meng was roaring in anger, his entire body was trembling slightly. He was almost broken. I don't want to hear it. He paused after each word. His hatred grew. It's all lies. Lies. A bunch of liars. Xue Zhenyong wanted to persuade him, but Xue Meng had already pushed away the crowd and turned to leave Danshin Palace. He didn't look at Mo Ran from the beginning to the end. In fact, Xue Meng already knew who was lying and what the truth was. However, many things in this world were easy to understand, but difficult to accept. Xue Meng had been living a smooth life for more than 20 years. Except for Chu Waning's death, he had never experienced any major disasters. It was because of this smooth life that he was still like a pure child. This wasn't a good thing. A pure child had a pure heart, but he also had the recklessness, ignorance, impulsiveness, and sharpness of a pure child. Xue Zhenyong stared at the place where he left. He stood in a daze for a long time before slowly sitting down. He was not young anymore. He was almost 50 years old. If one looked closely, one could see that there were strands of white hair on his temples. He didn't know if he could stand it. He could only sit down. This way, he could at least calm down. Mu Yanli's face seemed to be frozen with a thin layer of ice, without any warmth. She only dealt with the matter as it was, so she said, Mo Weiyu, about that matter, are you going to say it yourself, or do you want me to ask for a witness? Mo Ran was very calm. He was as calm as a prisoner on death row. There's no need to trouble others, Mo Ran said, if there are any witnesses alive, I don't want to see any of them. He slowly raised his head. The faint sunlight shone on his pale face. I'll say it myself. Mu Yanli raised her hand. Immediately, someone from the heavenly music parlor brought in an empty chair. She sat down leisurely and supported her chin with one hand. She looked like she was ready to listen to a long story. Please. Mo Ran closed his eyes. After a while, he finally opened his mouth. This matter was originally related to a businessman. What businessman? Everyone should know that there's a business in the cultivation world called snooping around. Villa Master Ma Yun was most familiar with this. He raised his hand and said, yes, yes, yes. Our villa is most familiar with these people. They often wander around various alleys and ask for some old news in order to gain some benefits. Mo Ran said, yes, so when Uncle was looking for the posthumous child of his deceased brother, he also looked for a Mr. Snooping around. Xue Zhenyong, of course, Xue Zhenyong remembered this matter. Mo Ran was found by the clues provided by Mr. Snooping around. At that time, the drunken jade parlor was in a sea of fire, and it was said that this child was the only one who survived. He could even clearly remember the excited face of Mr. Snooping around. He couldn't help but sigh, the heavens really protected your brother's child. He survived a great disaster and was bound to have good fortune in the future. That year, Mr. Snooping around accepted the mission. After several investigations, he finally found something and went to the drunken jade parlor to look for someone. He found a woman with the surname Mo. Someone asked curiously, who is it? It's the partner of sect leader Xue's elder brother. People call her Madame Mo. She used to be the daughter of a concubine of a big family. Someone reacted and said in surprise, Madame Mo. Isn't that the name of the auntie of the drunken jade parlor? But from what she did just now, it sounds like she's an evil woman. Mo Ran said indifferently, she wasn't born evil. According to my mother, Madame Mo's experience is quite similar to hers. She's also a pitiful person. When she was young, she had a lover. He was a poor individual cultivator. That individual cultivator said that he wanted to go to the lower cultivation world and found a famous sect. Madame Mo gave him all of her money and jewelry, determined to help him realize his ambitions. Xue Zhenyong muttered, it's my big brother. Mo Ran continued, Before that individual cultivator left, he swore to Madame Mo that when he succeeded in his great undertaking, he would definitely marry her and bring her home in a grand manner. For this, he even gave Madame Mo a poem, On the Smoky Wave River, in the painted boat, the sound of the fairy's lute is slow, the Langjun is silent. Later, it became the evidence that Mr. Bao used to identify her. This kind of relationship between a man and a woman was the most eye-catching. A female cultivator asked, could it be that the previous sect leader of the life and death sect was like Nangong Yang and abandoned his wife? Shuizhen leopard eyes widened and he immediately scolded, nonsense. My big brother is not that kind of person. My big brother, he never forgot Miss Mo. When mentioning his deceased brother, this man couldn't help but feel sad, and his eyes turned slightly red. Elder Xuanji also said from the side, Fairy lady, please be careful with your words. Not long after the sect was founded, the previous sect leader unfortunately died in a fierce battle. He didn't deliberately go back on his words. Before he died, he often talked about that woman with the sect leader. He always said that when the sect stabilized, he would immediately go and pick her up. He and Nangong Yang were not the same. That's true. Mo Ran said softly, in the end, she was much luckier than my mother. Her husband passed away, but there was still someone who wanted to pick her up. Nangong Yang was still alive, but he never dared to recognize me and my mother. Ha! Then I know now. So it was because of this that you were jealous, so you decided to kill Madame Mo, burn down the drunken Jade Pavilion, and impersonate her. Hearing such malicious speculation, Mo Ran glanced at this extremely smart cultivator and said, I never took the initiative to impersonate her. That cultivator wasn't convinced and sneered, then what's going on? Could it be that someone forced you to be the young master of the life and death sect? What's going on? Mo Ran couldn't help but think, in fact, there were many things in this world that weren't like this at the beginning. Only one day, the butterfly suddenly flapped its wings. Then, the wind rose and the clouds surged, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Just like how he never thought of replacing Shuizhen nephew in the beginning, Mrs. Mo wasn't the evil grandma Yu Fang in the past. She also had a gentle and kind youth. She also stood by the window, looking forward to her husband's early return. When she found out that she was pregnant, she happily wrote a letter to tell her distant lover. She also received a letter from him, and the excitement of becoming a father overflowed on the paper. She had all of these beautiful years. So what if she was a concubine's daughter? Others ridiculed her lover for being a nobody and mocked her for being pregnant before marriage. One day, he would fulfill his promise and take her and the child into his family. She firmly believed that. But later, as time passed, the letters gradually changed from one every 3 days to one every 7 days, and then from one every 7 days to one every month. In the end, there was no news. Mrs. Mo was disheartened. She had a wild temperament, so she hid this relationship from her parents. After giving birth to the child, she hesitated several times before returning home with the child. As a result, her father was furious, and his wife insulted her in every possible way. Madame Mo left in a huff. Later on, after several twists and turns, the daughter of a rich family eventually became the housekeeper of the Zui Yulu. Life is full of ups and downs. Fate is like a furnace. You don't know what to do, and when you come out, you may be completely different. Mo Ran was like this, and Mrs. Mo was also like this in the past. By the time Mr. Bao found her, 14 years had already passed since her innocent days in her boudoir. The man who carried Shuizhen letter sat down leisurely. He opened his folding fan and said with a smile, "Where is your housekeeper? Tell her to come here." The housekeeper arrived. She was wearing a peach blossom jacket, with a light yellow shawl wrapped around her arm. She swayed her waist and carried a hookah. She lifted the beaded curtain and said with a charming smile, "Oh, this young master, you're here early in the morning to listen to music. Do you like the pipa or the yangqin? My musicians here are proficient in all kinds of musical instruments. I'm open to business, so I'll give you a discount." This was life. 14 years ago, when her lover left, she leaned against the beaded curtain with a sad expression on her face. Her beautiful face sent him off with her eyes. 14 years later, her lover's younger brother finally found her. The beaded curtain of time separated the vast life, but it rolled up again. She brushed away the vermilion and emerald green, showing that she had experienced many vicissitudes of life. The woman who used to be as shy as a deer had long since passed away. The one who sat in the Zueyu building, calling the wind and calling the rain, was a middle-aged woman smoking a hookah. Mr. Bao was not so sentimental. He only had money in his eyes. He waved his fan and said with a smile, "I don't need to listen to music. I'm here to ask you about someone." The smile on the housekeeper's face froze. Her tone became cold. "Ask about someone? Who?" The man said slowly, "On the Yangbo River, in the painted boat. The fairy's pipa is slow. Langjun, I'm listening to it silently." Midway through his sentence, the expression on Mama's face changed. By the time he finished his sentence, her face was drained of color. Her lips were trembling, and her thin, sharp eyebrows were twitching. She pressed her handkerchief to her chest for a long time before asking in a trembling voice, "What? You are, who exactly are you?" Mr. Bao smiled, "If I'm not mistaken, then I've found someone for Master Shui. Mrs. Mo, have you been well these past few years?" Mrs. Mo swayed and lost her footing. She fell on a round stool made of paulownia wood. She gasped for breath, her face alternating between red and white. After a long time, she waved her hand and dismissed everyone, leaving only Mr. Bao in the hall. She stared at the businessman's face. Her eyes were filled with ecstasy, sadness, and all kinds of complicated emotions. Mr. Bao's expression was indifferent. He picked up the teapot and poured her a cup of cold tea. He handed it to her. "Drink some tea first." Mrs. Mo trembled as she held the cup. She took a sip, then another. When the tea was finished, she still took a few sips. Only then did she look up. "Did Shui Lang ask you to find me?" Mr. Bao sighed. "To tell you the truth, Master Shui, whom you miss so much, has already passed away." "What?" "It was his younger brother. He asked me to look for his older brother's confidant. At that time, the two brothers established their own sect in the lower cultivation world. They were no longer the lone travelers who had no one to rely on. However, Master Shui was busy building his sect and couldn't leave for the time being. Later, when he was killing demons, he had an accident and unfortunately." Before Mrs. Mo could finish listening, she covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Mr. Bao persuaded her for a long time before she finally managed to stop sobbing. Mr. Bao continued, "Before Shui Xianjun passed away, he talked to his younger brother about Mama. His younger brother has been searching for Mama's whereabouts all these years, hoping to find you and bring you back." Mrs. Mo murmured in disbelief. She suddenly grabbed Mr. Bao in Quiet's hand and said, You repeat that sentence again. I don't believe it. I don't believe he's the one who died." This was the most important sentence in this deal, so he naturally knew it by heart. He immediately repeated it. "On the smoky wave river, in the boat, the fairy's peeper sounds slow. Master Shui Lang, I silently listen." Mrs. Mo let out a cry of alarm, tears filling her eyes. He didn't look for me all these years because I thought I still resented him." Mr. Bao sighed. "It's been so many years. My condolences." "Right, do you still have a son?" Yes. Mrs. Mo sobbed, wiping away her tears. She then shouted towards the warm room upstairs, "Onyan, Onyan. Mo Nyan. Quickly, quickly come down." The door to the warm room opened, but it wasn't Mo Nyan who came out. Instead, it was a weak child. That child was holding a pile of clothes. His small face peeked out from behind the clothes. There were still some bruises on his cheeks. He looked very timid. Mr. Bao hesitated. "Is this your son?" "Ah, no, he's not." Mrs. Mo wiped her tears and said, "He's the servant who keeps the fire in my building." Mr. Bao immediately relaxed and smiled. "Oh, so that's how it is." Mrs. Mo turned to the child. "Mo Ran, where did the young master go?"